Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
And delivering here, sweep shot on, swept well, swept beautifully. Joe Root never misses out. He's bowling to Root. Root flicks off his pads beautifully. Wide of mid-on. Great balance. Head round the wicket, change of angle. Root wants to reverse sweep, thinks better of it, goes to conventional model at the last moment, and it goes for 4 as well.
Joe Root's on 99. He's driving. Neeson misses. Root gets it. Little punch of the fist as he comes back for 2. Joe Root wins his place on the SCG honour boards. He posts Test century number 41 and draws alongside Ricky Ponting. He turns to all portions of the crowd. For one of history's finest cricketers, it is a crowning moment at one of its most famous grounds.
And a wonderful reception from everyone in this ground, really appreciating that he's one of the cricket's greats.
Last ball of Starks over to Root, who plays out to deep backward point for 1, which will mean he gets the chance to raise his bat again. Joe Root reaches 150.
So long he was in that mix with Kohli, Williamson and Steve Smith. You can see at least when it comes to Test cricket, he's left a lot of them behind.
One thing I always try and look at is opportunity. I don't know how many opportunities I'm going to get to come back to Australia. Hopefully that benefits the Test team moving forward when it comes back to playing here, having good memories.
Joe Root refreshes his pursuit of Sachin Tendulkar in a memorable first innings of the new year. The champion batter guiding England to a substantial but not impregnable total in Sydney. Head picks it up over cover and dispatches it to the boundary with contempt. Stokes to head round the wicket. Look at that leg slip. But not from there, he won't need it. Beautiful cover drive from the crease. Bowls here and head out through cover. Yep, sure is 4 more. Head facing Potts. Up to him here. It's a chance to go back and play out through cover point for 4. Stokes to finish to him here. Travis Head, leg stump line, gets it by 4 more. And that is stumps on day 2. Australia 2 for 166 in reply to England's 384. And Travis Head will resume on 91, going at better than a run a ball.
That's the art of batting, and in Travis Head's case, he pounces on anything fractionally full or short, and it was fantastic batting to watch.
At the moment, he seems real clear what he's doing. I think every ball he's looking to score. Most times he creates so many more opportunities than normal batters because he's so talented. His hand-eye is amazing.
Another blistering knock from Travis Head as Australia hurtling along, revealing the limitations in the English attack. The new opener has a 3rd century in his sights as he furthers his claims for the Ashes individual honours.
We keep producing wickets that we don't think is going to spin, and seam's going to play a big part and cracks are going to play a big part. You kind of get pushed into a corner in a way.
It's not like the rain or the missing play is costing us results in the game. So I think that's probably the most important part. If we're losing results, I think then we really need to have a look at those options.
There's application or 2 pretty good attacks. You probably don't want to see two-day Test matches.
Whether it's the media or past players who would, particularly in the last 2 years, be attacking me about retiring. It felt like attacking. It was disappointing. I'm glad I get to leave on my own terms.
And the players' perspective on the hotbed topics of trigger-happy delays and interruptions, plus the shunning of the next generation of spinners. Paul Marsh joins us. This is Day 3, Jane McGrath Day, on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Every shade of pink on display as we look forward to Day 3 here at the SCG, dedicated to Jane McGrath Day and the raising of funds for the McGrath Foundation. It has become the defining quality of this Sydney Test, where something greater than cricket plays a major role. The Bunnings build-up. Victor made for Australia. We'll see Australia resume at 2 for 166. Travis Head on 91. Michael Neser is on 1. There's the chance to see a Head century. Usman Khawaja, probably for the last time of real substance, and see if Australia can repeat the deeds of Brisbane and seize control in the second innings of a Test match. Gerard Whateley alongside Simon Katich. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard. Flem, all our listeners.
Flem.
Gerard, Cato, listeners.
What are you anticipating today?
Well, hopefully Travis Head goes big. We haven't seen him go really big. And England, you could see or hear the comments there. You know, it's sort of like they've never bowled to anything like it before, have they? They don't really have a plan. Maybe Josh Tongue, you know, can bowl well to him and get some dot balls. The others are getting belted all around the park. So hopefully Australia just bat deep. Have already got a lead with wickets in hand at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can see them approaching this exactly like the first innings at the Gabba. You know, England got 334 and Australia went well past them. And by taking as much time as they need, they also then take this into day 4, potentially day 5, and the wicket potentially maybe cracks up a little bit. It still looks really good, but I think that's going to be the mode of operation today.
26 boundaries in 30 overs at the start of the innings, and that's the dynamic that Travis Head provides, and it did show the limitations in the English bowling.
Yeah, I mean, Matty Potts comes in for the 5th Test match. Good luck. He's been bowling in the nets, I'd say, a bit, but as soon as he dropped short once, he didn't mean it. He just bowled a half tracker and he got smashed and he got shorter. He got too full. You could just see things would have been going a million miles an hour. And we saw it in Perth, in the second innings, 100 from Travis Head. Stokes is a limited captain as well in those circumstances. I think he and Tongue should open the bowling, so they missed a trick there. They should start off today. But I was just thinking of it this morning. Well, what were the odds at the start of the series that Travis Head would have 300s opening the batting?
Well, after the first one at Perth, you're not betting against it because he was so dominant there. I don't disagree with you about Stokes and Tongue opening the bowling, but then it begs the question: why play Cass and Potts in the first place? Because they're your designated new ball bowlers, and if you don't think they're good enough to take the new ball, then they probably should be playing.
Yeah. Why wouldn't Tongue be a designated new ball bowler?
I think it's just perception. Yeah, I agree. If you look at their best bowlers yesterday, it was comfortably Stokes. And Stokes has got 2 already. You could see him taking a fifer on this just because he was up for it. He bowled 138 Ks, which was up for him.
Ways. I mean, Australia didn't open the bowling with Boland, but yesterday, when they knew they needed to set the tone early, it was Boland and Stark. But they're depleted. Australia's depleted attack as well, isn't it? So, when the batters should be cashing in because these are 2 average bowling lineups. I like Australia's better, but England's nowhere, is it?
I like your observation of it. So all the predictions at the start of the series, and they went for months, and Australia would determine Travis Head's not going to be opening, he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And then he's going
I don't know about you guys, I was sick of it by June.
Yes.
Once the West Indies series, the first question you got asked, the footy season starting, is who's going to open the batting for Australia? And we weren't saying Travis Head, were we? But within one innings, it was for me, and that was the thing I remember about Usman. I didn't even think about Usman because we'd solved the problem. And someone said, that means that Usman probably won't get a game. And I went, as a consequence, not a problem. Not a problem. Yep. We're found our opener.
Yeah.
But we are back at square one at the other end, aren't we? Because Jake Weatherald hasn't been able to nail down that.
Waste of a summer. I would have gone Renshaw, and there's no guarantee he would have done there, but Renshaw played young, got 100, played a bit in the subcontinent, gone away. He's thought as a laborious batter, but I want to play white ball cricket. All of a sudden become a good 50-over cricketer, really good BBL player in the middle order, learning how to ramp and reverse and then power down the ground. Batting in the middle order for Queensland, goes back to the top and starts getting runs. And also, I think they missed a trick. He's been in unbelievable form in all 3 formats. Didn't get picked in the first test. Played the 50-over series, went back and I think got 100 against Western Australia in Perth. So it was just, for me, at least at worst, he's going to be a pretty good player because he suggested that at 2021. Whereas you pick a Jake Weatherald at 31, there's that unknown quality. And Test cricket's not just about actual pure skills. The mental test of backing up, the standard, even though it's an average England team, you know, the standard is rising. All your innings are under the microscope, aren't they, from the media all the way through. So I thought they missed a trick in not playing Renshaw. No guarantee, as I said, that way, but what happens if he did get through? And I just think he knows his game. I see Jake Weatherald. I see a cramped, restricted batsman I'd love to bowl to. Where can he hurt you beside bad balls? He's going to get LB a huge percentage of his time, and I don't want my top order batsman getting bowled or LB a lot.
He was very skittish yesterday, wasn't he? More so than he has been, and that it closes in around you, I imagine, at the start of an international career when it's not happening. He was dropped twice, so he should have been out twice before he was 15, and then it looks like he has that technical deficiency to the full fast ball on leg stump.
Well, there's two technical deficiencies from what I've seen. It's, yes, definitely the full one, because that was evident in his first test innings. Second ball, Archer exposed it. Pretty good ball, and that can happen. You know, you're nervous. And then I thought he bounced back nicely in the second innings there. Then you go to the Gabba, and he gets out the same way to Joffre. A very good 70-odd. But that's happened a couple of times now. But the other deficiency, which is shown yesterday when he should have been caught by Duckett, is that he presses forward to play the short ball. And when he's playing that, I mean, one, he's giving himself less time to play it properly, because anything short and fast at 140 around your head should be going back and across. And the other part of it is his back foot isn't anchored, so he's not going to get the same sort of power or stability from the technique he's got at the moment. So it's not to say he can't solve that, but they're two pretty big extremes, because you've got short ball, full ball, and that's, once teams know you got both, you can keep alternating with both, and then it makes it really hard. But he has transferred his weight through his drives really well this series, when a lot of other players probably haven't, and got squared up and been caught on the crease. That's one thing that's going for him, is that I think he's been pretty decisive with trying to get forward, and that has been a bit of a drawback for his short stuff, because he's looking to press forward, helped him driving, but then England sensed that and banged it into him.
And his decision-making for the pull shot, I don't know how many he's actually got going. You know, it's a bit like that Dave. It's just like a little jab, but the ball's too full. And it's going to either get skied up, or he's been caught around the corner there as well.
Marnus Labuschagne out for 48. So that the disappointment. There's exchanges with Stokes so interesting. So the first time around in Stokes' first spell, and Stuart Broad was on commentary, and he says part of what you do with Marnus is just try to draw him out of his game, distract him with bits and pieces. So Stokes in front of the umpire says, Marnus, you've fallen a long way across your stumps, to sort of set up the LBW, and Marnus responds, and he gives him the, you're so far in the bush, you don't know what you're doing. Which was a really good. And then Stokes came out of the attack at that stage. And then right at the end of the day, he bowls an over where evidently Marnus holds play up at the non-striker's end. There's a little exchange. Stokes is unlucky in the over a couple of times. There's an exchange mid-pitch. Stokes tells him to go forth and multiply. Then he puts his hand around him, and it looks like a placating gesture, except he gives him this little squeeze on the neck, and you go, there's nothing matey about that, Simon. That's a flex.
I got asked about this earlier, Gerard. I reckon I'd probably do the same if I was Ben Stokes. I could see the Australians getting, like if we were in the Australian dressing room, Marnus, I reckon he'd rub us up the wrong way at times as well, because he's got that sort of character, and you hear it with the Australian talking about him. They're like, he can be a pest and get under your skin, and I think, you know, I don't think Ben Stokes should go for what happened yesterday. That's just my personal opinion, but I know there's rules in place where you can't touch the opponent, and that's been the case, I think, when England played India. Akashdeep put his arm around Ben Duckett, and there was a concern around that sort of behaviour, but he got off it. So that precedent's been set. So hopefully, if this is viewed as being playful, then it's okay. But
yeah, hopefully, the match referee can just have a quiet word.
Yeah.
No one needs to know, okay, don't be doing that again, and that sort of stuff. I think that'd be the sensible way to go about it there. But Marnus has got to get around that. I mean, he could have had quite a profitable series. So I think at least two of those innings, he should have gone on to hundreds. And you have your failures, but he could have 200s. And it's got to be on his mind now, Cato, that many innings without getting 100.
Yeah, the big one's Adelaide, straight after lunch, on that surface. And then you watch later on, Khawaja and Alex Carey play so well on what was a very good surface. Yeah. And then the other ones, obviously, the Gabba as well. That was a good surface up there.
Yeah, I thought he was batting well early in the series.
And he missed the boat up there. So I think this innings yesterday would have given him a lot of confidence because his footwork was much better. He was more decisive. His intent was really good. But it shouldn't take to the last test, with his level of experience to sort of get that out of himself. That's the challenge for him now because it feels like he sort of shows progress and then he regresses, shows progress, and that he can't be yo-yoing like that all the time at that age because he's a highly experienced test player and his record speaks for itself.
And in the byplay, it is worth pointing out that it's 7, 8 or 8 minutes elapses, but the next ball that Stokes bowls to Labuschagne, he gets him. So there's another over in between, and then he bowls the full over to Headbar, the last ball, and then outside off stump on the drive, and he nicks him off. So Stokes wins that battle.
Yep.
And I reckon that's the sort of shot he's played because he's on 40-odd. I don't think he's playing that shot when he's less than 10 because he's a lot more watchful, and that's what he's got to be mindful of with the tempo of his innings, not relaxing and getting too complacent when you do get to 30, 40, 50, because that's what stops you from getting the big score. You've still got to have that same sharpness that you do in your first 10, 20 runs. And I just reckon he let that lapse a little bit.
Yeah, he nailed some beautiful cover drives on about a 4th, 5th stump line. It looked like England decided to keep that length but go wider. He missed a tongue the over before. So that was a definite plan from England, and Labuschagne should have let them go because eventually they'll come back in.
Joe Root described the pitch as tricky at his press conference last night, and Australia is still 218 runs adrift. Did you have a look this morning?
Yeah, had a look. It still looks really good, but it should be the same. I think it's still going to be around that new ball. I think once you get those little dents in there, and these are not as big as the MCG, then for the rest of the game, it generally is a new ball wicket. You get through the new ball, and it softens, and you can play like Joe Root did yesterday. So I think he's absolutely spot on.
All right, we'll pick up with you at the start of play when Australia is 2 for 166. Paul Marsh is going to join us, Bo Webster as well. Let's get Stuart Broad's perspective here. The Ashes on SEN Cricket, Test Cricket. The Bunnings build-up brought to you by Spec-Right Merbau Decking. As we bring Stuart Broad in with Adam Collins here, it's the Jamie Smith dismissal that has everybody rolling their eyes and shaking their heads.
Labuschagne, action man, bowls here. Smith gives him the stumps, slaps it out to deep cover. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That is just one of the most abysmal dismissals you could see. It's a stunning miscalculation.
He's just gifted Marnus Labuschagne his wicket there. It's poor batting. The irony will be, he'll probably go in the dressing room now. He'll probably get pats on the back for playing aggressively and taking the game on.
It's a poor innings, one of the worst you'll see in Test cricket.
In all the time, I can't think I've seen a worse dismissal from an England batsman.
One of the dumbest shots you'll ever see in Test cricket.
The supercut of the Jamie Smith dismissal, SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins with you and Stuart Broad with me upstairs, of course. Gerard, Broady, yesterday, that was the moment, wasn't it? That was the moment where the whole world was able to point at one thing and go, this is everything that's wrong with English cricket. To an extent, I feel sorry for Jamie Smith, but I mean, how do you see this the morning after the afternoon before?
Well, I've tried to forget about it, but you've reminded me straight away this morning. It was a shocker, wasn't it? You know, you said on commentary, abysmal. I must admit, when Marnus Labuschagne came on to bowl medium pace, he's a part-time leg spinner. When he came to bowl medium pace bouncers, 10 minutes before lunch, 5 overs from the second new ball, I thought, don't. Is it wrong to say just don't do anything silly here? You know, they're just trying to completely burgle a wicket, and to back away and sort of tow it out to deep extra cover was just an appalling bit of cricket. Even the wrong option. When there's lack of pace on the ball, trying to hit over the offside is extremely difficult. Just step inside it and pull it over deep mid-wicket if it's that bad. And it just summed up a bit of the trip, bit of the whole tour, really. And it soon got into that conversation of worst dismissals in Test match cricket history, didn't it? And everyone started trying to remember where they've seen worst dismissals. We've seen some pretty bad ones in this series so far. I think Cam Green at the Gabba, where he backed away and his feet were off the playing surface when he got bowled. But no, Jamie Smith for me was the worst of the series.
Kat's bit on commentary there about, look, the probability is he'll go into the dressing rooms and get a pat on the back for having a crack. I mean, this is the perception of this England dressing room, that they only can operate in that one gear, and they've lacked the nuance to succeed in those big moments.
Yeah, I mean, how can any coach not say, come on, like, what we're thinking is that the plan? I saw Joe Root came out after match press conference, and what else can a player say? He's not going to come out and slag off his own teammate. He has to say, maybe was that the player trying to score runs before the new ball. But it's that England have lacked game awareness all series, and that's why they've lost all the big moments throughout the series when it mattered. You know, yes, won the MCG in a bit of a flick of a coin of a pitch, but all the moments when the Ashes was alive, where England where the game was on the line, they've lost it. And that's why today is another big day. Yes, the Ashes are gone, of course, but this Test match still matters. England got 384 on the board. It's a decent score. It's not a brilliant score. It's a decent score. But let Travis Head get away from them yesterday, and today is really important. They start well.
What on earth was going on with England's bowling yesterday, with the exception of Stokes?
It was poor again, wasn't it? I mean, it is. I have empathy for Matthew Potts because he's had 6 to 8 weeks on the sidelines, no match practice, no awareness and match fitness in his brain. So you know, I get why he was a bit short and a bit wide at times and having no zip. The advantage, the positive, is for some unknown reason, the umpires took the players off after one ball of Ben Stokes' over, the final over of the day, because Michael Neser got hit on the arm. That over should have finished. I see no reason why the umpires decided to take the players off. But the advantage is it forces Ben Stokes to bowl this morning. It forces him to set the tone. I actually saw him underground when we arrived, got out the car this morning. I said, well, bowled last night. I said, well, at least this means you're going to bowl this morning, because he underbowls himself as skipper. I said, cheeky 3 this morning. He went, I'll get 6. I said, well, yeah, you can end up with 6 at the end of the day, but just get 3 this morning. Focus on, you know, what comes next. So, I mean, it means he'll truck in and bowl a few overs this morning.
Great insight there from Ben Stokes to Stuart Broad before play. 2 wickets to fall yesterday were both from Stokes. Weatherald league before wicket. Then Labuschagne, after his altercation with him, I believe it was the next ball that he bowled to Labuschagne, he nicks him off. There's something about the way Stokes can get himself into contests.
Yeah, a mistake from Marnus Labuschagne actually getting Stokes into that contest. I'd say for a couple of reasons. A, Stokes is one of the great competitors of the game, and Marnus was a bit cloudy. It was a bit sort of getting a bit dark. Marnus was trying to take time out the game by just delaying at the non-strikers end, just delaying the game slightly, and Ben Stokes was losing his rhythm, so that frustrated Ben Stokes. But another mistake Marnus made is when his brain goes outside of his routine and his bubble, he lacks focus and he struggles to get himself back into his bubble. So A, he ignited Ben Stokes' competitive spirit, and B, he took himself out of his own bubble. He was batting beautifully. He didn't need to adjust or do anything. Other players can do that and switch back on. Marnus seems to have an inability to get back into his own bubble and own routine. Next ball, big drive. You know, people say good bowling. It was a loose drive. It was on 8th stump and sort of chipped it to gully. So that was a big opportunity for Marnus to score runs, because Travis Head was finding it so easy at their end. Yeah, well, Travis Head resumes on 91 this morning. What a menace he's been in the series, in excess of 500 runs. I saw a stat last night that Hayden Norlanger made 500 runs opening in an Ashes series, and Head's done it here. What an individual series it's been. He's been incredible. At a strike rate of, what was Tommy saying yesterday, 85, 86. It's breathtaking, really. And you know, England have bowled very poorly at him. Let's not let's not shy away from that. The amount of cut shots, where do you not bowl to Travis Head short and wide? And they seem to have fed this cut shot throughout the whole series. But Travis Head does put you off your line and length. He has this, because he doesn't necessarily get really forward at the ball. So you then think, OK, I've got to go a bit fuller. And then he powers you through extra cover. So he's been incredible. He's one of those star players, all-timer Australian players that has grabbed this series by the scruff of the neck. And that's why Australia have won it. Joe Root's 100 yesterday. His 41st in Test cricket, pulls level with Ricky Ponting.
remarkable individual performance, serene for the majority of it. He must be so proud of his own achievement, as was reflected in his comments last night.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's our best ever batter, 41 Test match hundreds. The company he keeps at the top of that list is spectacular. He'll be frustrated he didn't contribute a bit earlier in the series. I'm talking that sort of Perth. It's weird because England now are looking more comfortable. Few players are looking more comfortable at the back end of the series, and that leans towards that preparation again. I thought Joe at Perth looked like he hadn't faced any deliveries. He got moving at the Gabba a bit. Pat Cummins came in and did him at Adelaide. But he'll be thrilled to have got on that honours board here at the SCG. It just feels, as an England fan, a little bit too late in the fact that why did the England players not fire up in the first three? But Joe Root, to be fair to him, on conditions that have suited him and bowling tactics that have suited him, the Gabba and here, he's done exactly what Joe Root does. And let's be honest, MCG and Perth, apart from Travis Head's outrageous innings, it didn't look like many batters could score runs on those surfaces.
Excellent as always, Broady. I've got to get downstairs and interview Bo Webster. Back with that after the break. This is SEN Test Cricket, the Ashes on SEN, back for our pre-game. And when play resumes, a little time from now, it'll be with Australia at 2 for 166.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Warm-ups happening down below us at the SCG. There is some cloud overhead, but the forecast is fine for the day ahead. The Bunnings Build-Up brought to you by Siteco, the New Year's Test from the SCG on SEN Test Cricket. Let's head into the Australian camp here. Adam Collins is with Bo Webster.
Bo Webster, thank you for joining SEN Test Cricket. Let's start at the end of yesterday. How brilliant watching Travis Head from the dressing room move through the gears.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, Heady, at the moment. He's had a really good series with the bat. Albeit at the top of the order where no one thought he would be, but no, he's been fantastic. You know, if he can get to his third century of the series, it's going to be awesome, and hopefully a bit more after that as well. Frenetic
as well, that exchange with Marnus Labuschagne and Ben Stokes falling late in the day. Much chat about that when play was over?
No, not too much. It looked like a bit of fun, a bit of banter. You know, it's Ashes cricket. It's hard. It's it's enthralling really watching those two guys go at it. So it was good fun. The boys were having a good laugh in the change rooms, and not too much in it, I don't think.
Still 200 plus behind, so an opportunity for all of the middle order, yourself included.
Lower order, I think you call me now, number 9. But definitely. We bat extremely deep with this test, so we'll be looking to get as many as we can and hopefully get to their score and well beyond.
I hadn't considered that with the night watchman, you batting number 9. I mean, it must add to the weirdness in some respects of you having been in the squad but not playing until Sydney and now batting down the list.
Yeah, I think I've never batted at 9 before, so it's new to me. But we've still got Starkey at 10, who's had a great series with the bat, and Scotty as well at 11. So there's going to be plenty of chance to just he'll score some runs, and obviously we've got a great middle order there. So hopefully it's pegs up for most of the day for me, and see how we get to.
How have you managed that? I guess frustration internally of being so close and having had such a good first 12 months in Test cricket not to play the first 4.
Yeah, I think it's just a testament to the Australian cricket team. We're really strong. We've had some really good performances the last 12 months, and it's a bloody hard team to crack into. So you got to take your opportunity if you do get a chance. And lucky enough to get back in the team for this test. And hopefully I can put my foot forward and get some runs and contribute some way, whether it be in the bat or the ball. But just happy to be here, mate. It's good.
And of course, nice memories from 12 months ago on this day in this test match where you played such a crucial role in winning the Border Gavaskar.
Yeah, it's been a busy 12 months, and look back on that test fondly. It was a great day for me and for Australia. We had a good win and won the series there, so it was nice. And really fond memories of this ground. I love playing at the SCG, especially day 3 today. It's going to be decked out in pink, and it's going to be a real buzz around the ground.
You were all over the field, not just in the cordon, but doing some great sweeping as well. Talk us through the one that you missed where you had to take evasive action, where you clearly didn't pick it up.
Yeah, that was it. I saw the flurry of the bat and just didn't pick the ball up, and I suppose luckily it didn't hit me right on the forehead because I did not see it at all. And yeah, it was just one of those ones, I suppose, that not ideal after a wicket off the ball before. It was a bit of a hectic 5 or 10 minutes there. But, just one of the ones, unfortunately, I didn't pick up. So there's, unfortunately, not much I can do about it.
Is that to do with perhaps the crowd or some other factor that you wouldn't normally have in a first-class game, perhaps?
Potentially. There's a lot more pink in the crowd. Obviously, pink is pretty close to red and can be difficult at times to pick up the ball when the colours are so similar to the ball. But, no excuse, mate. I should be catching that at first slip, no doubt. And unfortunately I didn't pick it up, and hopefully I can make amends in the second and get a hold of a few.
And indeed a chance with the ball. For many years here, Colin Miller would play the final test at Sydney, bowl a bit of seam up and bowl some off breaks towards the end of the test match. Might that be your destiny this week?
Yeah, I think everything's on the table. We'll see how the wicket plays. I think it's definitely going to deteriorate a little bit and get lower and maybe take some spin. So if they are required, I'm there for the offies. And if it does, play a few tricks with the medium paces, they're also there. So we've got all bases covered, I should say. And it should be a good last 3 days.
Was that part of the talk before the test internally, that you would bowl quite a bit of spin maybe towards the back end of the test?
It definitely wasn't spoken about too much, but I think it's always an option. Obviously, I bowled a fair bit of it in Sri Lanka, and they're always on hand if I need it. I bowl a little bit for Tasmania when the wicket does get a bit flat or does take some spin, so they're always there. But no, not too much chat. It's just going to see how the game plays out and see if we can have as many bases covered as we can, and if that's what we need in the second innings, I'm more than happy to do it.
And last but not least, it'll be a huge response today when Usman Khawaja walks down the stairs.
Yeah, massive. He's been huge for Australian cricket. It's his week this week with his last test, and he's going to go out on top, hopefully, with some nice runs in front of his original home. So he's going to be getting a massive cheer when he gets out, and all the boys will be pumped. Hopefully, get some runs.
Nice one. Thank you, Bo Webster. Good luck today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Adam Collins with Bo Webster down at ground level. Tom Morris is alongside me with the breaking news of the morning. Hello to you, Tom.
Morning, Gerard. So I've checked in with Cricket Australia, and the match referee did assess the incident between Ben Stokes and Marnus Labuschagne towards the end of yesterday's play. The tit for tat, the back and forth, verbal, a little bit physical, it must be said, not in a demonstrative way, but nevertheless there was contact, and they've decided to take no action whatsoever. So there's nothing to see here. There'll be no action taken against either Marnus Labuschagne or Ben Stokes.
Yeah, so the physical contact is really the only threshold, and Flem pointed out that from the England-India series, it was handled like mature adults rather than school teachers.
That's right.
Just to say, probably a quiet word, hey, don't be doing that. But there's no reason for formal action.
Yeah, that's right. I think we can all agree that is the mature way to handle it, which is what they've done overnight, and we can continue on with the cricket today.
I did quite like the squeeze on the neck from Stokes.
Yeah.
That wasn't chummy.
No. Maybe him trying to disguise being friendly with just a little bit more than that. There was more in it than friendly, but there wasn't enough in it to press a charge. I'm with you, Gerard. And we don't mind that in the game, do we, in general?
I think there is a line, but that's this side of it.
Yeah.
You can handle that without being punitive.
Yeah. That's where cricket actually does use common sense for once, Gerard.
Good on you, Tom. The AFL would have found him.
I was going to say they would have.
Tom, thank you. This is the Bunnings Build-Up. Psycho stands for safety, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The New Year's Test live from the SCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Psycho stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day there, word of a crashing show.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Psycho stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The SCG is being prepared for day 3 and also for the celebrations around Jane McGrath Day, where the ambition is to sell 480,000 virtual pink seats. You can be part of that, pinktest.com.au. The Bunnings Build-Up Victor 18-inch classic cut mower, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Paul Marsh is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. Paul, it's great to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you too, Gerard. How good does this look today?
Yeah, it's sensational the way it's all decked out in pink. Hey, so you're basically a union in a way. Are we going on strike for the spinners of Australia?
Oh, maybe not quite yet, but it's concerning. It's interesting. After day 1 in Perth, I was staying in the same hotel as the team, and Nathan Lyon came and sat down and had a chat with me over breakfast, and he actually said to me at the start of the series, he said, we've got to do something about this because spin bowling is dying in this country, and I think the summer has panned out that way. So it's a concern. I think the pitches that we've seen this summer haven't been particularly conducive, but it's an important and appealing part of the game. So I'd like to think we will have a look at that.
So that is an industry-wide conversation, isn't it? Because I take Steve Smith at face value here when he said, if you keep giving us these surfaces, you are backing us into a corner. Are you a believer in that?
I think so. I mean, look, 5 days is a long time, and I think, this test match there'll be lots of times we're thinking it would have been nice to have Todd Murphy out there, but the problem has been we're not seeing 5 days in so many test matches. So you can understand why they're selecting the teams the way they are, and I do think it comes back to the preparation of the pitches, and you and I were just talking off air. I mean, I'd like to see more of what we've seen here, and the players will work it out. I think we'll see more 5-day test matches or 4-day test matches. Spin bowling will then be coming back into the game, and I think that's probably where a lot of the answer lies.
So Todd Greenberg is clearly drawn towards some level of industry policy or oversight, depending on what that looks like. Marnus Labuschagne was interesting yesterday. He feels like all the pitches of Australia are morphing into one, whereas at its best, as each ground had a very distinct characteristic. Is it time for Cricket Australia to reassess the way the pitches are prepared broadly?
Well, there's been so much talk about the pitches this summer. I think, yes, we absolutely have to look at it. And I think there's been a lot made of the financial impact, which impacts everyone. So as a starting point, I think we do need to have a look at where the pitches are at. It seems like we've gone too far the other way from where we were 5 or 6 years ago, where perhaps the pitches were too flat. Batting techniques seem to have changed a lot in recent times to perhaps counteract that. And also, I think, with the emergence of T20 cricket. So I think drop-in pitches is probably the other factor here, is they're becoming a little bit more homogenous than what they used to be. So I think it's a good discussion to have. We can't always look back to the old days, and the pitch here may not be what it was 30, 40 years ago. But I think what we want is a good contest between bat and ball, and that's probably been a bit slanted towards the ball this summer so far.
And then this is not a conversation just for Australia, but for England as well, and probably Jamie Smith's moment emphasised this yesterday, is what level of responsibility do the players hold for it? I feel like Test cricket is this existential crisis, what it has been, what it might be, and then currently what it is, where we've had, 2 of the 3 fastest Test matches in Australian history in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I think Test cricket has become, in a lot of respects, more entertaining over recent times. I think scoring rates have gone up, which is good to watch. I think we're seeing more attacking cricket, but I think we do need to adjust with the pitches, because I do think the players will adjust accordingly there. I think what we have seen is pitches that have been too slanted towards the bowlers, and the batting techniques are what they've become, and that combination hasn't been a great one. But I don't mind the attacking cricket that we've seen. I think, scoring at 4+ and over is, people are being entertained by that. I don't think we want to get back to the days where you'd see 200 or 220 scored in a day's cricket.
Are 2-day tests bad for everyone?
Well, they are. I think Todd's words were bad for business. I think lots of people, I can't remember feeling the anticipation for a series myself, or just the build-up as this one, ever. And yet it was the anticlimax of a 2-day test in Perth, and then being in Melbourne last week. Yeah, I don't think it is great for cricket. Lots of people bought tickets and didn't get to see, something that, particularly for the English, they've travelled and saved a lot of money out to come and watch, and didn't get to see probably what they thought they would.
Yep. The ceremonies for Jane McGrath Day are taking place below us at the moment. There was a physical exchange with Ben Stokes and Marnus Labuschagne late in yesterday's play. The match referee says there's nothing to see here, so however that's been handled, it's not going to be punitive. What's your view? Is that playful or no-go, or somewhere in the middle?
Oh, look, I haven't spoken to Marnus or Travis, so I don't really have the context of what was said and how that played out. So I think it's hard to give a blanket position on something like that. I think if there's acts of aggression between players, that is an absolute no-go zone. But, putting an arm around a player in something that's more playful than that, and I'm not saying that's what happened, but if that's what happened, then, I don't necessarily think we need to overreact to something like that.
A couple of Australian players, past and current. So Damien Martin with the medical concerns that have been really clear over the past week. How close to that scenario have you been in your role?
Yeah, and I'd start by saying, we have reached out to the family. Adam Gilchrist has actually been sort of my go-to person through this. So Adam and I had a good chat a few days ago. We've offered our support to the family, and I think without getting into all the specifics of what we might or may not do for Damien, I think one of the things that the Australian Cricketers Association does is we have a fund set up for our members who may be doing it tough. And so, that will be there for someone in his situation for as long as he may need it. And obviously there's still plenty to play out with his current situation. So, if Damien or any other member needs the support of the ACA, we're here for them.
And that scenario is a little more optimistic now than it was a few days back.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I think there's still a little bit to play out there, but certainly the reports that I've been getting are more and more positive every day.
Usman Khawaja takes his final bow rather beautifully here at the SCG, given his career arc. He has been forthright throughout his career, and he took that time in a 50-minute press conference to speak about his overall scenario as a pioneer in the role that he's had, what he regards as racial profiling along the way. So you would have had conversations with Usman along the way. So I guess it's twofold. One is, what has he given to Australian cricket? And then how has he challenged Australian cricket for what comes next?
Well, I think, breaking into two areas. I mean, on the field, he's been an absolute superstar in a golden period for Australian cricket. So I think it's important to acknowledge how good a player Usman has been for a very long time. And he's done it tough with being dropped as many times as he had and continued to come back. Off the field, I mean, I think he's given a voice, or used his voice to help other minorities understand that there's a place in Australian cricket, and he has been challenged at times, I think, from within the past playing community, from outside with the fans, and I just admire the courage. Even he said it in his press conference the other day. Like, a lot of what he said then was for other people. He was leaving a legacy for the next generation and trying to make it easier for the next people that come through. So I've got complete admiration. He sits on our board. He's a very intelligent person, makes good contributions, and will stand up for what he believes. So, I think he's left a lasting legacy, and I don't think that's finished. I think he's got more to give Australian cricket and world cricket as we move forward.
How active do you think he might be in his post-playing days?
I think he will be. We've exchanged messages the last few days, and we'll catch up and we'll have a chat about what that might look like. But, I think he's got a lot more to give to not just cricket, but I think the broader community.
As we reach the close of this summer, is it still the case that we're not going to have a ceremony for the Alan Border Medal and the Belinda Clark Medal?
It looks like it. There's been lots of discussions. In fact, there's one today between Cricket Australia and ourselves and others where we're still trying to lock this down. The schedule has made things pretty difficult here, but I think, cricket is the number one summer sport, one of the major sports in the country, and we, the ACA, would like to see some sort of an awards event that celebrates the players. I think there's a lot to celebrate with both our male and female players, and at the moment we haven't been able to land an outcome here, but we're continuing to talk about it.
If we don't manage to do that, does it diminish the prestige that we have been trying to build around these awards?
Yeah, I think it does. I can't probably be any more honest than that. I think all of our major competitors have awards events. I think it is important time to stop and reflect upon the outcomes, the contributions of players, particularly in such a big year for Australian cricket. It's not done obviously yet, and this is different to the football codes in that there's really no start and end date. It is challenging, and then obviously we've got players who will be getting on aeroplanes pretty much straight after a series. So I'm not saying this is an easy solve, but I think it is an important time to sit back and actually celebrate the players and the game at the end of whatever the period is we decide.
And the cricket calendar is one of your long suits. We're about to enter, well, I suppose once we get to August, we enter this ferocious period for Australian cricket. Do you have any trepidation around what it looks like with the sheer number of test matches and major events that are built into basically an 18-month block?
Oh, there is a lot, and I think when you think about the players, particularly those that play all three formats, it's very taxing. Having done this job, a decade ago, I think Australian cricket manages this better than it used to. I think it's much more acceptable now for individual players to take breaks, and I think that will happen, no doubt. But there's also that the toll it takes on families as well, which often gets overlooked. So I think it is a very big period of cricket with some very big events in there that players will want to be part of. But I think we'll have to prioritise, the most important games for those players that are playing all three formats.
Paul, thanks for being part of our Test cricket summer. We look forward to seeing you all the way through.
Beautiful. Thanks, Gerard.
Paul Marsh, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. This is the Bunnings Build-Up Spec-Right Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The New Year's Test live from the SCG on SEN Test Cricket.
And Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership, and Host Plus. Find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Pink is the order of the day for Jane McGrath Day at the SCG. England have their specially prepared pink numbers and logo on the front of their shirt. The Barmy Army have all been issued with pink for the day as well. The umpires have a pink band around their hats, and Australia have worn the pink version of their creams throughout the Test match so far. Across the rope step Travis Head and Michael Neser. Our pre-game has been for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, love how you live. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. It's a lovely morning. Some scattered cloud overhead. It's 23 degrees, heading for a top of 26. The weather would be batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. Tomorrow's a top of 28. Thursday, a top of 31. There is no rain forecast, so we'll wait to see where the phantom showers come from. And it is worth pointing out that last night play was stopped due to rain. Just for the record books, one ball had been bowled which struck Michael Neser. There was a long delay on an injury front. There was a light shower that swept in, and the umpire said, that'll do. That's enough. Ben Stokes wasn't rapt about that, but just for the record keeping, rain stopped play on day 2. Hello to you, Simon Katich.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
You're in charge of our pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025.
Yeah, look good. There's still a little bit of a green tinge to it, but certainly another hot day here today, and I think it's getting to 29, something like that.
Not quite.
There might be. I mean, there's a few cracks, but then nowhere near in play at the moment. They're quite wide and sort of halfway down on both sides. So, yeah, I think it'll be dependent on the condition of the ball today. I think there's enough there if you get it in the right area. Good carry yesterday, good bounce. It'll be interesting to see whether Will Jacks bowls it all to Travis Head and gets any spin out of the rough, because we haven't seen much. Obviously, Webster's only bowled, one over a spin?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes is getting ready for the delivery of the first ball. Macca's loving the cricket. Flem, as Stuart Broad pointed out, being in the middle of an over is a great thing. It means he has to start, and he should continue.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I bring Tongue from the other end as well. They need to, get out Neser as quickly as possible, because he is a very handy middle order player for Queensland. 5 first-class hundreds, and just get some momentum. I think they need some spark in this first half an hour.
Ben Stokes, he struck Neser a blow last night. They renew hostilities, and Neser turns to leg as he defends the first ball. So 2 distinct scenarios here. One, Australia bat big, go past England's 384 and set themselves up on a path not unlike Brisbane. The second is England fight back. This pitch gets trickier, and they restrain Australia to something less. So it's all to play for on day 3.
Yeah, it is. In a way, it's quite similar to where Australia were at the start of yesterday. If they didn't get it right, England get a bigger score than they do, but they did, and I thought they restricted England pretty well.
2 slips and a gully in place. Stokes with the 2 wickets. He bowls to Neser, who's forward and defending down the leg side.
Good start from Stokes, attacking the stumps, 133 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, he looked good yesterday. He was the pick of their bowlers, I thought. And just in terms of the comparison, though, I think it wasn't a surprise to see Australia fight back the way they did, because of the experience they've got and the class they've got. So Stark and Bolden led the charge, and obviously Neser finished the job off. But can someone from England do it here at the end of this series? It feels like it's going to have to be Stokes, maybe Tongue, and Carter's got to step up, because Potts was a bit rusty yesterday.
Neser has the strike. Sound in his defence.
I mean, Tongue's bowled pretty well to Head. So you've just got to get the matchup. Yeah. He smashes every other bowler.
And the thing is, if they can knock him over in the first 20 minutes today, that'll be a massive boost for them, because basically he's got, 2/3 of the runs?
Yeah, but I mean, he's been the significant one for the series. You know, Smith hasn't had a great series. Usman bounced out in Melbourne last Test match. There'll be a lot of emotion there. Carey's been superb. But then you get into Cam Green, who needs runs, so,
Stokes over the wicket, bowls. Nisa forward, trying to drive inside edge into the pads.
And they did it in Melbourne. So let's replicate that from England.
You want to be in early today with Travis Head on 91. Had Marnus not gone out, the century was...
Yeah, he probably would have got it, wouldn't he?
Got there, or he would have got out.
Yeah.
He was in charge mode. But Labuschagne got out. They sent the night watcher in, and it was about 20 minutes of play that Nisa monopolised, as he was expected to do. So 2 go back square of the wicket, the last ball of Stokes over. He's got a set of dots going. Nisa sees it, ducks the bounce up, and it is a maiden from the England captain. Part last night, most today. The Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. 2 for 166. Now we look to Travis Head, 528 runs at 66. The 2 centuries. And it's 91 from 87 balls.
It's just his strike rate. Probably since the Ashes last time, isn't it? It's been a remarkable 4 years of batting, Travis Head.
It's going at 87 in this series. Tom pointed out that no batter had made 500 runs in a series at a run rate like this ever. Josh Tongue is going to take it up from the ground.
This is good from England.
Strategy right. Tongue 10 overs, none for 31.
The only thing I'll say about this field is they're starting a new day. Travis Head hasn't faced the ball yet, and yet they've basically set the field as though he's still batting last night.
And flying.
I don't agree with that.
Australia do it too.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Both teams
and then they changed it straight away, which I think England are going to have to think about.
Joe Root is on the field at the start of play after the back issues that he suffered late yesterday. Heads first ball down the leg side. They have a little yelp as to whether he touched it. He didn't. Passes unremarked. The SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart.
I don't mind them having the deep square leg if they're going to attack him from around the wicket, being really straight. That's fine, because at least it gives them that little bit of protection there, so he can't just pick up or play a pull shot if they want to go upstairs to him. And going upstairs to him early is not a bad option too. Just unsettle his footwork. But to have the deep point as well, yes, it's a strength of his, but keep him on strike and entice him to try and hit a boundary in the first over.
Brooks in second slip and Bethel's in a very wide gully. Tongue around the wicket, bowls to Head, jumps as he defends.
Yeah, I only like one side out and defend on the other, because when I'm bowling, I'm sort of going, well, what line am I bowling? If point's in, well, I know I'm there to tuck him up. And Tongue's done a good job. Head's scored 11 runs off 22 balls to him. That strike rate's 50.
Says it all.
That is significantly better than the other bowlers.
Well, I think
that's why I wanted him opening the bowling.
Yeah. And you know what it's like for them. When you give them the deep point, it gives them a bit of an out, and they think, I can just get away with a bit. But you can still bowl a bad ball, and it's going to get punished by Head. He'll miss that sweeper and still get 4 out there.
The way he hits them, definitely.
A couple of patrons walking down the aisle next to the side screen, completely oblivious that they might hold up play. Heads, defends the ball to the offside.
So this is a bit like yesterday. Australia, Stark and Boland started and built momentum. These two need to do it for England, because the bowling change is significant, isn't it?
And even you look at where Bethel is at gully. He's not really gully. He's just almost like a one-day fielder just trying to stave a single on that line. Get him up. It's first over of the day. Mate, he hasn't played a big drive yet. He's starting again. It's really defensive stuff.
Haven't had any answer to Travis Head. It's the hands in the air stuff. Head turns from his pads to Root at short mid-wicket, no run.
And just watching here, he's not in the momentum of last night, is it?
Correct.
Like the way he started today. So you'd hate for an edge to go through second slip or just an easy single out to the offside.
In amongst the plaudits that Head is gathering as an opening batter has been his defence. His attack has been the defining quality, but he has looked sounder and sounder in his defence. He flicks off his pads to a ball that was right there to be hit, whips it out to mid-wicket. He'll take one. Goes to 92. And neatly now at a run a ball. 2 for 167.
Yeah, that was nicely clipped out to deep square leg. And I think he's got the balance of scoring both offside and leg side. Previously, he's probably more offside dominant, just wanting width and trying to stay. But now I think he's developed, the onside game so well that it makes him so hard to bowl to. Because we saw it yesterday, a couple of those balls that are outside off, where he might have tried to cut or play for back foot previously, he's pulling them through mid-wicket and square leg.
Tongue last ball of the over. Bowls to Nisa, who's edging through to Smith, or is he? Umpire says no. Corden was demanding yes. Hit the ground is what you heard there on the mic. Hit the ground and the ball, Joe Root says. So Ben Stokes follows the lead and sends this to DRS for adjudication. Go through this for Imar.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar.
This is going to present some problems for Snicko, I reckon. Because if he's hit the ground and he's hit the bat as well, it's going to be interesting to see how many spikes are on there.
He's definitely hit the ground with his bat.
Definitely.
Okay.
So Michael Nisa's fate hangs in the balance.
Nice and slow.
Low down.
Do you have anything from the front on?
Pushing at the ball, definitely drags the ground. The ball is very close to the outside edge of the bat.
Okay. Yeah, ball is close to the bat, and also I can see the bat is brushing the floor. You can go to the R3S when it's ready.
So good luck here.
Yep, here we go. Let's hope it's in sync.
Okay. Can you, once again, can you show me, please? Yeah.
Oh, there's a big fuzzy spike before it's anywhere near the bat. And
I have nothing. As ball past the bat, bat is brushing the floor. You can stay with your on-field call, not out. You're on the screen. You're on the screen.
Michael Nisa survives the not out call stands. 2 for 167. The end of the over. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
G'day there. Word of a crash in Cheltenham, Warragul Road at Kingston Road. Clear about the CBD. No hold-ups on the West Gate. Looking the goods over the bridge. A great run on the Tulla to and from the airport. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. CityLink outbound resurfacing works are happening between Burnley Tunnel and Toorak Road. Freeway still open with some lanes closed overnight through January. Search linked disruptions for info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. The use of that review is really interesting. England are now down to 1. They've used it against the Night Watcher. It just strategically felt unsound. You had to be absolutely certain that was out, I think.
Yeah. Will they regret it later on?
Travis Head, 92, faces up to Ben Stokes, is around the wicket to him, and Head clips from his pads out to mid-wicket. He struck it pretty sweetly and all the way to the rope before. The heart starter for Travis Head. He's 96. Boundary for Azito, brushless power tools, do you?
There's that leg side you were talking about, Cato. A few years ago, I think he's at best hitting that to mid-on.
Yeah.
but now he's just such an all-round player. And even though there's a man at square leg on the fence, they cannot stop that. That is unbelievably well timed.
So within reaching distance of another milestone, Travis Head on 96 jumps to defend back down the pitch.
And that, just the court behind, Root was the one that said ground and bat. Like that slip, gee, you'd have to have incredible eyes or ears to even pick that up if it did happen.
Yeah.
Because it was a significant noise from the bat hitting the pitch. And there was no deviation.
Felt low percentage, particularly if you want to chance your arm against Head or Smith or Carey later on, and now you have no margin for error. Stokes in, bowls to Heads. He's beaten past the outside edge. Stuck on the crease, reaching for a ball.
Well, I'd be surprised if this ball hasn't decked away, because Travis Head was trying to work that leg side and it squared him up in the end. It must have seamed off the surface that. He's going down to tap on the pitch now.
No ball anyway.
Wouldn't have counted anyway.
Free hit. Imagine Stokes' body language. It nicked it and it was a no ball.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Oh.
Can you imagine? Stokes in and at Head. He's beaten him again.
Stokes. That one he actually, just turned back and walked back. But
carbon copy of the previous.
It was.
His emotions are on show here. It's been a long series for the English captain.
We talked about last time he was out here, he's, because of his stride, he bowls a lot of noes and he hasn't really altered.
I think he could almost halve his run up.
Yeah.
It's a long run.
Stokes challenging Travis Head like perhaps not before in this innings. And Head in behind, pushes the ball to gully and sends Nisa back.
And for me, he decreases pace quite significantly before he jumps. So he's at maximum speed about halfway, whereas you want a gradual build up, and you probably want your maximum speed just before you take off. So I think there's at least 4 or 5 wasted steps in his run-up.
2 back on the leg side. The deep backward point. Slip in that curious deep gully position. Stokes to Head. Back to cuts. Flayed it out to the deep backward point for a single. What a big piece of it. 97 for Travis Head. 2 for 173 Australia.
He's pinned the ears back on that and picked the sweeper out. That could have easily gone 5 metres either way, and it was 4. But straight to the sweeper. And that's what I mean by having that sweeper out. Sometimes the bowler thinks, I can get away with bowling a short, wide one. But you don't really want to be bowling out there. Like he got away with it then, but you keep going to that area and you're asking for trouble against Travis Head.
This session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Last ball of the Stokes over to Nisa, who lets it pass. 2 for 173, the Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is now on. It's time. Visit your local BMW dealership today. Ends February 28. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Spec-Rite Merbu decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbu decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Travis Head is 97 from 98 balls. Australia 2 for 173. Again, there are patrons in the aisle adjacent to the sight screen. Josh Tongue in from the Randwick end. He bowls to Travis Head, who nibbles at a ball outside the off stump and nearly nicks off.
It's the best matchup, Tongue to Head for England. A lot of dot balls here. Play and miss. It's that extra bounce. He releases at 1 o'clock. So I'd imagine that is off-putting when you're batting, and he can move the ball away from the left-hander from around the wicket.
the beauty about that length there too is because it's that fraction back of a length, because it catches the seam after it pitches, it lures him in with the line, but then it's swung by the time it gets to him.
Tongue to head, flicks in the air briefly. It lands just short of roots at mid-wicket.
And because of his release, he gets extra bounce. If that's a flatter bowler, Trav's smashing that through point and cover.
But you can see why he got lured into playing it, because he sees the initial line off the pitch, and that's what you're reading it.
That's his area.
Yeah, you see it, okay, I'm going to play that, but then by the time it gets to you off the pitch, because it's fractionally shorter, it's changed, and that's... He nearly got the outside edge.
Head can conjure some tension within reaching distance of these milestones. He's flicking off his pads down to fine leg. Tongue almost got through onto the pads there. 98 for head with the single. 174 for Australia.
Yeah, Tongue...
down, brother.
He thought that was through, judging by his reaction. Travis Head's asking if it was going down.
Good banter.
Nah, that's from off stump, I reckon.
Oh, look at Tongue's reaction.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
He'll be keen to jag one back in here to Nisa.
Nisa 1 from 22 balls. Tongue bowls to him for defence.
You like that forward defence, Kato?
Rock solid, wasn't it? Rock solid. Lovely control of the hands. Just waited, checked his shot.
He's a very modest man, isn't he, Michael Nisa? You can see where the teammates just absolutely love him, 100%. Great three-dimensional player.
Yeah.
Like his fielding's unbelievable, isn't it? Like his arm is a rocket.
He's a very, very good cricketer.
Took forfeit with the ball, now has the bats, and he's bending for the ball outside the off stump and beat.
And great from his perspective that he's been able to play a couple of back-to-back tests, red ball as well, not just be pigeonholed as a pink ball specialist, because he's proven over a long period of time with Queensland that he's better than just playing with a pink ball.
Yeah, I think the Australian selectors know. Boland's played every test, for the first time. Nisa won't let you down. But going forward, we've found out nothing, have we? Really?
Tongue in. Nisa went the big drive on the half volley. He missed. He slaps his bat in the aftermath, feeling like he left a few runs there. 2 for 174, the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The King Living Summer Sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The bowling is high quality. The competition is on. Travis Head's on 98. Stokes bowls to him. He jumps in his defence to the offside. So didn't bring many runs at the SCG in here. He'd played 5 tests for 148 runs at 29.5. The only score of any substance was a 70 against South Africa. It was a 20 and a 10 and a 10 and a 4 and 34 not out last year. He missed an Ashes test through COVID along the way. So this is his first real go here in Sydney in a test match.
Probably fatigued from having scored so many runs at all the other venues. Gets to New Year's and he's cooked.
Yeah.
Stokes bowls to Head, who defends to leg. No run there.
And that's the thing about a 5-test summer. It can be draining if you've had a good series in the previous 4. Get to the end and New Year's has come along, and I'm sure that Travis Head enjoys his New Year's.
I would have thought
better
so.
Than most.
Yes. and the series is over. There's no issues with your spot in the team.
Yeah.
Stokes turns from the top of his mark, tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Travis Head taps away. Stokes around the wicket to him. Head plays late, picks up a single to point, goes to 99. It's creeping up on it in Adelaide. This is where he was dropped, you'll recall.
That's right.
2 for 175.
And he got out in Perth a few years ago, 99, didn't he, against the West Indies? Bold, from memory. Tommy?
Michael Nisa on strike this session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Stokes over the wickets. Bowling to Nisa. Ducks the bouncer.
Good pace from Stokes. 141.9.
And it looked quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
It looked quick.
He's cranked it up. He cranked it up yesterday, and maybe he's sending a message to the rest of his quicks. And the fact that he obviously had to start because there was 5 balls left in the over. He and Tung starting, sending a message to the 2 younger players, Cass and Potts, that what they served up yesterday wasn't good enough.
Stokes to Nisa. Ducks the next bouncer. So really bending the back and getting to work. So was that Perth test where they'd set up consecutive milestones? Is Steve Smith to 200 and Head was about to get his 100, and they were going to do it in consecutive balls, and then Brathwaite bowled Head. It was ridiculous.
Chopped it on.
Yes. It was just also perfectly timed to have 2 standing ovations in a row, and then Head blew his line. Nisa to see the last ball of the over. He watches it pass. 99, Travis Head, gather round. 2 for 175. The Toyota Schoolboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. Grab Red One U Golden Hour Vanilla Bean and Pistachio Body Cleanser or Lotion, just $5.99 each. Soothe skin with E45 Eczema Relief Cream, 60 gram, only $13.99. A great summer is a safe summer. Protect yourself with Neutrogena SPF 50 Beach Defense Lotion, 400ml, only $16.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Travis Head's on 99. Australia 2 for 175. No batter has ever made 99 at the SCG. Tom Morris told us yesterday. Don't be the first.
Gerard, don't be the kiss of death.
I know.
You blame me.
Flem's already put the kiss of death on the Stars the other night.
What do you mean?
He said they wouldn't lose another game for the tournament. And I said, yes, they will. As soon as they play the Scorchers, they'll go down. That very night, Heat took them down, and then they lost again to the Renegades.
Josh Tung bowls to Travis Head. He pushes for his century. Out through cover. All the way to the rope for 4. Swishes the bats.
Wow.
These are heady times indeed. The indomitable Travis Head stands, signals to the crowd, are you not entertained? 3 Ashes centuries this summer. He is the figure.
He loves that.
Helmet on the handle of his bats. And all the accolades once more with Australia's new opener. The answer at the top.
And it was a rock star celebration, Gerard. He's playing like a rock star. At the top of the order too, in the engine room. It suits him down to the ground. He said he wanted to do it a couple of years ago, and, well, it's his now for the keeping.
What a great celebration, Trev.
Yes. Wheeled the bat all the way down the pitch. So he resumes on 103 down the leg side. So the 3 centuries this summer. 100 from 69 balls in Perth on his way to 123, 100 from 146 balls in Adelaide on his way to 170, and 100 from 103 balls with 17 fours in this knock.
Yeah, Tommy, get onto it. When last Australian opener, 300s in the series.
Yep.
Potentially Ashes.
Yep.
Wonder if Matthew Hayden did it in the heyday.
Running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Tongue to him, Head just dead bats the ball away to point and ambles through for a run. It is one of his great charms, so his stroke making is breathtaking, but the idiosyncrasies in who he is when he walks the second half of a single. Just minimum exertion.
Correct.
It's all body types play sport. Minimum exertion. He is the everyman Australian from the drip tray at the pub out into the middle of a cricket ground. Bogan moustache, terrible haircut.
But I mean, the like for like is David Boone perfected that.
Yes. Yeah, what a great summer it has been for him. Tongue to Nisa, beaten as he pushed forward. So 4 years ago, he was the player of the series. He was the last man in, and he bookended it with centuries in Brisbane and Hobart. And this summer, I think we'll still look back on the Perth innings, defined the series. Then he follows up in Adelaide on his home deck and finishes off in Sydney. I think he just won the player of the series, didn't he?
Yeah, well, when you think back to that test, given it was on the line, and the psychological damage, that's what we noticed the most. That was talked about the most.
He's swinging at everything outside the off stump, down on one knee on the drive, and he just can't make contact.
And that's why it's always really important to start a 5-test series well, because if you don't, we've seen what's happened on the flip side, and it can get ugly, whereas he's got on top early and then just driven it into him for the rest of the series. And yeah, it's a tricky one, because I spoke to the guys about this morning on the breakfast show. You know, Mitchell Stark set the series up as well, with no Cummins, no Hazelwood, and Lyon minimal overs in Perth. So, you know, he deserves a fair bit as well.
And he's full face of the bat this time. Knocked down by Tongue, his follow through, no run. 2 for 180, the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Get offers that make you feel great on the inside and out. Only at Chemist Warehouse. Stop a pimple in its tracks with Thursday Plantation Patch Perfect Invisible Acne Control. 42 patches, just $6.99. Go dramatic with Maybelline Lash Sensational Sky High Mascara, just $13.99. Get firmer, smoother skin with Olay Regenerist Ultra Firming Serum, 30ml, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Travis Head has brought up his century on morning 3. 2 for 180. Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Sharing this with Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. We do have 3 tremendous contenders for the player of the series. Alex Carey is 3 dismissals away from breaking the all-time record for a keeper in an Ashes summer. Stokes begins the fresh over to Travis Head, who's defending the ball away. Is Mitch Stark has taken 28 wickets at 19 and a half. And then you've got this 3 test centuries as an opener. So, Tom, give us the historic context around what Travis Head has done here, the good oil for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Well, the last cricketer to do that in an Ashes series was Alistair Cook as an opener, 2010-11. The last Australian opener to do it was Matthew Hayden, you're right, Flem, 02-03. Before then, Slater, 94-95.
Stokes bowls to Head, cuts hard. He's picked out the sweeper again. That is with Duckett so quickly. He's 105 with the single.
And with Duckett out there, there's still a chance it'll go for 4.
True. And it went that quickly to him, given the second half just idle down to the non-strikers. He was a chance to get run out at the bowler's end, Travis.
Yeah.
And just finishing on this, even before then, Arthur Morris, 46-47. And Vaughan did an 02-03.
So it's very unique, very unique. Back to Arthur Morris.
Stokes bowls to Nisa on the booming drive again. He just cannot
hit a cover
flout
drive
it or nick it. He can't do either at the moment.
He's collapsing that back leg.
Yeah,
he is so low. Just stand up and use the full face of the bat through the covers.
It'll look good if he hits one.
Well, Kim Hughes like.
It does feel like he's going to nick one to the court.
And it's getting overs through Stokes and Tongue. They've both been unlucky so far today.
Stokes to Nisa. blocks. Head's in conversation with umpire Katich at the end here. He's talking about I was not out last year. Yeah. So let's see if we can hear this. No, they've just wandered a little away from the stump line. So he's like every club cricketer.
Last year, but 2-1. They could tie this year. 2-1 here from 4 last year. Is that short game? Yeah, 3 days. Nippy. Cracks and nip. Cracks and grass.
Giving a history lesson on what transpired in this corresponding test match last year. Nisa turns from leg. He gets a run out to fine leg. His second from 34 balls, 2 for 182.
It is like he's playing in a club game because he's so relaxed.
He just whacked the next one for 4 and it comes along. I did hear in the lead up to the series talk back conversations around, are there any characters left in cricket? And I'm driving along yelling at the radio, Travis Head.
Yeah.
And this summer will have cemented that. Centuries in a World Cup final and a World Test final as well. Head down the leg side from Stokes, didn't catch up with it. It's end of the over, 2 for 182. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Make Mussel Festival Day easy. Sail with Port Phillip Ferries on their 10 a.m. or 10:40 a.m. service direct to Port Arlington. Book early. This always sells out.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Spec-Rite Merbu decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbu decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket, Australia up to 2 for 182. They've advanced their position by 16 runs in half an hour, but in the process, Travis Head, another test ton. Adam Collins jumping in with Damien Fleming. Tommy Morris remains with us too. Josh Tongue operating over the wicket from the Randwick end to Nisa, who leaves alone on length. G'day, Flem.
Hello.
A remarkable story this is turning into for Travis Head. He's done it again, but I mean, at what point does it start getting talked about as an Ashes great? Player of the series last time in Australia. That's his 5th century against England. I mean, all of them are at home, but these back-to-back performances, Compton Miller medal in 21-22, every chance to back it up here. Stunning stuff. Let's throw in those iconic celebrations. Tongue delivers here to Nisa and leaves alone. The ball that moves after it passes the stumps back towards the right-hander.
And now as an opener, 300s opening the batting. I mean, it's just absolutely remarkable. So for Australia, they've found one opener going forward, but they're going to have to find another one. But it's been exhilarating. His strike rate is so high. He confounds the opposition bowlers, fielders, captains. He's had such a big impact.
Tongue approaching 2, back for the short ball with Nisa, delivers here, it's full and he drives out to wide, Schmidt off, no single. Yeah, that stat that was doing the rounds last night, that he's made more runs in an Ashes series in isolation than Hayden or Langer ever did, and he started the series batting at 5. I mean, it's one of those folds on top of all the numbers that Tommy gave us before. Just what a remarkable performance it's been, and who would doubt now that he'd go on to make it a massive one. Felt like he was destined to get a double at Adelaide, didn't he? But so much work for Australia to do still. 2-0-2 behind. Start again. Nisa doing his bit. Facing up here and ducking a short ball. He's faced 38 balls for 2, but just taking a bit of the sting out of the England attack, getting them into their rotations and that type of thing.
Yeah, the problem for England is Tongue and Stokes are clearly their best bowlers. So if these Australian batsmen are still there with the bowling change to Potts and Cass, with a ball that's in the mid-40s and starting to soften, it could be an ugly session for England.
So Nisa facing up to Tongue. 4 dots so far. Bowls here. Nisa confident to clip through mid-wicket where there's a gap. He'll turn for 2. Collected in front of the trumper stand. Nisa 4 from 39, 2 for 184. They trail by exactly 200.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt for Ness to start scoring now. He's 4 off 39. Just keep it ticking for both ends.
If you can get through Stokes and Tongue and have a look at Matty Potts, that could be interesting. Gosh, it would have been a tough night's sleep for Potts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Would have been hard to have blocked out the criticism. It was coming thick and fast. Tongue delivers here to Nisa. Expansive, driving to cover, cut off by Duckett in that position, moving to his right. 2 for 184 Australia, trailing by 200. Head 105. Nisa 4 on the scoreboard, which eludes me. Bear with me a moment. It is on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
An extended first session on day 3 at the SCG for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Ben Stokes to continue from our round weekend to head on 105. Slip, catching backward point. 3 back, round the wicket. Bowls here. And Head rides the bounce to that man at backward point where he collects himself a single. 106 for him, 2 for 185. Tommy Morris has got all the numbers for us for the Cobham estate.
So I've got this comprehensive list now, Flem. So I'll go in reverse chronological order.
This.
Yeah. So it's Australian openers to make 300s in one Ashes series. So Hayden 02-03, Slater 94-95, Bill Laurie 65-66. Arthur Morris did it twice. Once in 46-47 and once in 1948, as in once 3 at each. Bill Woodfull 28-29, and then Joe Darling 1897-98. He's in rare company, Travis.
Yeah. Joe Darling, South Australian.
Yep.
So they're the 2 South Aussies.
For England, Cook has done it. Vaughan has done it as well, amongst others.
Outstanding company that Travis Head is keeping. Nisa on strike here, more conventional field. Stokes to him. He plays and misses. 3rd time in a row he's tried to give it a whack. Got a couple away in the previous over, but this was well wide of the off stump.
And Michael Vaughan, that might be one of the only ones in a losing series.
Oh, yes. Bill Woodfull 28-29 as well, I reckon.
They would have lost that.
Yep.
That was Bradman's first series.
Yep.
But Vaughan's batting that series. Like, he was such a classy player. Bad knees. Didn't play 06-07.
Made a ton here, didn't he?
Yep.
Second innings.
Yep. Yeah, Butcher got one on the first innings and Vaughan in the second. Away from us, Stokes bowls here, leaving alone, swinging into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Yeah, Cook's 3, one of them was here, of course, to finish that series where he made 766 runs.
Vaughan also hit the ball in the air that saw Glenn McGrath take that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard a bit about that over the
So he was unlucky, wasn't he?
Front foot no ball. Another one from Stokes. Spot a few this morning.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be bowling any extra balls. I mean, he's charging in.
2 for 186 there for the score. Stokes once more to Nisa. 2 slips the gully behind him. Bowls here. Nisa leaves on the 5th stump line. Again swinging just gently away into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Still moving. It just looked like it hit the seam and went on.
Because we saw that Kookaburra that Australia had. There was writing on it yesterday, wasn't there? We were into the sort of 46th over on. You spotted it on comms that the ball was in pretty good nick. We're into the 43rd over of this England bowling innings. Seeing on the screen the next man in for Australia, Steve Smith for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. Stokes in his 13th over, unchanged from the Paddington end this morning. Bowls to Nisa down the leg side. Smith does well to his left, taking it low. So it goes the other way, Fleming. Misdirected, but just proving that he can do it.
Yeah, he definitely swings the ball both ways. But so far, no wicket. They bowled pretty well, Stokes and Tongue. Can't fault their efforts.
And we know that Cast can, right? Like those 2 spells he bowled at Melbourne in the second innings, picking up.
Oh, they're going to need it here, aren't they?
He needs to lift. Because yesterday, as Brody was on comms at the time, he was despairing at the number.
He just doesn't control his stock ball.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Stokes 2 to come in this set. Bowls here to Nisa, who plays and misses, not far away, very close. Stokes follows through all the way to the batter.
He just wants to play that cover drive, Michael Nisa. And I reckon he's hit 2 and missed 10.
Seeing here straightening up off the seam, gorgeous bowling. Michael Nisa smiling as well. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Huge crowd in today. Most in pink here for Head early on, then Kawaja later, of course. Stokes will finish his 13th over here. Nisa defends, bat and pad glued together. That's better. Stokes parries it away in his follow through. 2 for 186, Head 106. Nisa 4, they trail by 198 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit the Toyota dealer today.
Are you on the road to wellbeing? Fuel your self-development journey with Mel Robbins' The Let Them Theory on Audible. Listen now and discover this life-changing tool.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway Batteries from Solar Heart. There is going to be a change from the Ram weekend. Matty Potts, none for 58 from 7 yesterday. Change of bowling for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Has to find a way to get himself into this spell, Flem.
Yeah, it's been tough work for him, isn't it? You just feel like if he'd played early in the series, I think he could have done a pretty good job. You know, he's not the quickest bowler, but you watch his highlights in England, bowls a really good line and length, but bowling to Travis Head, he does not let you settle.
He'll operate over the wicket. He's got a slip, bowling to Head, who straight away goes after him. Through the covers, crunches it before. Got there so quickly. He bent both knees as contact was made. It'll make for a lovely photo. Head 110, 2 for 190. Immediately Stokes.
Yeah, teammates need to be talking to Potts as well, mid-off, mid-on. I mean, but a warm-up ball, right arm, thank you very much, wide half volley. Travis Head's eyes just lit up.
Oh, he scythed at boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. That's not what Potts needed at all. Tries again, bowls to Head, goes again, over the cordon, 4 more.
Wow.
Wasn't in control of the shot, but it flew over about 4th slip, a couple of bounces into the rope beneath us. Travis Head 114, Potts under the pump, 2 for 194. He's got none for 66 from 7.2.
Yeah, his pitch map would be just all over the shop. You know, a wide half volley first ball, and then the next one wide, a little bit shorter, but he can't allow Travis Head to free his hands. I mean, they had 2 out on the leg side. There's only 1 now. I wonder whether they should have kept the 2 on the leg side, come around the wicket and try and cramp Travis Head, because there's a 3rd man, which is now a catching position for Travis Head.
Root brings him up 5 yards as well. Potts bowls to Head, who pulls. It's 3 balls in a row, out through mid-wicket, on his hip. Straightforward as it comes for a man in the form he's in right now. 3 boundaries to start Matty Potts' day. Australia suddenly up to 2 for 198. Head 118, that's a gift.
The one straight away, he's just bowling too short. He's got to get the ball up. So halfway down the track, it was probably on-off stump. And Travis Head, he did it early on yesterday in Potts' opening spell, just smashing him through the leg side. Things will be going a million miles an hour here for Potts. He just cannot get the ball in the right area.
So Stokes does go up and talk to him now. No change in the field. Potts, none for 70. Bowls here to Travis Head, leaves alone then. Gestures that he could have flayed it through the offside as well. Imagine that the heart rate of Matty Potts right now is Stuart Broad. He could talk to this as a former England quick, of course, for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Good morning, Broady.
Good morning. I've just been walking down the corridor for 4 balls. What have I missed?
Yeah.
Well, you missed wide of the off stump, half volley 4, then a wide delivery that ended up at 3rd man for 4, then a half tracker on his hip and went for 4 as well. Sorry to say.
Okay.
186. Australia more than halfway there in terms of the first innings score. To head, bowls Potts through square leg. Work to do for the sweeper. Ball versus man. Man will get there first, but it wasn't far away from a fourth boundary in the over. They return for an easy 2, head 120. Australia bring up their 200. 2 for 200, trailing by 184.
Thing is, Flem, well, problem with Test match cricket and where there's no hiding place for a bowler. That's why I have empathy for bowlers, where batters can make a mistake and go and sit down and have a cup of tea. Potts is 7.5 overs, none for 72. Australia, 2 for 200. He's got a lot of bowling to do here, still.
Character building stuff now.
It's a nightmare so far. Last ball of the over, 14 from it. Head leaves alone, way wide of the off stump, those T20 lines, just to give himself a chance to record a dot. 2 for 200, 14 from it, head 120. Nisa 4. They trail by 184 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Watch out for a crash in West Melbourne. Kensington Road is closed in both directions just north of Dynon Road. Crash also for Cheltenham, Oracle Road at Kingston Road. The Hume Freeway is slowing outbound passing Craigieburn Road, and we have heavy congestion through Heidelberg. Rosanna Road is very busy southbound just at Darebin Street. Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with the power to double your campaign effectiveness, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer. Every ball of the summer of cricket live.
2 for 200, SEN Test cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. Bert and Kahuna on the text line. Potts needs a pint. Settle. Might help. Bharat Sundaresan joining us as well. Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Stokes away from us. Continues his spell. Can he get Nisa? Bowls to him here. Nisa leaves alone. Morning, Baz.
Morning, gents. Brody. Pink Day is all about kindness and love and caring. Travis is not showing any of that to poor Matthew Potts. He almost, just that first boundary itself, there was almost a sense of this audacity of, yeah, you don't deserve to bowl to me. And you feel for him though. I mean, he's like waited, sat on the bench, bowled a lot in the nets.
So it's Nisa playing the role as night watchman through 45 minutes of play, facing up here and defending out towards mid-on.
What I would say about the over, though, Travis had sort of played each ball on its merit. They sort of all deserved to go to the boundary, didn't they? Even the last ball that he left alone was 8th stump full. I've seen Travis Head launch into that sort of delivery before. Matthew Potts got to settle quickly here, because it's not as if Stokes, the captain, can take him off and just not bowl him for a period of time. He's got to bowl, so he's got to figure out what his style is and be clever. Okay, Travis Head's fancy, give him one and bowl at Nisa.
2 slips when Stokes is bowling to Nisa, closer to the stumps and leaves alone an outswinger.
I mean, let's be honest, Nisa 4 off 49, 48. He's looked out of sorts, hasn't he? He's anytime he tries to hit the ball, he just misses it. So Matthew Potts has got to use a bit of experience, a bit of nous here, and bowl at the right batter. And then once you feel more comfortable, then you stride patterns in, you've bowled a few overs. That's when you can get more confident with your field placing and look to get Travis Head out. But you know, there's no harm in saying, okay, let's just get Travis Head at the non-striker's end for a period of time.
Stokes delivers here to Nisa, who defends. Yeah, it feels an important couple of deliveries here. That was off the shoulder of the bat. That they do get Nisa down the other end for the next over somehow. I mean, it's not as though Potts can't bowl to quality batters. He's picked up Kane Williamson 4 times in Test cricket, which has been highlighted before this Test match. He's been really reliable for England in that role. Wouldn't want to say uphill into the wind, but, you know, he's done a job for you guys.
He's a workworkhorse. He's fit. He charges in. I might put Tommy under a bit of pressure at some stage and see what he's like record-wise, left and right-handers. Because my gut feeling is he seems a better bowler to right-handers.
Nisa's one of them. Facing Stokes, delivers here. Nisa squeezing out to wide mid-on. That was bang on target, but well negotiated. He's faced 51 balls for his 4. 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, maybe this is one for next over, Brody, but you mentioned this, I think, during the second test, just a lack of communication between like the bowlers out there in the middle and Ben himself. And you spoke about how, you know, you always had Jimmy at mid-off, mid-on, and you were there at mid-off, mid-on. Like the importance of having someone like having a colleague at those positions.
Where's Potts now? Fine leg. very lonely place to be fielding. If that's him.
Sure is. Last ball here from Stokes into Neeson. Playing out to the offside. Head says no. Neeson wanted one, but Head wants another crack at Matty Potts, I suspect. 2 for 200. Maiden complete. 120 for Head. 4 for Neeson. Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit the Toyota dealer today.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government funded initiative.
Our first session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT, a session where Travis Head raised his 12th Test century, his 5th against England, his 3rd of the series. He's back on strike on 120 to Potts, who is having a conversation with Stokes about the field before they set the new over up. Oh, no slip, just a backward point behind the wicket, a fly slip. Well, more a third man actually, rather than a fly slip. A deep backward point, a deep square leg.
It's 50 over field.
He's just going to throw it as wide as he can. I mean, Travis Head might hit him over mid-off.
7-2 field. Potts bowls wide and Head cuts hard out to deep point. Takes the single. They'll all be pretty relaxed about that. 121 for him. 2 for 201. Of course, it's been a ground where England bowlers have periodically played here and not played again. Thinking Boyd Rankin's one test was here. Scott Borthwick, well, one test for England, I should say. Scott Borthwick got a test match here, albeit as a spinner. Mason Crane. I mean, it's a tough environment to be thrown into.
Yeah, coming in for the 5th and final test match, particularly at the back end of a tough tour. Boyd Rankin, from memory, barely bowled as well. I think he bowled, I mean, I'm guessing, it was a long time ago now. I'm thinking 4 or 5 overs and went off with
groin, I think it was.
Groin or hamstring.
Yeah. Potts into Nisa for the first time. Conventional field back 6-3, defended out to mid-on, and he gets the applause of his teammates. Just getting a dot recorded in the right part of the pitch, that'll be something to build from. Tommy's got something for us here for all the numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
Yeah, well, I researched Potts versus left and right-handers. Boyd Rankin, you're right, Broady. 8.2 overs, none for 34 in this test in 2014.
Bowled well in a test against England at Lords some years after that. Anyway, Potts towards us and towards Nisa. Bowls here. Nisa leaves alone in the channel.
So just on the previous over, Brody, you spoke about the loneliness of being at fine leg when you just bowled an over like Matthew Potts had. Like, so what do you do? I mean, what do you expect?
Listen, to me, it's a basic of getting your bowlers working as a partnership, that you're next to each other when you're bowling in a partnership. I mean, growing up for me, it was sort of Katich and Goff who just would be at fine leg, not talk and barely celebrate each other's wickets. Well, you're working together, you know, so get next to each other.
Potts to Nisa, 4 from 54. Nisa off his hip, he'll get a single. That's not the result they wanted. Gets Head back on strike with 2 balls left, 2 for 202.
Otherwise, you can go 40 minutes without even talking to the bowler at the other end. What's working? Is it wobble seam? Is it pitching the ball? How's the bouncer going through? Jimmy and I would talk. I don't want it to sound like it's our way or the highway or anything, but you're a partnership. You're working together. You wouldn't see a pair of batters bat for 45 minutes and just stand at the end of the over and not say a word, would you?
It's interesting. The convention's always been for the quick to go to fine leg and what you're saying there makes a lot of sense. So back to the 7-2 with Potts over the wickets ahead. There's a mid-on and a deep square leg and no one else on the leg side. Field spread on the off. Bowls here, Head goes across his stumps to open up the leg side, but doesn't make contact of a meaningful nature. Inside edge onto the pad, spills out to point.
That's just a complete disrespect of the bowler, that, isn't it? He's bowling to a 7-2 field offside, so there's a mid-on and a deep square leg. Travis has just stepped a foot outside off stump and tried to helicopter shot him over mid-wicket. Gosh.
Head smiling as well. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He feels like he can do what he wants to Matty Potts right now. Last ball of the over. Only 2 runs from it, but one more opportunity. Round weekend. Potts delivers. Head stays at home and leaves alone. 2 for 202. Australia trailing by 182. It's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life with Head 121 and Nisa 5.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Our first session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. There'll be a change of bowling from our Paddington and Bryden cast bowl. 9 overs yesterday, none for 43. RSEA Safety, the change of bowling, trusted by tradies across Australia. So talking with Stuart Broad here about the convention of the fast bowler going to fine leg, but the benefits of standing at mid-off, because, he would be lonely down there, Potts. I was interviewing an England domestic player earlier this year. He's sort of in his late 30s now, Benny Howe, and said that even now he goes to fine leg after a bad over and he finds it really difficult. Casts up, delivers here, leaving well wide of the off stump is Michael Nisa. So despite all the experience and all of the time playing the professional game, that loneliness may never really leave you. I mean, from your perspective.
And if you've bowled a bad over, if you've got a great over, then you start overthinking. If you're just on your own, you're not communicating anything with a teammate, a bowling partner. And I just found when Jimmy Anderson was at mid-on and I'm bowling, I could go, Jim, what do you think about going a bit fuller or bouncer now? And we'd be talking all the time.
Cass was wayward yesterday. Needs to get Nisa here, the night watchman. Leg stump line clipped away for one. Down to Matty Potts in front of the Clive Churchill stand at fine leg. 2 for 203, Nisa 6.
And you'll realise when you've worked as journalists watching it, you see it very differently from up here. You see it very differently from mid-on as you do when you're bowling. So any bit of information doesn't mean that I have to take it. It doesn't mean that I'm going, actually, yeah, Jim, I'm definitely going to bowl bounce because you suggest it. But it's options all the time. And we'd be going, Jim, you need to hold your front arm a bit longer. You're just rushing through your action. Your stride pattern looks long, so pick your knees up. All bits of info that might sound like overwhelmed, but it's not. It's just connecting with each other all the time, as batters do. End of the over, they'll tap gloves. What are you thinking? He's bowling quick. Let's see him off for 10 minutes.
Well, didn't you both say of each other, you're each other's best bowling coach?
100%. 100%. And you can try different deliveries at different times. And also, even if you're going for fours, what ball can I bowl to stop, to get Travis Head off strike?
Cass over the wicket to head, field spreads for him, opens it up, pulls hard out towards square leg, charts on the rope, and it is dropped.
No.
It is dropped on the rope. It was hanging in the air. Will Jacks was the man in front of the O'Reilly stand. It was in and out. Head gets a chance. England fans can't believe it. 2 for 204. Dearie me.
That's as easy a chance as you're going to get out of deep square leg. Bouncer field set, banged into the surface. Travis Head predetermined, he really backed away and it got a bit big on him. It's an absolute dolly. Absolute dolly. And it's in the air so long, I don't think there's a way that he's not picked it up. He's seen it all the way. It's just closed his hands on it too early.
How about just taking his eyes off it at the crucial moment as well? That's an odd bit of fielding. It's going to cost England. You just sense it. 2 for 204 back to Nisa. Cass in here, beating him outside the line of the off stump as the replay went up on the screen. Gave the crowd another chance to look in bewilderment.
In a weird sort of way, I know this is bad to say as an England fan, but quite enjoying what Travis Head's doing at the minute. I'm not that sad that he's not out, but it's quite entertaining, isn't it? We don't know what's going on. He's moving around the crease. But this is an absolute dolly to have put down.
To think how good a fielder Will Jacks is, took that screamer at the Gabba, the one-hander. And eyes off the ball. His fingers were pointed up. Just lost it. Cast bowls here, Nisa. Plays and misses way wide of the off stump for the umpteenth time this morning. No edge collected, though. The slips can't believe it. 180 behind Australia.
It's almost like there's something in his eye line at the last second. Just the way he moved his... like that. There's a moth in our ball.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, always got me before.
Maybe there was a moth out there in the middle. He just took his eyes away weirdly at the end.
Brilliant crowd reaction behind.
Hands on heads, hands on mouths. All the England fans a lot of them are concentrated in the bottom deck of the O'Reilly as well. It's batted for an hour this morning, Nisa, leaving alone in the channel outside the off stump. So 1 hour gone. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley replacing me after the break. 2 for 204. Head 122. Nisa on 6. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Australia 2 for 204. Travis had an inexplicable reprieve on 121. He has added that one run when Will Jacks dropped it. The field is spread as far as Potts Point. They are everywhere around the SCG. Potts to Head, who tucks around the corner for a single. He's only 2 steps out of his crease as it reaches Bethel. He's halfway down as the throw comes into the keeper, and a little jog to make his ground. So I've got Head 43 off 30 balls against Potts. And Potts in his 9 overs prior to this has gone for a 14, a 9, a 12, an 11 and a 14. And Head has been merciless on him. 14 off 6, 7 off 3, 7 off 3, 14 off 6. Yeah, so 43 from 30 balls. England quick with just nowhere to hide. None for 75 he has. Nisa whacks across the line. Dragged it out. Didn't get all of it. It's under the O'Reilly stand, but it will get to the rope before regardless. Boundaries for Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Stuart, hello.
Oh, you know you're bowling badly if you're finding the middle of Michael Nisa's bat this morning.
Dragged it in short. Oh, no.
Actually, interesting. Zach Crawley at square leg has done the same. He's not seen it at all. He's put his hands up as if I can't see where that is. If England fielders square of the wicket are just struggling with how much pink is in the ground, I suppose.
Potts over the wicket, bowls, Nisa leaves. So Bo Webster said this morning, explaining the ball that he just didn't see, he said there is a lot of pink and red's close to pink. No excuses. You should be taking that catch at first slip, but just didn't see it at all.
It's a complaint that I've heard before during the Sydney Test. Yeah. A few years ago, India played a test here. They dropped a couple of catches, and they not even dropped a couple of catches, were completely out of position.
Yeah.
2 slips in the gully in place. Nisa tries to cut, play and miss.
Yeah, and to share that empathy, actually, a couple of seasons ago, we were playing Test cricket in England, and a lot of the advertisement boards, it just so happened a lot of our sponsors were red logoed. So all the advertisement boards ended up red, and we had to actually put a bit of a complaint into the ECB saying, look, guys, we can't have these red boundary boards everywhere, because if you're nicking the ball and you've got 0.1 second to react, it makes a big difference. So Will Jacks was different. I think that went up into the sky. So that was just a poor technique.
Potts to Nisa, lets it go wide.
It's just one of those moments, right? Kind of sums up the day so far England have had. Oh, actually, the bowling innings they've had so far. Last thing you needed was a dropped catch. That's when the dropped catches come, though, sadly.
Late tour drudgery. They're still in front, but it does feel inevitable that Australia have got a big total on the brew here. And it sort of just adds to the insult. You think about the Duckett drop yesterday with the Jacks drop today. Nisa drives the last ball of the over back to Potts. It costs him only 5 on this occasion. 2 for 209. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Crews still clearing a crash in West Melbourne. Kensington Road remaining shut in both directions just north of Dinan Road. Bit of a mess there. Otherwise, the Monash Freeway, reports of a crash outbound at High Street. Delays are building. And the Hume Freeway, curiously slow outbound passing Craigieburn Road, the reasons of which are obscure. The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-6464-64. Bryden Cast begins the fresh over. Travis Head's on 123. It's down the leg side. Smith leaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the deep. Wombat is asking Stuart, could Potts suffer some, just a gentle concussion sub and you go out and replace him?
Not sure I'd fancy that, the minute with Travis Head in this sort of form.
You were saying yesterday you haven't bowled a ball since your retirement.
No.
Deliberately or just circumstantially?
Half deliberately, I'd say. I got a wicket with my final ever ball,
yes.
Quite a nice way to stop.
Cast bowls to Head, just drops the ball to the leg side and walks his single. He's 124 going at a runner ball still.
You know, I love the game.
He actually just had to scramble for his crowd of the non-strikers because the throw quite rightly came in and he was just meandering down.
Joe Root got annoyed with him walking down. He sprinted from mid-wicket to go and get that ball and picked the ball up and shied at the stumps. And actually, I think that's the right thing. England need to get a bit of energy back into this fielding group, and Travis Head is just walking some of the runs. That is definitely a tactic. You sprint, you pick the ball up and you throw it at the stumps, make him run.
Cast and Nisa, full driven, straight to cover, no run.
Sorry, maybe you can come back and bowl some spin, Roddy.
So, I mean, I definitely will play again. My daughters are 3 and 1, so when they get to an age where they might be playing a bit of cricket, I'd love to play cricket with them. And actually, my daughter's really into Bluey at the moment and reading a Bluey Plays Cricket book, and she came up to the lounge the other day at home with a bucket on her head and a golf club saying, I want to play cricket.
Cast and Nisa leaves tight to the off stump.
What would you say about those Bluey books? They're actually, for 3-year-olds, quite detailed. It's very Australian in the details. Like, well, backward point could go a bit more behind square.
Teach them early.
My poor partner's reading it going, what does that mean?
It's absolute genius, the way that Bluey is stitched into the cricket culture and more broadly, obviously. 2 slips in a gully for Nisa. Just reliving over and over again the drop of Will Jacks on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Cast bowls full, Nisa drives, mid-off field, Stokes no run.
Feels the right length from Katich. Yes, use your bouncer, but Nisa's been struggling on the drive. Whether it's to do with the blow he got on his back elbow yesterday, his back face is maybe not coming through as it would usually. So just getting up on that drive, he's got to nick one at some stage. You can't keep playing and missing as much as he is.
He's just sneaking in to get out of the way territory, I reckon.
Steve Smith certainly thinks so.
Last ball of Castle's over, and Nisa late cut through the gap for 4. That was a deft touch. Yes, score or get out of the way. Lovely boundary there for Zito. Brushless power tools do you. End of the over. 2 for 214. 50-run partnership between this pair on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever your do is, and wherever you do it, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 2 for 214, Heads 124, Nisa is 14. Matt Potts continues from the Randwick end at the SCG. Field spread, Head kicked out to the leg side, backs away, uppercut down to third, dive unsuccessful. Brydencast got moving to his left, didn't quite get there, and Head survives. He's 125.
Travis Head's got high potential just to give it away here, isn't he? He looks like he's just trying to hit the ball in really different location. I mean, the real batter in him would think, I could get a double 100 here. Really, this England attack is not looking particularly potent.
Cast left hand, reached out, hit the fingers. Did get to it. It would have been one of the all-time outfield catches. But a second life for Heads. Nisa on strike, drives, cover, knocks it down. He hit that one. I think Nisa's figured that out as well. Time to go or go. Now, Tom, you've been collecting bits and pieces for us. A bit of roadside reporting. Marshall Battery's holler for a Marshall Battery.
I'll give you one from the king of stats, Swamp, who has told me that Travis Head is the first person to score test tons in 7 different Australian states and territories. So he's done so in every Australian state and territory aside from Northern Territory. And, of course, he'll have a chance to do that later this year, Baz.
He hasn't played there yet.
Nisa edges, short of gully. Bethel picks up on the bounce.
I'll pick your brains, who've seen a lot of Travis Head. There's 12 Test match centuries, am I right in thinking? 11 in Australia, just 1 away in the World Test Championship final at the Oval against India. Why is it so weighted towards scoring runs in Australia and not scoring runs away from home?
I think in the subcontinent, he's in the last couple of years, he's been an opener. And he played vital innings. I mean, when they won in Indore a couple of years ago.
Nisa on 14 defends.
Which is when he just started opening, Brody, and it was a very narrow run chase, but a raging turner. Test match finished in 2 days. And he made, I think, 80-odd, much like his innings in Perth. I mean, we'll talk a lot about the Perth innings because it was 100 in an Ashes test. But I think it was equally as good. Ashwin and Jadeja and Akshar Patel were on fire, but that one stood out. It's a good question. I mean, he was left out of the Ashes team in 2019 at the Oval by Justin Langer. 2023, he almost got 100 at Leeds. You remember when he was swinging his bat around?
Got outdone by a lovely away swinger.
Potts to Nisa, leaves.
And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the away tests he has played in the last 2-3 years.
So New Zealand, he averages 17, but only across 2 test matches. Pakistan, 22. In Sri Lanka, he averages 20. In UAE, he averages 30.
That was his first series, though.
Yeah.
The West Indies, I thought he played 2 crucial innings, but nobody got runs last year.
An average of 37 is actually pretty good in the West Indies, given what we saw in that tour.
And this is one of the reasons he's been so keen on becoming a full-time opener everywhere.
Last ball of the over. Nisa slaps it out through extra cover for 4. And he gives Potts more of the treatments. Nisa's 18, 2 for 219. Australia running hot for Reem, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket's the Ashes for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. 2 for 219. Travis Head's been dropped on 121 and 124. He's 125. He's going to lock back in, or is he going to hit out here? Cast bowls to him. He lets the short ball pass. So what's he played? 65 Test matches, 28 of them offshore, so heavily weighted to being at home. 9 half centuries with the century at the Oval. So 90 in Ahmedabad, you were talking about, 77 at Lords and Leeds, 72 in Dubai against Pakistan, Bridgetown 61 and 59, a 57 at Gaul, a 51 and a 50 at Birmingham. Cast none for 50s in his 12th over. He bowls to Head, who tucks him away down the leg sides. Fielded down at fine leg, and he will walk the single. 126 for Head from 127 balls.
It's a bit like David Warner, isn't it? I mean, David Warner, for the longest time, had an incredible home record. Didn't make a lot of runs in England, thanks to you. And not in the subcontinent. He had a couple of great innings, I think one in Bangladesh. But India wasn't as happy hunting ground.
I think what's amazing about Travis Head is actually scoring these hundreds in a period of Australian cricket where the pitches are nipping all over the place.
Nice on 18. Swats across the line. He's dragged it away to mid-wicket. Duckett Fields, no run.
He's actually scoring his runs on the surfaces that are seeming the most in the world. You know, 3 out of the top 5 in the world, amount of movement in surfaces are in Australia. So you'd argue the easier batting conditions of your England's or Dubai and South Africa, India, he's not scoring his runs, but he's also arriving at his absolute peak, isn't he? The last couple of years, he's been absolutely magical.
2 in the deep on the leg side. So Duckett just saved a single in the infield. He's been pushed out under the Brawongle stand at deep mid-wicket. Cast to Nisa. Down on one knee. That's the drive he's been looking for all day. Right out of the meat of the bat. Smacks into the rope. Nisa's found his groove. He's 22 and he's starting to run hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong.
A bit of Desmond Haynes about that shot. Not down on one knee, Gerard. You would have grown up watching a lot of Desmond Haynes do that.
He's been playing and missing with one knee down on the ground. I'm not sure I've seen that terribly often, but that's the one. That's the one. 2 for 224. Cast to Nisa. Chops on the upright. Out to cover. No run.
And to your point, Brody, I think that which is why the next 18 months of Travis Head's Test career will be vital, because he plays so much away cricket. He's never played Test cricket in South Africa, so that'll be a challenge. India and England next year. The form that he's in, like you said, and if he can keep his place as an opener, I can't see how they move him away from there now.
Yeah.
And just having that consistency is okay. I'm a full-time opener in every condition, and he's been privately anyway wanting that for a while.
He's certainly secured it now. Cast last ball of his over. Nisa tucks him away to leg. That's the single that was opened up for him, so he'll keep the strike. 2 for 225 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Stay cool this summer with Chadson Toyota's service special.
Get air conditioning services for just $295 or add AC sanitised deodorize and filter replacement for only $199.
Book today.
T's and C's apply. Visit chadsontoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Josh Dunn bowls to Travis Head. He pushes for his century. Out through cover. All the way to the rope before. Swishes the bats. Wow. These are heady times indeed. What a slip bowling to Head, who straight away goes after him. Through the covers. Crunches it before. Field spreads for him. Opens it up. Pulls hard out towards square leg. Chance on the rope. And it is dropped. It is dropped on the rope. Cast Nisa. Down on one knee. That's the drive he's been looking for all day. Right out of the meat of the bat. It is the drinks break in this prolonged opening session for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 2.5 hours to begin each day's play for the remainder of this test, given the play that was lost on day one. Australia has progressed from 2 for 166 to 2 for 225. Travis Head brought up his century. He's on 126. Michael Nisa's getting going on 23. So they just take their time over this drinks break. Bundaberg ginger beer. Treat yourself this summer with ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew. Bharat, Stuart Broad had spoken about the tactic of just get head off strike for a while. So he took 14 from the Potts over, and since then he's only faced 10 balls in 7 overs, and he's been dropped twice.
Yes.
So this is sort of boring him out. You're just not getting a look at it. And when he is, he's been a bit too ambitious, probably through impatience.
Yeah, and that is one way of getting at Travis Head, because he's such a rhythm player, isn't he, Gerard? Once he's in that flow, he's unstoppable when he's in this kind of mood, and he's already made some runs. But yeah, keep him away from the strike, and he will try something expansive. See, Ben Duckett is very good mate from their Worcester days. Go and have a bit of a chat with Travis Head.
So there is a bit of an obligation on Nisa to try to turn the strike over to him. So our experts for Eufy PoE Systems Professional Grade Security for Complete Home Protection. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good morning, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
We're just saying, Head's only faced 10 balls in the last 7 overs. So this is, and Stuart Broad's been sort of pushing for this tactic. Give him the single, get him off strike, and then pin down the other batter and see if you can just disrupt the rhythm of Head and force a degree of boredom. So they haven't done a whole lot right, England, but at least they've got that going.
Yeah, or what they got wrong was they could have removed Head had they taken that catch.
So Potts starts anew after the drinks break. He bowls a bouncer and Nisa's underneath it.
Look, Michael Nisa's done a great job. I don't think he'll continue to be... We've seen signs of it in the last few overs. He's getting more aggressive. But I think initially he's won Australia the first hour of play, which is perfect. And if they're playing the long game, Australia will reap the rewards later today and potentially into tomorrow, depending on how long this innings goes, because there's so much batting to come. So I think they're doing the right thing. But I don't expect Michael Nisa to be defensive now for this next part of the game. I think he'll start to flow a bit more.
Potts bowls to Nisa, jumps, pops it up. There's no one on the offside. So it's an easy single. Potts none for 85 as he starts his 12th over.
Getting that long spell into Ben Stokes early and not giving him a wicket. Yes, he played and missed at a lot of deliveries, but I thought that was vital. Josh Tongue, another one.
If I was Ben Stokes, I'd be throwing Will Jacks the ball now. So you dropped him, you get him out. And that's not having a go at him. It's just more a case of sometimes a player needs to get back into the action to make amends, and what better way to do it than to give him the ball and find out whether there's any turn in the surface. He might surprise himself. There's no point just keep running in bowling quicks all day.
Deficit is 158. Potts to Head. Big swing across the line. So he's in hit-out phase here, Head, isn't he?
He's in the mode where he does not care whether he gets out or not. Yes, he wants to score runs, and if he gets out, he'll be disappointed, but you know, he's playing with the complete freedom now. He's just going to try and take him down and score as quickly as he can.
He's kicked right out to the leg side in his stance.
Yep. He even shuffled right across at one stage. It was a bigger prelim movement than I had at one stage, I reckon.
So he scored 44 from 32 balls against the Potts. Head, that's a very high bouncer. Should have been called a wide, but isn't.
Just has always come across as a batter, Travis Head, who won't have, who knows, he might turn it around now that he's opening, who is not the guy who will have multiple double hundreds and a triple hundred, right? He gets to that 120, 130, and then he decides to just start swinging at everything.
Yeah, he just wants to have fun. And that's what you get from those sort of natural ball strikers that love scoring quickly. It's not about how many they make, it's about how quickly they make them.
Pushing deep mid-wicket back. Potts just a little tentative from the top of his mark. Bowls to Head, it just rides the bounce, plays it away to square, no run.
And this is the sort of style of cricket you see a lot at the lower level, say in county cricket or Sheffield Shield cricket, when someone's too good for that level. And you see this sort of field, they've run out of options. They can't get him out normally. So it's just, let's go to this to try and hope that he makes a mistake, because the ball's aerial and he's trying to hit a clear 5 or 6 guys on the fence that are 80 metres away.
Partnership 64 from 127 balls. Potts to head, just a bit tied up as he tried to whip it away to the leg side. So 4 dots from Potts to head, 1 from the over. 2 for 226, the Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Hearts. 2 for 226 Australia. Heads 126. Nisa is 24. The Julian text 3 cat. My old cricket captain used to call it the redemption over. Will Jacks actually fielded a ball in the middle of that over and he bowled it back just to try to get himself into it all. Nisa lets the short ball go from Cass.
Well, the worst thing they could do is wait till the middle session to bowl spin. It spins, and then you find out too late. Like, this is same stuff now for the whole session. You've got to break it up and try something, even if it's just for 2 overs. Because in this mode, Travis Head's going to try and take Will Jacks down. So try and buy a wicket and then work on the new batter, and then hopefully if you get rid of Nisa, you've got 2 openings and you go from there with still a lead on the board. It's about trying to get that mindset right around, right, we've got 4 down, let's go again now.
Cast and Nisa defends to the offside.
And they would have been hoping that at the start of the day. Get Nisa out early, get Head out early, 4 down, we've still got plenty of runs to play with, but they're still, an hour or so later, still in the same position. Well, what's done is done, but now you've got to go again from this perspective and keep fighting.
53rd over with this ball, so 27 overs for Australia to make hay. The scoring rate is 4.3. So you can sort of forecast as if England don't take wickets and Australia are going to rush past them. 2 for 226. Cast bowls. Nisa again just balloons up on the leg side off a pad this time. Falls safely. Ray in Merton. Well, he hails from Merton, but he's listening from Vero Beach in Florida in the US and enjoying every moment of the game. Cheerio to you, Ray. 0433 98 11 16 to play along at various stages across the Sydney Test as we round out the Test cricket summer on SEN.
And Travis Head is batting he's like walking around like he's on the beach anyway. And then if you're England, you look up at that scoreboard and say Bo Webster at number 9. There's a lot of batting to contend with from this point.
Cast bowling over the wickets. Full. Nisa jammed out the Yorker. It hit the boot as well. That's what they're asking for. Now England are down to 1 review and they've already burnt one on the night watcher.
Oh no, not 2.
This is a big call to go against Nisa. Getting mocked by the crowd. Oh, Ben Stokes is going to do it. He watched the clock run right down to 1.
Oh no.
Cheap as you'd want to be right here. LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well, throughout this series, he's put a lot of faith in Bryden Cars. He's really put his faith in Bryden Cars here.
Is not out.
He's really forced his captain to go for the review.
Can go to front on, please.
Oh, this just has to be right. Or it's ridiculous.
I know. It's desperation stakes.
2 reviews against Nisa. Waiting for a first look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Would like to see the ultra edge. Ball is very close to the tip of the foot. Yes, please.
Does it clip? Did you think it clipped the toe on the way through?
Toe on the way through, maybe.
Ball is very close to the foot.
Yeah, it does. Because
would like to see the ultra RTS, please.
And then the question is he in line with the off stump or has he got himself outside?
Yeah, so it'll be where it hits the line now. It's definitely come off the boot.
Yeah. And Ben Stokes is already celebrating with Bryden Cars.
Nice and slow.
Umpire Damascena.
Can you move back, please?
Yeah. That should be in line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that looks out.
Yep.
I can see ball has touched the foot. You can go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but I would like to see the first, the before one, the sticker one. Yep.
So the diligence around whether this has touched the black sole, which
with the sticker replay, please.
Over the toe.
Yeah. Clearly, ball hit the boot. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
So let's
on-field
see.
it is not out. Impact outside.
Oh, wow.
Chris, you can stay with your on-field call, not out.
England's desperation sees them out of reviews, and still the night watcher is present. That's just horrendous strategy, and Ben Stokes has to earn it. He can have his hands on his head all he likes, but he has used 2 reviews this morning against Michael Neser, which is frankly daft.
When it comes down to the post-mortem of this tour, I think in the top 10 reasons, Ben Stokes' blind faith in all things Bryden Cars has to be in it.
Yep. Cast continues as he bowls to Neser, and it's left alone. So think about the job Neser's done here. 24 from 85. That's called a wide. It was too high, much to the delight of the local crowd. So Neser has thwarted them for 85 balls. He's poured a long spell into Ben Stokes, and he's absorbed 2 reviews to leave them short-handed, separate to making a double century. I'm not sure a night watcher has ever done a more comprehensive job of draining the opposition.
And he's got 4 for 60 in the first innings. He's probably already man of the match.
Yeah.
In front of Travis Head, who's probably going to go and get 300 out here.
And now it's just a free swings for the rest of the batting order. Ducking the bouncer again is Neser.
It also took enough time out of the last over last night after copying that blow.
Yeah.
So Ben Stokes, and he's frustrated Ben Stokes more than any Australian cricketer, it feels like, in this Ashes series.
He's going to have lost a lot of trust in a number of his players. A number of them.
Just look at him right now.
He's doubled over, hands on knees. As the toll of it all is quite visible on the England captain. Not the first to suffer this fate either. Cast bowls to Neser, who tucks him away to legs. Head sends him back. Over 2 for 227 at the end of the over. The Glencore scoreboard advancing every day. Live, Tom Morris will come in on the change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. FOSROC are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on FOSROC's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose FOSROC. FOSROC.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart. Australia 2 for 227. Head 126. Neser 24. England has no reviews left. Potts is bowling to Travis Head, who's letting this ball go through to the keeper down the leg side. The field is spread, and the English would be relatively flat. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming are alongside me. Welcome back, Flem.
Hey, Tom. Cato.
Good morning, Flem, Tom, all our listeners.
It's just everything's going wrong for the English, isn't it?
Yep. The wheels are coming off rapidly. And the
no
worst
reviews left.
Ben Stokes is on him as well. He's on a pair. That sort of stuff follows you around.
Potts to Head. Head gives himself some space. Cuts it down to deep backward point for 1.
Calling it early, Si.
Well,
imagine that.
That would sum the series up for him.
And Michael Neser's still out there.
Yep. Done a great
24
job.
24 runs. 5 first-class hundreds. I reckon Neser's just sort of thinking about, wouldn't that be an absolute dream for him?
Yeah.
Known as the pink ball test bowler. Consecutive red ball test matches for Australia in an Ashes series.
He's facing Potts now, and he's having a big swing inside edge, I think, onto his pad. They'll pick up 1. It's a leg bye.
Oh, geez, he's
hurt.
lining that up too. Yeah, I mean, he got hit last night, didn't he, from Ben Stokes, Michael Neeser. I wonder if it's in a similar position.
He's taken his gloves off and he's feeling for his hand, so the umpire's given it a leg bye. But something's got him. Yeah, his helmet is off and he's feeling for that right arm.
He got hit in the right arm last night, which was one of the concerns was his bowling arm. I reckon it's hit him in the same spot again.
Just waiting for the replay screen to show us what happened, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. We're going to have a delay in play now because the medical team is going to come out and have a look at Michael Neese's right arm. I wonder if he's been hit on that elbow again, that right elbow, Flem, that you spoke of.
I just feel like it's the same spot.
Yeah. What did you said it was flesh yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah. It was more forearm. It didn't hit him on the bone of the elbow. Yeah, it's hit him in the same spot again.
He's got that right forearm strapped, and yeah, it's hit him on the point of the elbow as he gestures to the medico. It's painful.
Yeah, particularly when it's swollen after all the swelling last night.
Swollen and bruised, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, got him again.
A glancing blow. That would barely show up on Snicko. Just touched the bottom of the elbow. Ricocheted onto his back pad.
He's got the double corky. Right in the same spot.
Ouch.
Oh. Travis Head's enjoying a break. You can have a drink. Flem, what are your thoughts on the way England are attacking this contest at the moment? Or can I say attacking? Playing this game.
Oh, well, it's just the way it is, isn't it? I think it's more the stories about Travis Head and how well he's just been able to dominate this series and in the new role of opening the batting. You know, I think England's bowling's just it's restricted. I don't see them having many options at all. You know, Potts has come in. First test is the last test. There's been no practice games. You know, it's a big ask for him. Cass has got wickets, hasn't he? But he is so inconsistent with his line and length. I'd hate to be captaining him and trying to set the fields.
Yeah. So Potts has no wicket for 86 from 12.4. They persisted with him from this end that he's bowling to Travis Head now. He's batting well outside the leg stump and he's guiding the ball over the keeper's head for at least a couple. Open the face of the blade. He'll wander back for two. Went over the first slip, really, if anything.
I mean, the field itself at the moment sums where this England team's at, because this is the sort of tactics and field that you see at the lower level at Shield cricket or county cricket when someone is too good for your bowling lineup.
Yep.
And this is happening in a test, and it's happening within the first 54 overs of the test. That's a worrying sign for England.
There's men out, heads outside the off stump, and he moves across the crease, and that's a wide down leg side. Oof. Matthew Potts' day going from bad to worse.
This is demoralising for them.
That's a double wide.
He's got a wide in Test cricket. He's arguing with the umpire now, but
oh, I wouldn't be doing that.
We'll have a look at it again on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, saving your prescriptions. So Travis Head knows it's going to be short. It's just whether he gets inside of it or gives himself room. Batting we're used to bat, Cat, only without a trigger. Facing Potts now, gets inside of it. Almost gloved through to the keeper. End of the over. No, sorry, one remaining.
He is triggering. Every now and then he'll trigger and goes. There was one where he got way outside off stump. Went further than I used to. But that's good on his behalf because he's making it harder for the bowler.
Oh, you hate it.
Because he's unpredictable.
Someone like that.
And that's the beauty of going both ways. I think when you see players do that a lot now in T20 cricket, the stumps become irrelevant. They're just trying to throw the bowler off what line to bowl. So at least then it can open up the offside for him.
Let's get the impression he's waiting for one about chest height. Facing Potts now. That is chest height, but he guides it down to fine leg for one.
He's just walking.
He's going to walk the single and then jog at the very end when he needs to. So Travis Head's now 130. Australia 2 for 233 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
We have a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound before the Tulla Freeway. A right-hand lane is shut there with delays back past Pascoe Road, and reports of a crash on the Tulla Freeway itself. That's city-bound just before Brunswick Road with some delays seemingly building. And in West Melbourne, a crash yet to be cleared. Kensington Road just north of Dynon Road. There will be train disruptions on the Cranbourne, Pakenham, Sunbury, Werribee, Williamstown and Sandringham lines at times in January. Visit transport.vic.gov.au for more info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer. Every ball of the summer of cricket live.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Bryden Cass yet to take a wicket in this innings. He's going at about 4.5 runs and over. 4.38 to be exact. Bowling to Travis Head, who's 130 not out, and he smells blood. This time he defends the ball off the back foot to point where the umpire's standing. For once he ran through looking for 2 and he settles for 1. 131 he moves to.
Why wouldn't you want to get back on strike? The form he's in, and an opponent that's on its knees at the moment. I mean, this innings could get right out of hand for England for what we're seeing at the moment. It's only early in day 3. This could be carnage.
It's just the strike rate too. They're 2 for 234 in the 55th over.
Yep.
Australia.
I said this morning on the new ball, it's a toothless bowling attack. It's probably harsh on Ben Stokes. He's the one tooth.
And Tongue.
Oh,
yeah.
You don't rate Josh Tongue?
I do, but he hasn't.
Wow.
Give him the new ball. Cass is bowling to Nisa and he lets it through to the keeper. Of course I do. But this bowling attack on the whole is nice for Travis Head, is it not?
Yep.
Matthew Potts hasn't played any cricket since Lilac Hill.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what we've talked about. Surely in 4 years' time, they'll be having better preparation than this.
They'll play a full Shield season before the Ashes starts. 10 games.
Probably for Western Australia.
Every team twice. And they'll be cooked by the time the Ashes start.
I think Todd Greenberg opened it up for some of their players to play in the Shield. No.
Are any of the states taking them?
Caster Nisa, he gives himself room, lets it go through to the keeper.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah, if you're a state coach or a CEO, would you even consider taking, let's say, Joe Root?
No, it's different because of county cricket. They're like members. They're like like a AFL club, and is it 18 or 20 counties? 18. So you could see where it could work. There we've only got 6 teams.
Yeah. So if you're coaching,
so every player needs to be available to play for Australia.
Yep. Sorry, Joe, no time. Ben Stokes, no room for you.
Nope.
Cass approaches. Sunshine at the SCG. Bowling to Nisa. It's pitched up and he's out. Cass takes his first for the innings. Bronx cheers, if anything. Michael Nisa will go. He more than did his job. 24 runs from 99 balls. Burned a couple of reviews on behalf of his team. And he departs. Australia 3 for 234.
Yeah, outstanding job from Michael Nisa. Got through last night, did what he had to do, came out today and absorbed the pressure early, and he's worn this England attack down. But decent ball there from Bryden Cass, went fuller, a little bit of shape and caught the outside edge, and Jamie Smith did the rest. So excellent job. And now the cheers for Steve Smith. Still a few boos, obviously, from the English, but the Sydney crowd are loving it.
Yeah, they're trying to deafen the boos, aren't they? And they have won, and they should, because he's one of Australia's great batsmen, batting at home. He'll want to cash in here.
Has 4 Test match centuries at the SCG, averages 64.5. Playing at number 5 due to Michael Nisa's position as the night watcher. It's a nice little edge through to Jamie Smith. Simple catch. Moving to his right ever so slightly. Those catches, classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans.
And it's funny with Ness got his footwork a little bit muddled there, but that's a good full outswinger. And that's the frustrating thing. If he could make that his stock ball cast, he would get hundreds of wickets. But after a good delivery like that, the percentages of him bowling a short one down the leg side or getting cut are very high from watching this series.
Do you think he could modify that last little bit of his run-up with the takeoff? And because it feels like that's where a lot of his inconsistency comes from.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it's ingrained so much, isn't it?
Can you not train yourself? Like, say, for instance, he gets a stress fracture and he has to remodel his landing position with both his feet and the alignment of all of that. Could you, if you have to do that?
That forces you to make a change, but you'll have time out of the game. But if you're not injured, are you going to take that time out of the game to do it? I think when you shorten your run-up, it would shorten his jumping stride.
Cast to Smith. Smith down the leg side. There is a leg slip in place. He pulls his hands out of the way at the right time. So 2 and a gully, a vastly different field.
And his front foot, sways out so much. So if there was one, I'd want him to get his front foot down quicker and straighter towards the batsman.
Yeah.
But it goes out towards second slip, so your body follows it, and then you want to push the ball back in. It's a very unique action, but that's a long stride, isn't it? A lot of time in the air.
Would David Saker be telling that to him, or not mid-series?
Oh, I think Sakes is just an interim bowling coach.
Yeah. Cast approaches again, bowling to Stephen Smith, and Smith plays him outside the off stump. That had some bounce and some carry. That's the end of a successful over for England. A couple of them saying that. 3 for 234 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Australia 3 for 234 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Matthew Potts continuing to Travis Head. Field is spread, has a crack down the leg side, a waft through to Jamie Smith. Those stats, that partnership, of course, between Head and Nisa was 72. Those stats for pay.com.au, points for business.
Well, if England can drag the mistake out of Travis Head here, it becomes a nice little 40-minute window for them, with Smith being new to the crease and then getting Khawaja out here and having a double breakthrough. It might just give the energy in the group a bit of a boost.
2 tactics here for Travis Head, stepping inside of her, giving himself room. Every ball was short, including that one. Looked like he almost guided it straight to the keeper. The face of the bat. He ended up where short leg would be standing, Travis Head. That's how much he was falling back.
I reckon Brighton Castle's down here at the fly slip. If he starts moving to his right, which he's starting to take a couple of steps, Travis Head's eyeing off the ramp over the keeper. He's already played it once. Potts doesn't have the pace for it to go all the way. So if I was him, I'd be coming in sort of 10 metres, darting to my right, because I reckon Travis Head's thinking this little ramp shot here is a catch coming.
Absolutely. He doesn't want to hit it through the leg side.
Potts bowls, pulled away from Travis Head. Finds the gap for 4 between backward square leg and fine leg. The call was catch. 1 bounce boundary. Another one for Travis Head is 135.
There's 4 men out there, and they couldn't stop that. Another boundary to Travis Head. Gee, this is good to watch. 4 men out, Cato.
Those boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market, make it yours. I think Travis Head's probably smiling as well, isn't he?
He smiled the whole innings.
Those 2 men are probably only, 20 metres apart?
Yeah. He just helped it on its way. Potts to Head. That's pulled away, straight to the fielder at fine leg. Jacob Bethel for 1, which will bring Stephen Smith on strike. Potts has no wicket for 95 from 13.4.
It's going to be a very quick 100 for Potts.
And it might be a double sidecar, the way it's going. If Smith gets stuck in and a few of the others.
Yeah, it's only in his 14th over.
The double.
It's a long couple of days ahead, potentially. His first test match on Australian soil. They've got 2 and a gully now for Steve Smith. Back to more of what we would call a regulation field. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward, square leg, fine leg. All looks very normal. Matthew Potts to Steve Smith for the first time this summer. He bowls, and Smith lets that go down the leg side as well. No leg slip like they have for other bowlers at the other end. Smith isn't happy with something behind the bowler's arm.
Happens every year at this end, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Randwick end causes Steve Smith a lot of grief. It's the people above the sight screen, maybe? Or is it the cameraman?
Gee, I tell you what, it looks like the cameraman, I reckon.
Oh, there's something on, no, there's something on the sight screen. So not the sight screen that move left to right, but the sheeting on the seats. Can't quite work out what it is. Someone's gone and got it.
Just a hat, is it?
Yeah. It's a tiny. It'll be
one of those 4. You put it up 4 and 6. Oh, and he wants a 6. He's called for it. He's done the work.
Yeah.
That young man.
It's one of those cardboard 4 bits of paper.
He did specify he would prefer a 6.
Potts to Smith is wide of the crease, and Smith's playing with an open blade to gully. All the way along the ground. Into the over. 3 for 239 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
3 for 239, SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hard. Cast is bowling to Travis Head. The field is spread. He's over the wicket. Head's defending down the pitch. I'm here for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. Damien Fleming is alongside me. Flem, I feel like they're out of ideas to Travis Head. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep forward square, and then a square leg. Field is set for one sort of bowling only. Cast picked up Nisa in the previous over. He's bowling to the Centurion now. Head gives himself room, cuts forward of point. In fact, he cuts into the covers. Doesn't quite time it. Get himself off strike. He moves to 137. And then the field will come in for Steve Smith.
It's 2 totally different batsmen at the moment, isn't it? Like, it's unconventional cricket with Travis Head on strike. England do not know where to bowl to him, don't know what field to set. And then Stephen Smith coming in. He's only been there 4 balls. Okay, we'll see a few slips. Traditional field. Yep. It's like you're watching a T20 game at one end and Test cricket at the other.
Yeah. 2 completely different games. Ben Stokes orchestrating the entire thing. So that leg slip is back now for Bryden Cast. Bowling to Steve Smith. Delivers now, and Smith defends. Indicates it might have stayed low a little bit, as he so often does.
Yeah.
Did it?
I think it did.
Yep.
I mean, we saw some real inconsistencies when Australia were bowling around this time yesterday, particularly with Michael Neser. Yeah. One keeping low, one going through the top, but we haven't seen much inconsistency from England, whether they're not bowling accurate enough or don't have the ball speed.
Yep. Second new ball is due in 23.3 overs, so that'll come sometime in the second session, halfway through the second session, thereabouts. Cast bowl, Smith drives through covers beautifully. On the up. The chase is on for Ben Stokes. That's the last thing he needs from mid-off. Smith's going to look for 3. It's not a long boundary and decides against it. He'll settle for 2 and he's off the mark.
It always makes you feel better, doesn't it? Getting off the mark.
Especially with a nice cover drive.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Loves batting here, Steve Smith. 4 Test centuries. We know how much he loves batting against England. And he missed out on this series because he didn't play in Adelaide, and that would have been the test on that pitch. Had vertigo. Want to make the most of it here when conditions favour the Australians. Cast bowls to Smith, works to the leg, then Duckett fields, but he'll scamper through for 1 to mid-wicket. He moves to 3 Australia 3 for 243s, and Travis Head running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
Yep, back to T20 cricket now. The field spreads with Travis Head on strike, 4 men out on the leg side. What's deep point?
Yep.
A third man, which is a catching position for Travis Head. And Cass still bowling with pretty good speed, but the accuracy just isn't there.
Yeah, he's going at the same economy as he has done all summer, just hasn't been taking the wickets. Though he did get Nisa 5 minutes ago. He's bowling to Travis Head here, gives himself room, slaps it away, hits it well for 4. Beats the man in deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Premeditated shot. The ball was where he wanted it. Another boundary for him. He's starting to motor again. Australia 3 for 247 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. How do you bowl to Travis Head in this sort of situation? It's difficult, isn't it? So Josh Tongue is being introduced into the attack. He has no wicket for 40 from 14. Australia 3 for 247. Those stats for pay.com.au, points for business. No surprise that Travis Head is our leading run scorer in the Australian innings. TSC speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice.
I think a good move. Josh Tongue's an excellent bowler. Man of the match in the MCG pitch. He bowls well to Travis Head. He is one of the few English bowlers that, if he's not getting him out, he's contained to a certain degree. And Stephen Smith just got to the crease.
Yep.
That's when you're most vulnerable.
Loves bowling to Stephen Smith, as you said. Got him out at the MCG. Tongue to Smith. Let's go through to the keeper. You know, very rarely see Steve Smith comprehensively bowled, and that's what we saw in Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah.
One. We also got him out in a first-class game, and then 3 other times in Test cricket as well.
Yeah, and he's bowled 31 balls to Travis Head, only 18 runs. So you compare that to the other bowlers are going at least to run a ball.
Oh, yeah. And Travis Head to Ben Stokes before this innings. 184 runs from 152 balls in Test cricket. Tongue's bowling to Smith. Smith outside half of the bat to backward point, squirts it away. Smith 1,099 runs here at the SCG at 64.
Brilliant.
5th on the all-time record behind Ponting, Border, Greg Chappell and David Boone. And he's within striking distance, really, of Border, Chappell and Boone, and 300 away from Ponting. Two dots so far this over. Tongue bowling to Smith. 2 in a gully in place. Smith defends to the offside. Scampers through for 1. Good busy cricket. That region is open. It moves to 4.
It is good batting, isn't it? Get down the other end. Travis Head's on fire. And if he continues to plunder the boundaries, it's going to be easier for Stephen Smith at the other end.
What a nice time for Steve Smith to come in and bat.
Yep. Yep.
He's got time. The pitch seems to be fairly docile today.
Yeah, and what is it, the 58th over? So there's still plenty of overs before that second new ball.
Head's got a look in his eye here. If the ball's in the opposite half, he's going to swing. That's down the leg side. He drops his hands on it.
I think there's times where he does set himself to hit through the offside.
Yeah.
Like on that occasion. So when he gets one at the body, you know, he decides not to play the shot. But we saw in the previous over that happened, and the second ball he got a bouncer, but he'd set himself to hit through the leg side and he found the boundary.
Would they even consider going for a double bluff? Full delivery to Travis Head? Every ball is short at the moment. Not many men in front of square, certainly in the offside. That's down the leg side again. Travis Head lets it go through.
And even just off-pace bounces too, you know, which we see a lot in T20 cricket, because when you're playing the horizontal shot, you're relying on the information you've got from the release, consistent pace and bounce. But if there's variable bounce or variable pace off the pitch, it's tough to keep the ball down.
Just the one run from Tongue's over. Travis Head's being patient, waiting for the ball in his area. He's 141 not out. Tongue bowls now, defends Travis Head right in front of his eyes, down on the leg side for a dot. End of the over, 3 for 248 on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life, there'll be a change in commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Adam Collins is coming in.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosroc are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosroc's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosroc. Fosroc.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Into the last half an hour of this extended first session on day 3. Australia started at 2 for 166. They've moved along to 3 for 248. Nisa, the man to fall, doing a great job as night watchman. 90 balls for his 24 before Bryden Cast nicked him off. Partnership of 72 with Travis Head. Remains there on 141. 12th Test ton race in the first half an hour of play today. Steve Smith, the acting captain, on 4. And Matty Potts got none for 95, starting his 15th over here. Bowling to Smith, away from us delivers, and Smith defends back down the pitch. No run. So Smith, an opportunity to really get stuck in. 136 away from parity Australia. Smith on a ground that he loves batting at. If he can get himself to lunch, build this partnership with Travis Head, this could be a massive day for Australia. No rush at all. First session of the third day. 2 slips to gully, conventional field for Potts, who bowls to Smith. Shout for leg before. Umpire Gaffney says no. And of course, England have burnt all 3 reviews.
He's gone upstairs though.
LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer. Would Liquorland choose to drink wide?
Was wide of the crease, I think, going down and height, as Stephen Smith umpired himself. But that's a win for Potts. I don't remember too many LB shouts from his bowling.
None for 95, his analysis. Up to Stephen Smith bowls. Here's Smith. Little stump line, defends to mid-wicket a little bit awkwardly. Had a look before that. The quickest that a bowler has conceded 100 runs in a test match. He's not going to be that, thankfully, for Potts' sake. Wagner conceded 100 runs in 66 balls once in a test match that he was playing against England at Mount Maunganui a couple of years ago, when England had the foot down in the
full Bazball, yeah.
Was going over the top. We're seeing the projection on our screen here.
So it looks like Potts is coming wide of the crease and angling the ball in. So they're changing field. They've got a catching mid-wicket now. Going to cramp Smith for room.
Smith on 4, Potts to him across the stumps, then leaving an outswinger that did a bit. Hear the grunt from Potts. He's trying his hardest to give himself an opportunity. That's better.
That was wide of the crease, but he got the ball to swing away.
Yeah,
a little bit like Farney de Villiers in the day, the South African fast bowler who bowled Australia out here in 1993-94. But he bowled so wide of the crease, Farney, but he had the great ability to still swing the ball away from right-hand batsmen.
What a reference. 6 for to rout Australia.
Yeah, he was a terrific competitor, Farney.
Catching mid-wicket. 2 left in the over. All dots for Potts. Delivers here. Smith across the stumps and from the middle stump line, pushing to that straight catching mid-wicket. No run. One of those thrilling 4th innings chases where Australia had a bit of a reputation of falling just short there, but in the last 20 years or so, they've been fairly clinical.
Yeah.
Were you involved in any of those, Flem, where you kind of were chasing something?
Oh, we spoke about the MCG. That's a bit of a regret, that 98, 99, where we were trying to finish it early.
Potts bowls to Smith. Oh, shout again, but there's an inside edge. Ends up at short leg where there isn't a fielder. And Matt Potts has bowled a maiden. What? 3 for 248, heads 141, Smith 4. He gets a few pats on the bum. They trail by 136. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
While the Aussies hold the line this Ashes, make sure your ute does the same. Max Liner's got the gear that lasts the innings. Venture canopies, Max Pro floor liners, tough 4x4 accessories and more. Set yourself up at maxliner.com.au/SEN.
The Ashes on SCN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Josh Tongue starting his 16th over. Field spread everywhere for head. Bowls here, short. Goes back to hook it, misses. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the leg side rope. Deep mid-wicket, deep forward square leg. Deep backward square leg, almost a long leg and a fine leg. Jacob Bethel.
And it's a short boundary down there, isn't it? I think Travis Head just feels like he's going to hit it for 6.
A top edge will end up somewhere in the clock tower above the members' pavilion. On the offside, we've got the fly slip, more than a third man. A deep backward point in front of the O'Reilly stand, which was where Head was dropped. It was the onside on 121. And a couple in on the 1 on the leg side. Bowling here is Tongue. Head goes back and takes 1 to that deep backward point position. As is his custom, he barely leaves the jog. 142 for him, 3 for 249. Looking at that card, Fani de Villiers, 23.3 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 43. Beautiful set of numbers. Bowling out Australia for 111 in the January of 94, falling 5 runs short of their victory target.
And that was, Damien Martin had batted so well and played a shot, got caught at cover and didn't play Test cricket for another 6 years. And we've heard some positive news from Damien Martin in the last couple of days. So it's so good to hear.
Tongue to Smith, down the leg side, wants to pull it. Goes lower than he expects, awkwardly through to Smith, the keeper.
And obviously we're hoping, Mardo recovers, makes a full recovery as quickly as possible.
Absolutely share that sentiment. Yeah, that point you raised, though, I mean, this came up yesterday around, Damien Martin, that error in judgment back in 1994 cost him many years as a Test cricketer. Are there any repercussions for Jamie Smith yesterday on this ground?
Yeah.
I suspect there probably aren't, as Kat summed up so well on commentary. Craig McDermott not out 29 at the end there, nearly got them home. Here's Tongue bowling to Smith. Has a chance to cut and does so well. Beats the backward point, down towards the rope. It will go for 4. Steve Smith to 8 with it. Australia beyond 250. 3 for 253. They trail by 127.
And that's the line Tongue's been bowling to Travis Head, the left-hander, to cramp him for room. But when you bowl it to Stephen Smith, it allows him to open up his stance, cut the ball with ease through that point region. That's the beauty of a left and right-hand combination, isn't it? The bowler has to always subtly adjust his line.
Watching it back, beautiful shot, played it right under his eyes, trusts his timing, Smith. Why wouldn't he? Tongue up to him, Randwick ends. Smith beaten by Jem. That's taken off from the surface, past the shoulder of the blade. Smith goes up and does some gardening.
This is what he can do, though, Josh Tongue. He can bowl an absolute cracking delivery.
Other thing we've noticed, he doesn't rely on sort of brute pace either. He's operating in the low mid-130s, a bit quicker than that last week.
Yeah, but it's just because of that unique release. Yeah. As it keeps saying, it's a 1 o'clock release and it's hard to pick up, but you get steep bounce, angle the ball in and he can seam the ball away.
Last ball here, delivers to Stephen Smith. Leg stump line, round the corner, lands about 5 metres in front of Zach Crawley. Ends the over in that leg slip position. 3 for 253. Smith to 8 with that boundary in the over. Head 142. They trail by 131. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
G'day there, a crash on the Ring Road Alfred bound before the Teller Freeway. It's in the right-hand lane. Speed set back to 40 k's. Delays are extremely heavy back to Sydney Road. Reports of a crash on East Lane southbound as you approach the Mornington Peninsula Freeway. And a crash in Hoppers Crossing, Old Geelong Road at Heaths Road. It's getting hot in here. Are you power prepared? Amplify your summer prep with AusNet's tips. You'll find them at ausnet.com.au/AMP. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
SEN Test cricket for Goodway batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming with you. been a while since there's been a very close Ashes finish here at the SCG. As Potts operates away from us and bowls here to Head, who gets the chance to smack it over deep mid-wicket, gets all of it. Nearly into the second deck of the O'Reilly stand. He might have got it up there. Have that. It takes Matt Potts to none for 101. Huge from Head. 148 for him as Bharat Sundaresan jumps in for Eufy POE Systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. Wow.
Wow, what a time to walk in. He's been aiming for a 6 in that direction for a while. He really likes the look of Potts. Oh, that was disdain about that 6.
I mean, it's not a conventional pull shot. He's backing away to the leg side to open up the stroke. When it's set up there short, he's like, thank you. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You can hear the sound through the effects mic. A huge blow. Travis Head, 2 away from another milestone. 148 from 150. 4 back on the leg side. Potts to him here. Head round the corner. Pulling for 1. Deep backward square. One of those 4. And he literally walks the single to 149. 3 for 2. He never even, as Gerard pointed out before, he sometimes walks the second half of the 1. Yeah. This time he walked every step of the 22 yards. 124 behind.
Oh, I mean, in a dream scenario, we would love to see him and Arjuna Ranatunga batting to each other. Colo, just walking singles. How much fun would that be? Oh, that's 6. I mean, just Matthew Potts' face, the look on his face, it's lost all colour. Also brought up the 100 runs.
Yeah, went to 101 with that, now to 102 in his 16th over. More conventional feel for Smith. Bowled well to him in the previous over. Delivers here, middle stump line, defended. He needs to be bowling at Steve Smith, you sense here, Potts, just to give himself a chance, because Head is showing no respect for him.
And Ben Stokes really has nobody to turn to anymore. I just have to, go to Jax.
I was going to say, a bit of spin from Jax, I think.
Jax, Bethel, Root, whoever now.
I feel like, Jax has bowled some useful spells in the series. I know his economy rate's low, but picked him, back him, give him a chance. 61st over here. Bowling his Potts to Smith, similar back of the length part of the pitch. Smith retreats to defend.
And in a way, I mean, he's a white ball spinner, Will Jacks.
Yep.
And yes, Head took him down in Barbados a couple of years ago in that World Cup, but he'll be used to batters coming at him. And Travis said it's not going to hang around if Jax gets the ball. Not that he's hanging around against anyone at the moment, especially Matthew Potts.
So 124 behind, going at such a clip here. Where might they be ahead? Catching mid-wickets there for Smith. Potts to him here. He defends from the middle stump line. Better length. Stumps are in play.
Oh, the umpire in me is very keen on Matthew Potts' back foot. It's going so wide of the crease. Getting very close.
I've wondered this before, Baz, you might know, whether the third umpire also watches for the back foot no ball.
I think he does. Yeah, he has to.
Well, I suppose no one else is, right? Smith 8 from 23. He's got 400s at the SCG.
Part of Steve Smith would have enjoyed that Michael Neeser innings, but half an hour earlier he could have got out.
Potts to Smith, again middle stump line, defensively. 7 runs from the over. It started with a 6. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 3 for 260. Head 149. Smith on 8.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is now on. It's time. Visit your local BMW dealership today. Ends February 28. T's and C's apply.
Home skipper is Steve Smith. The Australian team for Australian, made by Australia, support Australians. Josh Tongue to continue as Travis Head gets a change of gloves and towers himself down with 16 minutes before lunch. Yeah, so Smith at the SCG 100s, an Ashes 100 here in 2014. India in 15, India again in 21, 104 against South Africa in that rain-affected match 3 years ago. The only surviving member of the Aussie team. It's not quite right, actually. I've written that down wrong. He and Usman Khawaja are the 2 surviving members of the Aussie team who lost here in 2011. And
Not far away either. I'll flag this here and come back to it later. Not far away from becoming the second highest run scorer in Ashes cricket. That's on the board for him today if he can get himself stuck in. Jack Hobbs currently in second spot, Smith in third. Tongue to Head. There are two back on the leg side. Round the wicket, change of direction. Head goes back and cuts over the cordon for four. Uppercut. Only had one catcher back there. It takes Travis Head to another milestone. 153, Travis Head. He is motoring along in the lead up to lunch. Better than a runner ball. The 7th time he's reached 150 in Test cricket. Has the chance to go enormous here. 3 for 264, Baz.
Well, as the cliche goes, this is just Travis Head's world. And England are just bowing down to him. Another milestone. He dominated them 4 years ago. But this is another level of domination.
23 fours and a 6. Tommy Morris with me as well. Pay.com.au, points for business. Field stays. Tongue round the wicket. Head goes back, gives him the stumps and chops it down to point. Gets 154 for him. 3 for 265 the score. Tommy?
Remember how excited I got when I said Travis Head's about to make his 500th run for the series? He's close to his 600th run for the series.
Perfect.
The 590s at the moment.
Keep an eye on that. Leading run scorer for TAC. Speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice.
Averaging 74 at a strike rate of 88 for the series.
Strike rate of 88. Wild.
As opener as well.
As an opener. Didn't even start the series opening.
No.
He's our player of the session. RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. Tongue back over the wicket for Smith. Can they get him relatively early? 2 slips the gully and the leg slip. Smith to him. Smith goes weight on after shoveling it out to mid-wicket without any concern. He's 8 from 25, playing himself in.
The batting ego of Steve Smith. He wouldn't want to get out to Josh Tongue again. He does get so annoyed when there is talk of a bowler having the wood on him or him being a bowler's rabbit, or at least someone who gets out or gets him out often.
Yeah, well, the reality is Tongue has enjoyed that success. The ball to him at the G was a beauty. Got him twice at Lord's. Smith captaining for the 4th time in the series. Lost every toss, interestingly. Bowling here, Tongue to him, and Smith pushing out towards mid-on. He averages, how's this, 68 when captaining Australia. This is the 44th time he's done it. 17 centuries when he's got the armband on.
Yeah, when everything that happened in Cape Town happened and Pat Cummins then took over from Tim Payne, I wonder if Steve Smith realised you'd captain in so many Test matches.
Well, last week was the first he's lost as acting captain, so his 10th Test in this run, if you like. 7 wins, 1 draw, which was Ahmedabad, 1 loss at the MCG, and chance this week to make it 8 from 10. Tongue up to the acting captain here. Plays it off the front foot, skews out off the outside edge towards point. 1 hand off the bat. Good bit of bowling from Tongue at 138 kilometres an hour.
But what we've seen from the Steve Smith innings and all his mannerisms right now is that it's not the most straightforward of pitches. It's just that England haven't bowled well enough, and Travis Head has made them pay for it. At least to start your innings. Imagine if you're Usman Khawaja right now, Colo, in your final Test. What a platform he's got. I mean, he could well have been finishing his career as an opener.
You'd hope for his sake he doesn't have to come in for an awkward little session before lunch. He gets to walk out in the middle session. We'll see. Tongue bowls to Smith. Yorker length dug out. Well bowled. Gets a single. Shoveling it to cover. Keeps the strike as well. 6 runs from the over. Smith to 9. Head 154. They trail by 118 Australia at 3 for 266. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Our coverage of the Ashes is for Henley Homes. 1-800-646464. Good day to Tony and the team. Great supporters of SEN Test cricket. We're getting a delay here. I'm not sure what's going on the site screen. Not the first time today.
Someone's not sitting down. Chris Gaffney and Steve Smith both have asked him to. I think it's all settled down now.
So Matty Potts done a fair bit of bowling today. Done okay to Smith. To him here, new over. Smith, leg stump line, defends to the man at the catching mid-wicket position, Joe Root. No run, 118 behind. Potts, none for 102 at his 17th. So when might they be in the lead? If Head's still there, probably not that deep into the second session. Maybe 90 minutes into the second session.
It depends on him. Now, you'd also think the likes of Carey and Green and Webster, they'll have full license to just come and play their natural way as well.
So it's Potts in here to Smith. Got a slip in a gully for him, and he's beaten with a ball that's gone past the outside edge, nearly clipped the off stump. It was a gem of a delivery. Haven't said that often about Potts. He throws his hands up in despair. Smith was looking for the booming drive-through cover. Head goes and consults him. We'll see a replay here on our Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life, and that has done him all ends up. Everything bar the edge or the stump.
Yeah, it left him late. Steve Smith was trying to hit it over the umpire, over the bowler. Kind of similar to that kind of wild drive he played and got bowled through the gate by Josh Tongue in the previous test.
Can he do some more of it? Can Potts get himself belatedly into this? Bowls to Smith, who triggers across, then plays to square leg. Quickish single, duck it. If he hit it, would have been interesting. Head had to get moving about 2/3 of the way down. He realised it wasn't as comfortable as he may have anticipated when they set off. 3 for 267. Smith to double figures with it. We'll see it again. So Duckett collected and through, and Head was
gone.
Head was gone. Had it hit.
Well wide of the stumps though, that throw. But yeah, Travis Head hasn't run much in the last half an hour.
He's been walking most of his season, or clouting boundaries. That wouldn't have hit. Yeah, it wouldn't have hit a fifth set, as it were. But you know what? That's another part of this. The Australians have hit the stumps a lot in this series, even just in general play.
Yeah, Steve Smith's reaction as well at the other end. He wasn't happy with Travis Head. It was an easy single, but I don't think he thought it would end up being a risky one.
So now we've got this Potts to Head contest again. Last time he faced him, he plonked him into the O'Reilly stand. He's won 6 in the innings. But bowling with a 6-3, so he'll try and bowl wide of the off stump. Delivers here. Head knows it's coming. Chops down hard. Goes to leg gully. No control of the shot. Smith, the wicketkeeper, collects it. Heads through for 1. 155 for him at 3 for 268. He's trying to hit him for 4 every single time he's facing him, Baz.
This is clear. Just lack of respect. I mean, and doesn't mean there's he thinks any less of Matt Potts as a bowler, but it's just lack of professional respect and the command that he has over Potts.
Hear the oohs and the ahs from the crowd as we bring Tommy Morrissey, and that wasn't far from the leg stump. Tommy?
Yeah, just looking at Matthew Potts to left-handed batters versus right-handed batters, only Stephen Harmison since the start of 2000 has a worse average to left-handed batters than Matthew Potts for England.
Potts in again, bowls to Smith, a right-hander, leaves on length. All the numbers for pay.com.au, points for business, Tom.
So Harmison averaged 45.1 to left-handed batters. This is anyone who bowled more than 500 balls since 2000. Potts is 42.6. And Josh Tongue isn't great. He averages 40 to left-handers as well.
Yeah, it's a quirky one. Tongue had a great series against India's left-handers last year, but his overall career, less so. I reckon, Baz, the reason for that Harmison number will have a lot to do with the 06-07 Ashes.
Yes.
With Hayden and Langer climbing into him.
First ball of the Ashes.
Yes, of course. Potts to Smith. He's back and defends. Well bowled through the over. Only 2 runs from it. 3 for 268. We've got 5.5 minutes till lunch on day 3. Head 155. Smith on 10. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
Only 1 wicket for England in the session. Michael Neser nicked off by Bryden Cast for 24. That was for programmed commercial painting. Hit painting maintenance for 6. To finish off, well, it'll be 1 more over from this end. Maybe 1 more over for the session if they don't get a wriggle on. Josh Tongue from the Randwick end.
And now someone's not heeding the umpire's call at the other end. Someone needs to sit down, and they have sat down.
So Tongue will go round the wickets ahead. There are 4 back, 2 on either side. 1 slip as well. Head goes back to open up the offside, but plonks it straight back to the bowler on the bounce.
Just looking at some highlights from this brief stay for Steve Smith in the middle on TV, the ball's doing quite a bit off that length. A couple have left him, a couple have jumped at him. So there is enough in this pitch. As Joe Root said yesterday, it was trickier to bat on yesterday than it was on day one.
Tongue in. Bowls here, Head defends. Off the front foot to mid-off, no run.
So it's just that Travis Head, like he does so often, it's just taken the pitch out of the equation.
Yep.
And it's not the kind of surface where Australia should be 3 for 268 in 63 overs, if not for Head's brilliance and also the overall pedestrian nature of England's bowling in this test match.
Yeah, it's
so far.
samey, and it's another part of the spin debate, isn't it? I mean, Australia are rattling on, what are we here, 4.24 and over. Yeah, it's come back half a notch today. Tongue bowls to Head, still going a runner ball, deflects to point, gets 1. So he's 156 from 157 at 3 for 269. Just the very fact that traditionally having someone who can hold up an end as a spinner. So we talk a lot about how much it will turn, but the other part of being a spinner is providing control, giving the quicks a chance to rotate down the other end. And with England not even turning to the spin options they have in their attack, they've used their 4 seamers and that's it. So no Jackson, no Bethel. Very little point of difference. 4 right arm over the wicket seamers, all operating at about the same pace as well. Tongue maybe a snifter quicker. Bowls to Smith on the hip, works it well. Out to deep backward square, might have weighted it well enough for 2. He has. Cast beneath us doing the fielding over to our left. Smith's 12 at 3 for 271. Australia started the day at 2 for 166.
Especially when at least a couple of them have been largely ineffective. So just something different for Travis Head to think about. It's not that the fast bowlers have been able to stop him. So if you're worried about conceding 20 runs in 2 overs to spin, doesn't change anything.
Glenn on the text saying that Gilchrist and Hussey might have had a bit to do with 607 as well as left-handers. Great point. Tongue in, Smith wanting to drive but gets big on him as he's pointing around, suggesting it came away from him off the surface. Perhaps the shoulder of the bat. We'll see it again front on. We're behind the action when bowling from the round weekend. Either way, it gets to mid-off without concern. Talk us through it, Baz.
Yeah, on the length. Oh, yeah. Just kind of stopped on him, didn't it?
Yeah. See, as soon as the ball hit the bat, Smith was roaring and gesticulating.
I'm telling you, the dents and divots on this pitch beginning to act up.
He wants this real bad, Smith. He can sense it. Tongue to finish the over. It'll be his last ball before lunch. Round the corner. Doesn't quite get into the hand of Zach Frawley, moving to his left in leg gully. Did it carry? Did it not?
I think it did, you know, Adam.
Feels from the body language, I reckon it got there. It's coming up 29 past. I'll get one more over into. We'll go to a break. Glencore's scoreboard, advancing everyday life, 3 for 271. We'll see the replay in a moment.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual-camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
It carried all right. It would have been a tremendous catch, diving full stretch and low to his left, but it did hit his fingers. Zach Crawley there for that very mode of dismissal. Steve Smith gets a life on 12. He moved to 13 with the single, kept a strike with it as well. And what do you know? 1 ball, 1 over before lunch. Now they perform the spin of Will Jacks, which is faintly ridiculous. Having got all the way in, they'll bowl the 1 over before lunch. Here is Jacks to Smith over the wicket. Smith clubs it down the ground agriculturally to long on when there's already a man back for 1. 3 for 273. Tommy Morris will jump in. Smith 14.
The very first over of spin since Adelaide.
Since Adelaide. Since Adelaide. Boy, oh boy.
Oh, Bo Webster bowled.
Oh, Bo Webster. Quite right.
Just going back to that Zach Crawley catch, Adam.
Yes, please.
That's exactly the kind of catch Steve Smith took at the Gabba, and twice Marnus did at the Adelaide Oval, and that is the big difference.
Yeah, the fielding behind the wicket's been outstanding for the Aussies. Head on strike to Jacks. He's got a slip round the wicket. Head right back at him. Jacks drops it in his follow through. Reflex effort to his left. Off balance. Doesn't drag it down.
Oh, no.
2 drop catches right before lunch. The umpire hit the deck as well. Chris Gaffney's on the turf. Will Jackson's on the turf. Travis Head's still there. He's 157 with the single, 3 for 274.
Oh, Will Jacks.
We'll see it again in a moment on our screen. So, might have just beat him in flight. He was dancing and bottom part of the bat.
One hand.
The left hand's probably saved Chris Gaffney. It hit the palm just beneath the little finger 2 times in the space of a few balls. Over the wicket, Jacks will bowl to Smith, who goes back in defence. Gets 1 to square leg, 15 for him, 3 for 275.
It's all about seizing moments or creating moments.
Yep.
And in the last couple of overs, England have not created moments the type that Australia did. It was a difficult chance, but you look back at it and could he have gone with both hands? Should it have stuck? He's dropped Travis Head twice now.
Jacks bowls, going back his head, getting it through past gully for 4. Cut down hard on the ball, outside part of the blade. It helped him bisect a couple of fielders. One at backward point and one at slip. So Head will take the deficit to 105. He'll take himself to 161 at 3 for 279.
Yeah, it's falling off the cliff for England. This is the session, Adam. It had to be the session where they had to get everything right. But they've dropped 4 catches, a couple not very easy. And now the runs are flowing.
So 2 balls left, round the wicket 2. Travis Head. Head stays at home and defends. It's a bit off, but he's set deep enough to take an easy single. What are they doing? Why are they giving Head a single there? 162. Stokes was the man charging in, but not quickly enough. 162 from 160. 3 for 280. 1 ball left in the session. There have been 8 runs taken from the over already. Only 9 wickets to spin in this series collectively. It'll continue to be a talking point. Last ball before lunch. Bowls it to Smith. Smith drives down the ground as well. That is a wasted over for England. Smith single gets him to 16. They'll trail by 103 as they lunch. Head 162 from 160. Australia 3 for 281 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Travis Head for the 7th time in his Test career beyond 150. For the 12th time in his career getting to a century. Did so in the first half an hour of play. A partnership of 72 with Michael Neser, the 1 wicket of the session. Caught by the keeper Smith from the bowling of Cast for 24, but from 90 balls, Neser the frustration. England losing all of their reviews along the way, and this pair have taken it from 234 to 281. A couple of drop catches, both one-handed, left-handed efforts in the last couple of overs before the break, Baz, but England now staring down the barrel of a long day in the dirt.
Yeah, they've all the fast bowlers except Ben Stokes have bowled more than one spell. A great job done by Michael Neser to bat out almost 90 minutes, at least, nearly 90 minutes.
Yep.
Saw of the 2 reviews as well that England burnt. But, once again, it's been the Travis Head show. Like in Perth, like in Adelaide, just taken to Matthew Potts and everybody else as well. England's bowling just not consistent enough, and just those last 2 overs, the 2 missed opportunities, not easy. Australia have created moments and seized them throughout the series. England have done neither of that. No wonder they are staring down the barrel of what looks like will be a big first innings lead.
So this pair have put on 47 in 62 balls a session. Comprehensively won by the Australians. They started today at 2 for 166 and they've added 115 runs. They've lost the 1 wicket, the aforementioned Neser, and Travis Head keeps on keeping on. That's all on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. It'll be Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich taking you through the lunch break after this. Thank you, Baz. Travis Head, where may he finish today? It could be a huge one. Do not miss a moment on SEN Test Cricket.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Good wee batteries and solar hard expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your 4-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been to New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss. Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glass, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Cast approaches. Sunshine in the SCG. Bowling to Nisa. It's pitched up and he's out. Cast takes his first for the innings. Bronx cheers, if anything. Michael Nisa will go. He more than did his job. Potts operates away from us and bowls here to Head, who gets the chance to smack it over deep mid-wicket. Gets all of it. Nearly into the second deck of the O'Reilly stand. He might have got it up there. 2 back on the leg side. Round the wicket, change of direction. Head goes back and cuts over the cordon for 4. 153. Travis Head has the chance to go enormous here.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
Lunch day 3 at the SCG. 3 for 281. Australia, they added 115 runs for the loss of Michael Nisa. The deficit has been reduced to 103. Travis Head is 162. Steve Smith is 16. And England dropped 4 catches in the session. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich with you. Kat, what do you think of that 2.5 hours?
Good afternoon, Gerard. Look, yeah, I think it was just perfect Test match cricket from Australia, because I think they knew exactly what they wanted to do, win that session and take this innings as deep as they can into today and potentially into tomorrow. And because Neese has been able to bat as long as he did as a night watchman, I think he's given Australia every chance of doing that. And I think Travis Head, well, he's just played how he plays. And England, they've been bereft of ideas purely because a lot of their bowlers, probably apart from Tongue and Stokes himself, haven't been able to bowl to Travis Head. And Potts in particular, Travis Head was savage on him right from the word go. He senses an easy kill against Potts and he's putting him under the pump, and he's going it over 6 and over. Makes it hard for Ben Stokes now with no specialist spinner, and they didn't help themselves in the field either. Put down a number of chances.
So Potts, 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 104, going at 6 and a bit and over, and it was really grim until the past few overs that he sent down. Bryden Cast, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 66. Josh Tongue, 18 overs, no maidens, none for 56. Ben Stokes, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. And Will Jacks, 1 over, none for 9. The Australian side of things, for Australian made by Australian support Australians, is you laid this out for us a long way out. As this was Brisbane all over. England restricted to just a few less than were possible, and Australia the opportunity to bat big, and that is right before them now.
I didn't think it would play out like this yesterday afternoon, having seen the second new ball and what it did. I thought Australia bowled beautifully with it, and then seeing Joe Root battle against it, given how well he played, I thought it could be a different innings from Australia. But as soon as Australia got momentum and the openers got off to a good start yesterday, it felt like this is what we were going to get, same as Brisbane. And I think the way today's playing out, if England don't get it right, particularly not so much the next hour, but the second hour of this middle session, because they got the second new ball. If they don't get that right, Australia will probably get 500 plus.
Which is precisely what happened in Brisbane. Player of the day contenders thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. Travis Head, 3rd 100 of the series, 12th of his Test career. He's 162 from 160 balls, 24 fours. and a 6. How have you seen him?
It was like he was playing club cricket out there. That's how relaxed he was. Facing Potts, he treated him like a club bowler. He was a little bit more circumspect, particularly against Stokes early and Josh Tongue. So I think he pays them the respect that they deserve because they're proper bowlers. But to Potts and even Cast to a lesser extent, he looks like he just wants to hit them for 4 of just about every ball, particularly Potts. And I think if they persist with Will Jacks after the break, which I think they should with the older ball, they should see if there's some spin and bounce, because that boundary in the last over was not fully controlled. Went past slip, went past backward point for 4. I think he should give Jacks the opportunity to try and redeem himself for that drop catch, the one he should have taken off Cast from a very good bouncer. Got to a good height. Travis Head top edged it out to deep sort of forward square leg, and it should have been taken. Jacks is a fine fielder, and he made the cardinal sin of taking his eye off the ball right as the ball was about to hit his hands and paid the price. And then in the last over, Steve Smith got dropped at leg slip, so it was perfect bowling from Josh Tongue. Deserved the wicket. And Zach Crawley diving full stretch to his left, couldn't pluck it. So a couple of tough ones later. The caught and bowled in that last over off Will Jacks was a tough chance. But, yeah, if they take a couple of chances, then they could get back into the game, albeit limiting Australia's lead by, maybe 100. Because at the moment, 3 for 281, I could see Australia going well past England.
RWC Ray White's commercial property. So the dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts available at Bunnings Warehouse. The drop catches. Head was dropped on 121 by Jackson the boundary, awful. Dropped on 124 by Cast, much harder chance, one-hander. Smith was dropped on 12 by Crawley at leg gully. And I think the one thing you'd say about that is those are the catches that Smith and Labuschagne have been taking through the summer.
Yep.
And then Head dropped on 156, the caught and bowled from Jackson. Again, tough chance.
Yeah.
And that's what happened in Brisbane as well. England dropped 4 catches and Australia got to 511 as a result. And you've made the point around not learning the lessons of the tour, and it feels like some of that's playing out again here.
Yeah, and particularly we've probably harped on about it a fair bit, but that's what we're seeing. Particularly, talked about a lot in Adelaide. England were only 80-odd runs behind, I think, on that first innings. But the fields they set and the way they bowled, particularly to Travis Head and Alex Carey when they got going, was very much reminiscent of what we saw this morning. And mentioned it right from the word go today. As soon as you see that defensive field, it's almost the white flag's gone up saying, we don't think we can get you out. We're just going to limit the damage you do runs on the board. Well, it doesn't matter if Travis Head only goes at 2 and over for the first half an hour, because he'll go at 8 and over later on once he's set. And that's what they're not learning, is that you have to attack Travis Head when he's most vulnerable, which is for most players at the start of a day or start of a session, and use your best options to get him out. I thought they used their best 2 options today in Stokes and Tongue, but that's the problem with this attack at the moment. It's not as well balanced as Australia's, and it doesn't have the experience or the skills to be able to knock the top players over, and that's why there's a gulf in these 2 teams. And Australia, even though they were 384 runs behind, they should get ahead in this test, and they should go on to win this test.
Sherlock wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Now, Steve Smith can make things look tricky, but when you combine Joe Root's assessment of the pitch that it's tricky with a lot of Steve Smith's mannerisms and twitchiness out in the middle, it does give you the hint that it is going to misbehave. It's, what are we, lunch on day 3, so we're not quite at the halfway mark yet, but there's enough to suggest that it is going to misbehave in the back end of the test.
Definitely, and I think I can see Australia exposing that, because we saw it yesterday. I didn't think they were great day 1, but the quality in this Australian attack means that they don't have 2 bad days back to back. They regroup, they have a think, they're tactically much better than England, and whether that's the coaching staff and the captain, I think they've got both of those covered in the battle between the 2 teams, and we saw that yesterday. Came back, much better execution, and particularly with the second new ball, Joe Root was spot on. He faced it, he knows. It looked tough, and it was. And then I think what we've seen in Steve Smith, it has looked tough because they bowled a fuller length to him, and they've set better fields. Like the field they set to him from Potts enabled Potts to bowl fuller, catching cover, catch him in wicket, traditional SCG field. They've got to do that to Travis Head and say, well, if he's too good and he drives it through cover and mid-off, fair enough. But that's their best chance to get him out, because they've kept going short the whole time. They did it in Perth. They did it again here. guess what? Yes, there was a top edge out to deep, but he was already on 120, so it hasn't worked.
The historic anomaly. What were you telling me about spin? We've seen how little?
6 overs now. Day 3, lunch. Unbelievable. There's that many past spinners that are no longer with us that would be rolling in their graves, and I can't help but think of the king. He would be absolutely mortified, Shane Warne. Richie Benaud would be mortified. Bill O'Reilly would be mortified. I know Stewie McGill. I haven't read his article yet, but I know he's come out overnight slamming it. So, yeah, there'd be the spinners, the brotherhood as they call themselves. They would be angry men at the moment.
There's been talk of calling for Royal Commission on serious fronts, but the Royal Commission from the spin cohort is pretty severe.
Tack it onto Albo's Royal Commission with what happened in Bondi. That may as well add it to the list.
All right, so just give me scenarios here. 103 behind. Give me England's best scenario after lunch.
Best scenario is these two get removed in the first half an hour. Australia are 5 for probably 300. And then they work hard because it's an older ball. They get to the new ball and then they can do some damage with the lower order against the new ball. So they've got to try and make sure that first half an hour window, they get it right with their 2 best bowlers. I can see Stokes starting. Whether they go to jacks again just to see if there's a bit of spin. But if they're going to do that, they can't have all the fielders back and let them just milk runs. They've got to squeeze and try and take these two in the first half an hour.
And Australia's best scenario?
Best scenario, these two bat all session. And Australia at tea time, if these two bat all session, Australia will be 3 for 400 at tea, I reckon.
Yeah.
Because I think Travis Head will go bananas. And I reckon he'll take on the second new ball.
Yeah.
And roll the dice. And if he gets through that, it'll make the job of the rest of the boys easier later on.
Present Khawaja a tiring attack and go, there you go.
Yep.
There's your gift for you. There's your gold watch.
It's on a platter for you. Have a smorgasbord, son.
Simon Katich, thank you. The lunch score here in Australia, 3 for 281. Each lunch break throughout this test, we celebrate a legendary player for Penrite, the trusted Australian name in oils and lubricants. On Jane McGrath Day, it's fitting that we give a nod to Glenn McGrath. 124 tests, 563 wickets at 21.6, 29 5-wicket hauls and best figures of 8 for 24. And it's Jane McGrath whose name carries the ladies' pavilion today. Trust Penrite Oil for reliable performance and protection. That's our theme next for Marshall's Batteries. The lunchtime interview is the McGrath Foundation Director, Tracy Bevan. It's always a great delight to catch up with Tracy. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's, the Big Mac, is back at Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Good Wee batteries and Solar Heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
You asked and Macca's heard. The fan favourite is back at Macca's. The iconic Chicken Big Mac is back for a limited time only. Tackle 2 juicy Aussie chicken patties, lettuce, cheese, onions and pickles all stacked between a beautiful soft sesame seed bun and finished off with the iconic special Big Mac sauce. So sweep into Macca's and pick up a Chicken Big Mac in between bowling spells or after the game. The Chicken Big Mac. Ho-ho! Hurry into your local Macca's before it's gone.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced to clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Get in the loop because Pool Care just got smart.
Meet Lupium. We've taken the entire pool shop and put it in your phone. Need chemicals, equipment, advice? We've streamlined the lot. Now you can balance your water from the sofa, with or without pants. Got a weird pump noise? Just ask. We'll walk you through the fix in real time. Stop driving and start swimming. Download Lupium for free today.
New cars, demos and near new. Quality used cars. Great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Keep straight for 100 metres towards the intersection.
Drink driving these holidays?
Turn left for a police booze bus. Turn right for an unmarked car equipped to breath test. Or continue straight for a crash that could result in critical injury or death.
These holidays, the police will be using every tool they have to keep the road safe. So if you choose to drink then drive, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC.
A brand new year of brand new savings. Start the year strong at Chemist Warehouse. Keep things moving with Prunalax 80s, only $10.99. Give your body the care it deserves with JS Health Detox and D-Bloat 60 tablets, just $34.99. Power your health journey with FBX Optimizer Fat Loss Fort, 60 capsules, just $49.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
One of the great pleasures of Jane McGrath Day is we get to sit down with Tracy Bevan, one of the directors and an ambassador for the McGrath Foundation. Tracy, pleasure to see you again.
Always a pleasure.
And does a small idea grows through the years, the magnitude of today, does it strike you just how big it's become?
I always come to the ground early and I take a little time to myself and I walk on to, now I can walk onto the pitch. I never used to as a cricket wife, but I look back at the ladies' stand where Jane and I used to sit as cricket wives watching the boys play cricket, now named the Jane McGrath stand for today, and I just sit there and reflect. And you know, of course I'd love nothing more than to have her still with me by my side, you know, smiling at what's been achieved, but how proud she would be. Day one of this Ashes, I have never seen so many people at the ground. It was just breathtaking. And now to see that there's a sea of pink coming to the ground on Jane McGrath Day, it's just amazing.
Do you recall the nub of the idea as to finding a sense of purpose in Jane's tragic early passing?
Yeah, well, when Jane said to me, do you fancy starting a charity, Trace? To be quite honest, I thought it was us going to nice charity events, raising a few dollars to help people diagnosed with breast cancer at the time. And for Jane, the impact of her breast care nurse, Alison Schweitzer, was that profound that she said to me, I know what we need to do. We need to raise funds for breast care nurses. Of course, there was breast care nurses in the community, but there wasn't many breast care nurses. And for Jane, having that free care and support, not just for Jane, but for Glenn as well. You know, Glenn could contact the breast care nurse, Alison, at any time. And she wanted that for other Australian families. Now, did we think that we would be where we are today? 343 McGrath cancer care nurses, as they're now known, supporting over 170,000 families. No, we didn't. Yep. We just did not think it would be what it is, but how amazing.
And the growth within cricket. So this was very natural, but this hadn't really been done before as a charity so ingrained in a day of cricket, in the sport of cricket across the summer. How have you seen such a natural integration that everybody who walks in here today knows what they're a part of. They're in pink.
It's just beautiful. And I've been aligned with cricket for 30 years. You know, I've been married to Michael and coming to the SCG. I would never have thought that the boys would embrace pink. Never thought the members would embrace pink. And now to see that everybody, I mean, you're shamed if you've not got pink on. It's just been amazing. And just to see how this sport has embraced the colour pink. There's no other team sport in the world doing this, you know. And as Glenn likes to say, there's no other player that he knows of where at the ground where he's played, and I think he was quite handy as a bowler, is quite good. To know that his wife has a stand named after him, you know, that's unique too. Yes. So yeah, it's amazing.
And then the scope of what the McGrath Foundation is attempting to achieve has magnified this year. So it's bold and it's ambitious, and then the change through last year from breast care to all of cancer. How significant has that been?
Yeah, well, Glenn and I were quite nervous about, well, not nervous, apprehensive about making the announcement we're going to all cancer. We didn't know how that would be received, you know, and for us it was emphasising nothing's changed. We still provide that free care and support to families experiencing breast cancer, but now we're taking that equity of care to all cancers. And then to see last year we raised over $9 million in 2.5 days. Well, okay, everybody's okay with that message. But to see in the 12 months since that we've placed 82 McGrath cancer care nurses for all different types of cancers all over Australia, it's just so humbling. And that's why we've set the lofty goal of 480,000 virtual pink seats, because we want to also help an extra 8,000 families.
So you would hear the stories firsthand, and I imagine every time they're moving, what you hear from those who are suffering and the work that's done in the name of the McGrath Foundation. Do you absorb it all? Do you think through it as it's a grand aim, but this is very personal in each individual story?
Yeah, as we say, 1 in 2 people in Australia will be diagnosed with cancer. My 1 in 2 was Jane. And unfortunately, with 1 in 2, we all know a Jane or a John now, you know. And it has weighed heavy, because I'd have lots of people say to me, thank you so much. Your nurses has been incredible, and the impact they've had on my life or my family's life going through a breast cancer diagnosis. But I wish another member who'd been diagnosed with a different type of cancer had that same care. That always weighed heavy on Glenn and I. But now to know that we are taking that same expert care to all cancers. And know that we've also, as I said, 82 of our nurses are all cancer nurses. So we're making a small impact, but knowing that there's still families out there who've not got that access, that's what drives us. And that's why we keep going on about the virtual pink seat. And it's not a seat. I mean, yes, it is, but, you know, it's more than a seat. It helps the McGrath Foundation bring that expert care to a family's life completely free. You don't even need a referral. So even people say to me, I can only afford 1 seat. And I say, no, don't say it like that. 1 seat is helping so much. And if you don't buy that seat, we can't do what we do without you. So, yeah, it's so humbling. I'm just so grateful. And I love you, Australia, because, you know, making a promise to my friend Jane before she passed away that I would continue what we started and help as many families as I could. Never promised that we'd go to all cancers, because I didn't ever think we'd get there. I'm just so grateful.
And the call to arms today is to think about it in the terms that you've just said, that 1 in 2. So you're 1 in 2. Who is that? And buy the seat in their honour. Buy the seat for what might be in your life. So to take it very personally today, and the benefits might pour back to you at some stage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, you want to have that same equity of care, that same expert care, that same impact, psychosocial, emotional impact for your one, you know, your person, your Jane, as I always say. And we want that for you too.
Yep. We sneak a look at some cricket today as well, as you've got a busy day.
I've got a busy day, yeah. And look, everyone always asks me, who do I support? I mean, I've got this accent, but let me tell you, I've lived in Australia long and I've lived in England, but I always support the team that supported my mortgage and now supports the McGrath Foundation. So it's a big day, but, you know, I also know that this is about cricket. You know, we are at the Ashes, it's a big, but even the players today, they're going to hand their pink caps to us. They're going to hand their shirts signed so we can auction them off. Even the players getting involved, even the touring team, the Poms get involved. And I'd like to add this, that I'm English, Jane's English, Jane's nurse. The reason why we started the McGrath Foundation, Alison is English. Our CEO is English. So England's played quite a big role.
They have a role to play today as well.
They do.
Tracy, it's always lovely to see you on this day. Congratulations on all you've done. All power to you for the challenges of the next day. Also, pintest.com.au, the aim of 480,000 virtual pink seats. Go get them.
Thank you.
Tracy Bevan there from the McGrath Foundation. So the midday count was $6.6 million has been raised, with more than 265,000 virtual seats sold. That ambitious target is 480. It requires all involved to have a think through the reality of 1 in 2 Australians being diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime, and think who your one is. Make it very personal. And if you're listening, buy a seat, buy a virtual seat now and lend your shoulder to the cause. pinktest.com.au. Australia to resume shortly with Travis Head and Steve Smith in the middle. 3 for 281. This has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there. Reports of a crash in Pascoe South on Bell Street near Melville Road. Delays in both directions. It's a heavy run outbound on the Hume Freeway from Craigieburn Road to Donnybrook Road. On Peninsula Link, slow Peninsula bound from Frankston Dandenong Road to Sky Road, then approaching Jetty Road in Rosebud. Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Get 100% back on dental checkups for eligible NIB members at NIB Dental, Collins Street, Melbourne. Book at nibdental.com.au. Conditions apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom-mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced are clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases, plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Mimosa Homes V Collection is redefining what's possible, even on a budget. With prices starting from just $199,900, it's quality made affordable. Plus, every V Collection home includes our 50-year structural warranty, because peace of mind comes standard. Build your personalised quote online at mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes V Collection, quality made affordable. T's and C's apply. V Collection homes only.
Mimosa Homes. When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The summer of horsepower is here. It's the summer of glory. 6 Super Saturdays of elite harness racing. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up across 6 harness racing tracks for one spectacular carnival. It all kicks off this Saturday with the running of the Group 2 Bendigo Cup. Get on track for a chance to win a car or watch it live on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For more, go to thetrots.com.au.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/AU.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. On SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex. Trusted Trailer Solutions.
Australia 3 for 281, trailing by 103 runs. With Travis Head and Steve Smith about to resume duties out in the middle. The crowd count at lunch is 39,692. 49,500 day one, 46,500 yesterday. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 25 degrees, heading for a top of 26, and it gets better and better as the afternoon unfolds. Still a little bit of cloud overhead, but that breaks up the further that we go. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. Damien Fleming, hello.
Hey, Gerard, listeners. I want some more runs. Come on, go big, Travis Head. Stephen Smith, can you get yourself a ton here at the venue where you just absolutely dominate? I think he's averaging 64 here over his career. For England, it's going to be a tough battle to the second new ball, and you're still going to have to bowl well with that, aren't you? But there's not many ideas or tricks I can think of with England.
Yeah.
Besides basically just trying your best and getting a lot more balls into that avenue of apprehension. It's been pretty, besides that first spell from Tongue and Stokes where they were a bit unlucky, it's been pretty uninspiring bowling, hasn't it?
Got very defensive, which you can understand as Head was having their way with them, and then they've ended up dropping 4 catches for the session.
So no reviews and dropping catches. Yeah. It just doubles down on that as well. I mean, their fielding has been so below test standard in this series, and when they said they over-prepared, what were they doing? They might have had a lot of nets. You can't tell me they've been doing a lot of fielding. Have they? No way.
No. So they've dropped 6 catches for the innings. 2 yesterday. Duckett dropped the absolute dolly.
Wow.
And then Jacks drops a dolly today. So 2 of the simplest catches you'd see. And then they haven't been able to grasp the chances that Labuschagne and Smith have been grabbing during the series. So they can't make anything of their hard chances, and then they're dropping the sitters.
Will Jacks he took that incredible catch at the Gabba, one of the best catches I've ever seen. He was sort of fortunate. That ball could have hit him straight in the head. That's how bad he misjudged that. And then that would be remembered for the history of Test match cricket. So he actually got lucky. But he should have just taken that easy. And Duckett, what a poor tour, because he hasn't scored any runs, but his fielding is so below test standard.
Jacob Bethel is going to bowl the first over after lunch. So are we going to see Bethel and Jacks?
Maybe.
How are they going to approach this?
It can change it up a little bit, I suppose, for them. Bethel, seen him bowl a lot in T20 cricket.
Yep.
Left arm orthodox. Something different.
Well, something different. Yes, what they've tried really hasn't worked. So got to try something at some point. And that point has arrived now. Don't think it would have been the favoured way, would it? Players signalled. Steve Smith on 16. Bethel is going to start over the wicket to him. Smith is coming a long way forward to defend on the reach. So give yourself a chance to have a look.
Very good. Good start. Bit of drift in and turn away.
He's taken 3 wickets in his Test career prior to today, all of those in one innings. Bethel flight to delivery. Smith inside out, drives through cover. It's a big chase in the deep and Duckett won't get there. Smith opens up with a boundary and I reckon he can already sense the feast is on. It's a 50-run stand between Head and Smith, and the first of plenty of boundaries for Azito brushless power tools. Do you?
Yeah, this is going to be tough because he blocked the first ball. The second ball wasn't that much different, but he'd made up his mind. If he bowls again there, I'm just going to smash it through the covers for 4.
So Smith, conservative, blocks to cover. Yeah, so 3 wickets in his Test career at 31, 8 wickets in his one-day career in 18 games at 38, and 4 wickets in his T20 career at 28.
13 first class at 70.
Around the wicket to Smith on the pads, turn to the leg. There's a fielder there, won't get a run.
But already, it doesn't look a bad option.
Yeah.
Just something different left arm. He's landed all 4 deliveries. I think this is where Stokes' captaincy needs to come. They need to get the fields really well to back him up.
Bethel bowls to Smith, jumps down the pitch, smashes it over long off. Stokes goes back, just beyond his reach. He'll haul it in 1 step from the rope. A lot of hang time in it. Stokes pursued it the whole way, but to no avail.
It's different batting, isn't it? There would have been a period of time in Australian cricket where they just looked to milk this type of bowler. There is so many gaps to hit through, but Smith's almost looking to hit him out of the attack.
2 to the total, deficit now 97. Smith blocks the last ball of the over, covering up the stumps. 3 for 287, the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Simon Katich was lamenting at lunch, day 3 at the SCG, that there had been 6 overs of spin bowled in the Test match.
Yeah, I just caught up with Mark Taylor, the former Australian captain, and he said, when he debuted for New South Wales, they played 3 spinners. Dutchy Holland, Murray Bennett, and Greg Matthews.
Yeah, she's a different world on that front. Ben Stokes is going to bowl himself from the Paddington end. So he has been absolutely tireless in what he's tried to do. It's looked like a one-man attack at various stages. Where is he? 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. He is the leading wicket taker for programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6.
And they had injuries in that series at home against India, but Ben Stokes was their best bowler then too. So that's a concern.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart. Stokes renews his battle with Travis Head, who's on 162. He's around the wicket, down the leg side. Smith sprawls to field. They have 2 deep on the leg side and the deep backward point. They've got a floating slip and a gully, catching cover and a catching mid-wickets, and then the straight mid-off and mid-on. So perhaps just something in the planning shared at lunch, although the catching mid-wicket's now retreating off the square. So not quite as bold as might have been the case. Root takes his position dancing up and down, 10 metres off the square, stretching his back. Stokes into Head, drives to the cover, no run. Jacks fields and throws into the keeper. So we won't jump ahead of ourselves, but Travis Head's highest score in Test cricket was in Adelaide against the West Indies, 175, and he got to 170 this year. Those are his 2 best. He's got the 163 at the Oval in the World Test Championship final, and he's 162 not out here.
Yeah, he has pushed on past 100, hasn't he? He's got a lot of scores over 150 plus, but yet to get to 180.
Stokes, the long run up. He arrives to bowl ahead, who blocks him back down the pitch, and Stokes fields with his left hand low down. Just in terms of strike rates, when he's scored his hundreds, this is the third time he has been over 100.
God.
The Perth innings was obviously preposterous at 148.19. The century in Brisbane against England at the start of the previous Ashes summer was at 102.7, and he's currently going at 101.25 here. Stokes bowls to head full, kept out. Has probed with the Yorker from time to time. Stokes against head.
He has. He started well here, Ben Stokes. 4 dot balls to the ramp and Travis Head around the wicket. I think that's a good idea, just to make sure you're cramping him for room. You can't allow him to freeze hands and hit through the offside. Well, there's only one man out on the boundary. Plenty of protection on the leg side, but he hasn't dropped short yet. So Travis Head hasn't had the opportunity to play the pull or hook shot.
Stokes hits the crease, bowls, heads, gets it away on the leg side. There's a lot of pad in that. See if there was any bat as well. There is, so that's Travis Head's 600th run for the series. As he continues to rack up the milestones. For 3 centuries in there, he's currently averaging 75 with the not out in this innings.
You know, wickets that have provided a lot of assistance to bowlers, and also all 300s opening.
Yeah. I think it's going to be for others to judge, but that does have him as the player of the series, I think.
I think Starkey might have to get 6 or 7 wickets in the second innings.
Yep. Smith's on 22. He faces up, blocks the last ball of Stokes over. So respectful, just one from it. 3 for 288. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The King Living Summer Sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Ben Stokes spending some time with Jacob Bethel, who has the spinning duties after the lunch break. Australia is 3 for 288. The deficit now 96. Heads 163. And he will have the strike. There's a slip in place and a long on back. Down the sweep, hit on the pad. Bethel liked it. Umpire gives it. Travis Head's going to review. But for the moment, he has been dismissed.
They were very confident, weren't they, England?
TV umpire to director.
First
we
ball,
have a
Bethel
player
bowls
review
to
for
head.
BW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
He's going to need a bit to go right here, Head, to survive.
Yeah.
Nice and slow.
Immediately sweeping was a big decision.
Okay. Can go to the RTS when it's ready.
Oh, trouble.
Yeah.
I thought the only thing that'd save him was outside the line.
Legs dead in front. It's the inside of the
flat
front
line
pad
as
on
the
its
ball
way to
past the
middle
bat.
stump.
You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
The final
On-field
fade to
decision
Travis
is out.
Head.
Impact in line. Wicket sitting. You can stay with your on-field call, Hassan.
Travis Head falls to the part-time
the
spin
screen.
of Jacob Bethel. His 4th test wicket is a good one. And Head goes for 163. And he can bask in this afternoon applause here in Sydney. 3rd ton for the series. And taken a big chunk out of England's first innings targets. It's a job well done, and yet he'll feel just a touch unfulfilled departing, just not really raising the bat as he gets there. Now does. And Usman Khawaja just pauses to let him soak up the applause. Turns to all parts of the SCG. Travis Head tags out. Usman Khawaja tags in his final test match. So fittingly here at the SCG. Grew up within walking distance. Made his test debut here. Rejuvenated his career here. And he's going to finish here. It's a beautiful story arc. How many runs will he take with him?
It was a double applause, wasn't it, for the packed SCG, honouring Travis Head's majestic 100. But then Usman Khawaja coming out for the last time in Test match cricket, made his debut here against England a fair few years ago now, and rejuvenated it against England 4 years ago with twin hundreds. But for all the talk about no spin coming into this Test match, it's the part-time spin that gets rid of the most dangerous player on either team.
It's a strange world, isn't it, Flem? A strange world. So the decision to go to Bethel, perfect,
is better than your fourth fast bowling option.
Would have thought about Jacks, but goes with Bethel.
There's a bit of Michael Clarke about his action, and isn't it the left arm orthodox? I mean, he does not look the worst at all. But a big shot first ball, wasn't it, from Travis Head?
Yep, too big. Usman Khawaja, Test match number 88. Defends the first ball to the offside. It's just threatening the outside edge.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turn, Usman. Don't be playing for the turn there.
England needed it desperately. Jacob Bethel provides it. It's 4 for 288. Bethel over the wicket. Khawaja stands up and defends.
Yeah, I wouldn't be leaving there. Bethel can get him to the new ball, bowling at that end.
I was just thinking the same thing. This is over number 68, and on the early evidence, he'll bowl all the way.
He's going to have a long spell.
Khawaja readies himself. In behind defending.
Nice, Beth.
Yelps from the bowler. Each of these deliveries was pitched.
That's a bit quicker, that one. So, you know, he's got enough smarts to change his pace.
Khawaja. Oh, plays and misses. Outside the off.
There's no turn, Usman.
Lent his weight away from the ball, tried to play it out through cover.
You could really just play him as a left arm slow medium. Get that into your head.
Last ball of Bethel's over. Khawaja turns him to leg. It's a wicket maiden for Jacob Bethel. Some encouragement from the English fans sitting in the Sydney sun. 4 for 288 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
SpecRite Merbu decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with SpecRite pre-oiled Merbu decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. 4 for 288. Travis Head has gone for 163. So Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja become pivotal planks for Australia, given that the deficit is still there. Smith is 22 from 46 balls, and it's just a slight delay before Ben Stokes can head in from the Paddington end down below us. 2 slips and a gully set in place. Stokes bowls to Smith, edging through the cordon, through third slip and down to the boundary for 4. Azito brushless power tools do you. Smith to 26, but a genuine edge.
Yeah, good ball, but yeah, dropped his hands, Stephen Smith, so that was never carrying. Found the outside edge, vacant gap. You take the boundary, but Stokes has bowled so well today.
Throws his head back. He's living every emotion. Ben Stokes strides in and bowls to Smith. He rides the bounce and plays to point. So 600 runs at 66.66, Travis Head, from 9 innings with 300s. Where does that sit him, Tom Morris? Where does the 600 marker put him in recent times?
Well, he's now he's the 5th player since 2000 to score 6 runs in an Ashes series. So Vaughan did it in 02-03, Cook in 10-11, Steve Smith's done it twice, and Travis Head is the next. No, in fact, he's the 4th player since 2000. So rare air, Gerard, is the answer.
The good oil with Tom Morris, Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Smith, bat and pad tight together. They were thinking pad first behind. Stokes doesn't quite agree with that. It'd do him no good anyway because they're out of reviews. The run will go up at 293. And it is off the bat, so 27 for Smith.
And England really need to sense the moment here. They've come off a wicket maiden. They've got Usman, who's new to the crease, playing his last test match. There's got to be some nerves and emotion around that. Pick up another one here. Get the potential to actually have a lead going into their batting in the second innings. It's not excessive movement, but Stokes is still just creating enough, isn't there? There's a lot of oohs and ahs and outside edges. He just bowls that fuller length.
First innings runs are worth so much here because you feel like Australia's quicks are going to bowl extremely well day 4 and 5 with what we're seeing. 2 slips and a leg slip in place for Khawaja. 91 runs behind Australia. Stokes to Khawaja, who turns him away ever so gracefully down to fine leg. They have 1. That'll do. Khawaja's off the mark.
Yep, the crowd's happy. Usman might be leaving with a duck to his name.
David sent us a message. Happy summer days. Teaching my son how to score cricket using a scorebook with SEN on the radio. 2 scorebooks going, 1 each. Well, we're running out of room for Travis Head. And then, so David, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you. Put the double brackets at the end, fill it all in. Stokes to Smith. Plays the ball to point. So it will read Travis Head, LBW Bethel, 163 from 166 balls, 24 fours and 1 6. He went at a strike rate of 98.19, so just ticked beyond the 100 threshold that he had done on a couple of previous occasions. 12th Test century was a beauty.
Yep. Stokes is building some real good pressure here.
Now he's a no ball as they've had a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It's been a bit of a villain for that. Smith pulls, didn't get it particularly well. Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did, I beg your pardon. The swivel pull. Just lost it in flight, but he bisected the 2 in the deep. And scuttles it to the boundary. Azito brushless power tools do you. 299 on the board. Smith's 31.
Gee, I wasn't thinking 4 off the bat. And it wasn't that short either, was it, Gerard? It was almost like he's been brought forward. Good bowling from Stokes, hitting the spice of the bat, but then he was just going, if he gets a fraction short here, I'm going to whip it through the leg side, and he did, but with extreme power.
It was economy of movement, wasn't it? As if he was initially just fending that. He gave it the works. Smith leaves the last ball with a bit of a jump and a raise of the bats. The jerky motion that he does tend to get into. 4 for 299, the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com, Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. Australia 4 for 299. Khawaja newly arrived in the middle on 1. Jacob Bethel is bowling to him from the Randwick end. Khawaja defends the ball to the offside, no run. Stuart Broad joins us for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Stuart, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks, Sammy. The Aussies approach 300. I'm interested to see how Khawaja goes about his business here.
Khawaja, the drive, picked out cover. It did get through and thus a run is taken. Crawley didn't quite handle it in the manner that he should have. And Khawaja goes to 2. The 300 up for Australia. It comes in the 70th over. So going at 4.3 and over.
Just another little fielding mishap. I reckon Usman has played for the spin 3 or 4 times and it's hit the outside edge. So he was working over Usman Bethel, who's been really good.
Smith comes forward to defend. It's a canny choice going to Bethel.
It's got something about him, hasn't he? He's sort of got a nice confidence, a calmness about him. I know the England change room really like him as a person.
Bowls to Smith, who's back and turning around the corner for an easy.
Just saying, he's got a bit of Michael Clark in his action.
Yeah, he got a 6 or 7 for here once, didn't he?
6 for 9.
6 for 9.
I know. It was in India, a result wicket.
Right.
But it's still 6 for 9.
Yeah, yeah.
Disappointing.
He took the last 3 here, though, against India as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yes.
When a game that looked like it had run out of puff, and he reignited it. Khawaja across his stumps. Oh, what's he done there? He's missed and it's banged into
Yorker.
Smith.
Well, I was watching the lunch break. I didn't realise you got a Test hat-trick on debut.
Yes, but it was the second innings. I sort of warmed up in the first innings.
Last ball of the over. Khawaja blocks to leg. Oh, you've opened up a can of worms now. 4 for 300.
How long we got left?
And 1. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. Grab Red One U Golden Hour Vanilla Bean and Pistachio Body Cleanser or Lotion, just $5.99 each. Soothe skin with E45 Eczema Relief Cream, 60 gram, only $13.99. A great summer is a safe summer. Protect yourself with Neutrogena SPF 50 Beach Defense Lotion, 400ml, only $16.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. So Stuart Broad and Damien Fleming have come together. I feel like I might just get out of the way here and not interrupt the conversation. 4 for 301. This session is for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. Ben Stokes down below us, and again they're moving adjacent to the sight screen, which has been going on all day, and
yeah,
how the attendants have been able to get that to stop is really quite exasperating. Smith's on 32. 2 slips in a galley set as Stokes begins the fresh over. Smith is driving to cover, no run. Right,
so looking at your Test hat-trick, Flem, watched it at lunch. Bit of a pie to start, wasn't it? Leg stump half volley, clip to square leg.
He
bit
fell
lucky.
for it, though.
Fell for the trap, was it? Was it the in-swinger? It was the in-swinger.
I'll say it was an in-swing.
And then 2 beauties. Absolute plum LB and then one that nipped away.
No neutral umpires either. I got a legitimate LBW in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Big Inzy.
Yeah.
And I was 12th man. Darren Goff got a hat-trick.
Yes.
Here. Some pretty good batsmen too. Stuart McGill and Colin Miller.
Stokes bowls to Smith. He pulled him down the leg side, got it particularly fine, and to the rope. Bit of a gasp from Smith as he helped it on its way, but got the turn sufficient to avoid the field. He's 36. Boundary for Azito, brushless power tools. Do you?
Geez, he's bowled well to Smith, and that's probably his poorest delivery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Stokes.
It's been a relatively ugly 36 from Smith, hasn't it? It hasn't
flighty.
He hasn't been fluid and smooth. I think he'll be thinking if he can get through this little Stokes spell, there'll be some runs on offer.
It's the 71st over of the innings. Stokes to Smith, full driven, picked out cover again, slaps his bat in the aftermath.
The animated Stephen Smith's back, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
In between balls.
I don't
look at him go there.
I don't find it that relaxing to watch, actually.
Yeah.
I know he's arguably number one for me of toughest batters to bowl at. Just how calm, how much time he's got, his hand-eye coordination. But very rarely did he play a shot where I went, oh, beautiful shot, Smithy. Whereas Virat Kohli could hit you through the coverage. Oh, lovely
great
shot.
cover driver.
You know.
Down to one slip now. Smith, inside portion of the bat, throws his head back in disgust as it trickles to mid-wicket.
But he'll do all that. You'll bowl, and this would have driven you mad. And Marnus, that's what upset Stokesy last night. Like, you bowling away swinger. Oh, yeah, good away swinger. Bowling in here, goes at the in, talking you through everything. You're like, well, I bowled it. You don't need to tell me it was the in-swinger. I bowled it. So I knew it was the in-swinger. Do you know what I mean? It's like starting a conversation for no need.
Batsmen annoy you.
Fidgety.
But it's funny you say that. When I think of Ponting, hook shot, cover drive from Virat Kohli, Tendulkar straight down the ground. What is the feature shot of Stephen Smith?
Smith back, prods the ball wide of cover this time. He'll be able to get a single.
So, Joe Root, cover drive.
Or a little tap on its head to third man.
Yes,
the late cut.
Which we saw so much.
I suppose Smith, he sort of waits for that over-pitched sort of cover point drive, does he? Yeah, but it's not a classical
shape. And he doesn't
shape.
extend into it like a Joe Root, though, does he?
No.
He sort of stays on the crease and just uses his hands. He's a very unique batsman.
But finds the middle of the bat a huge amount. It's a bit like Travis Head in the sense that he makes you bowl bad balls to him. I can't quite work out exactly why.
Yeah.
Maybe not as many bad balls as England bowlers have served up this series, but...
Last ball of Stokes over. Kawaja to see it down the leg side and passes untouched. The deficit is 78. Australia 4 for 306. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast. So should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway Batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins with you. Stuart Broad and Bharat Sundaresan with me. Not to forget Tommy Morris, who's coming in hot with hat-trick stuff. We'll bring him in through the over. Stuart Broad's got 2 of them. Hello, Baz.
Damien Fleming just sledged me as he came. I know I didn't take a test hat-trick. Mumbai under 16 counts.
Bethel ran the wicket bowling to Smith. Got a slip in behind it defensively.
Nice bat.
Geez, he does look like Michael Clark, doesn't he? I know you've already said it, but peroxide hair, left arm orthodox bowling at the SCG. He's got a wicket in the session. He's the man who got rid of Travis Head for 163. He added 1 run to his lunchtime score. Smith facing Bethel. A lot of men back. Knocks it on the head. But Tommy, I will bring you in here and steer it from your perspective. Cobram Estate, Australian extra version Ollie.
Well, Brody asked for players who've taken 2 hat-tricks, such as himself.
Did I?
Who defends the cover, no run.
There's a bit of mayo.
Straight under the bus.
Let me give you the answer. You didn't ask.
Okay.
So who was him, Akram?
He's been with us for 5 tests now. He can cop it as well.
Absolutely. Welcome to Australia. Was him, Akram's 1. Hugh Trumble's another.
Yep. Bethel bowls, Ramwick ends. Smith back defensively.
Stuart Broad is another. And Jimmy Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
Leg spinner. England versus South Africa 1912. Didn't just take 2 hat-tricks against the same team in the same match, but both taken on the same day, and the same batter was the third wicket.
No way.
Twice.
2 in a day.
Yeah.
Australian, not English, by the way. Bowling here is Bethel, and lunging forward is Smith and getting one, sneaking it through. Yeah, he will sneak it through to extra cover.
I reckon Stark took 2 in a match, didn't he, for New South Wales?
He did against WA before the 17-18 Ashes. And it was what's the first class ground with the very good there from you, Brody? What's the is it Hurstville they play with?
Yeah,
the track around Oval.
What was Australia playing against South Africa in Old Trafford?
There was the triangular tournament of 1912. I'm sad it didn't stick around. They played Test cricket all summer in England, the wettest summer in 250 years.
It did actually stick around in a one-day format.
Yeah. But the Test stuff, we had to wait for the World Test Championship, kind of, sort of, or something like it. Bethel gets a chance at Khawaja, slipping a leg slip. Khawaja's 2 from 11, in behind it defensively, outside part of the bat. Just slid on with the arm there. Well bowled from the finger spinner. 1 run from the over, 4 for 307. It's on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
This summer, get 10 cents for every eligible drink container you return with Victoria's Container Deposit Scheme. And feel like $1 million. Search CDS Vic to get started.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Got a skid steer, excavator or other special plant that needs a trailer? Rogers Willex has been manufacturing quality Australian machinery and plant trailers for over 50 years. With branches in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, there's a trailer solution for you. Visit rogerswillex.com.au.
Middle session here for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. Tom's got the keyboard going. Brody's looking over his shoulder. Got Ben Stokes beneath us, about to start his 18th over. Tommy?
So Jimmy Matthews, 2 hat-tricks in a day. Australia versus South Africa and England.
Away from us is Stokes. Up to the crease, bowls to Smith on 38. Tucks it into the onside for 1, moves to 39, 4 for 309.
And a thought for Tommy Ward, who was the batter dismissed in both hat-tricks in the same day by the same bowler, the third wicket.
Love it. Thank you. We nearly saw that with Scotty Boland, didn't we? That he was nearly part of the hat-trick twice for Tongue. There was a possibility of that last week in Melbourne, didn't quite. Yeah, Jimmy Matthews.
It was his first ball in Test cricket as well, the first one.
Poor guy.
Oh, was it?
Well, just Matthews.
He had this quirk where he was one of those replacement players where 1912 triangular, a whole bunch of Aussies didn't want to go, where Clem Hill tried to throw the selector out the window. Anyway, long time ago. Stokes bowls here around the wicket to Khawaja, who defends, comes forward, no run.
Yeah, first ball in Test cricket, Golden Duck on debut, and then later in the day as well. There you go.
Beautiful.
There you go, Matthew Potts.
So King pair on debut.
In the same day.
On the same day.
To the same bowler.
Love it.
Sorry.
Graham Gooch got a pair, didn't he, on debut?
Yep.
Okay, I think he introduced himself to the team once when he became batting coach. So I think he's the only person to have his first 2 scores in Test match cricket in his surname.
I had put to me earlier today that maybe Head could overtake Gooch for the biggest Ashes series with a mustache. Maybe, possibly. Second innings. Stokes bowls here. Khawaja chops down hard to Gully, no run. Gooch got in the 660s, I reckon, in 1993. Something like that. Head's a bit short of that, having passed 500 and 600 in this innings. We'll get one more bat in the series.
Well, he might not.
Yeah, no. I was going to say, take those words back. What are we now? Australia are behind by 76 runs. Thanks, Tommy.
Batting till number 10 as well.
I'm half seeing, I know it's looking way too far ahead, but I could see them needing like 30 to win and Khawaja and Head come out and finish not out.
Stokes round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone. Speaking of mustaches, flashed up on our screen, our Chemist Warehouse screen, David Clarence Boone. Yes, you could see a world where this happened to Warner Brody a couple of seasons ago. He finished up here against Pakistan and had about 80 to get. No, a bit more than that.
No.
120.
130.
Yeah, and then Warner came out and smacked the 50 and got out and got the lovely walk off the ground.
Did he?
Yeah. So Khawaja trying to give himself that kind of send-off. We've seen some brilliant ones here at the SCG over the years. 16 Test hundreds. 4 of them here at the SCG where he averages 88. Stokes ran the wicket to him here. Khawaja playing late under his eyes to backward point, no run. 1 ball left in the over. Khawaja, over 8,000 runs for Australia across the formats, 60 professional centuries. Unclear what he'll do, Baz, after this, isn't it? He sort of talked about the Shield, but, I mean, they all kind of say they might play Shield cricket, and they rarely do when it's over. Well, did you consider, I know Jimmy's obviously captaining Lancs and doing it, was there ever a moment where you thought maybe I might do a year with Notts when it was over?
A couple of years before, if I hadn't got back in the side in 2022, when I got left out the Caribbean, I was thinking let's give it a good go and try and win the championship.
Yep. So to finish here, Stokes bowls to Khawaja, squeezing it off the middle stump to mid-wicket, well bowled. He's 2 from 17, Smith 39 down the other end, Australia 4 for 309. Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Our coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Sundaresan, Stuart Broad with me. Jacob Bethel bowling from the Randwick end to Smith. He's got a slip. Smith down to cover, no run. So you might have played had it been for Notts for that 1 year. Just about that when you came back to the side. Heard a whisper when you played in that early Bazball test match at Trent Bridge when you guys come from nowhere in the final session. Bairstow makes that ridiculous 100. Bethel bowls and Smith gets forward to defend. That you were on the Sky, you were going to work for Sky in the next test match at Leeds. They were so sure you were going to retire there at Nottingham.
Oh, really?
Any truth to that, or is that
no?
It's gathered legs over the years?
No, it's no truth.
You were still keen to play, kept going.
Yeah.
Bethel bowls here. Smith goes back and cuts out to deep point, gets one.
I was actually going to captain at Headingley the next test because Stokes had COVID or something from memory, and then got tested negative and was able to come and play.
Does it frustrate you somewhere in the back of your mind that you never got a chance to be the test skipper? Of course, you did it in the limited overs teams as Bethel makes his way towards Khawaja. Slip at a leg slip, bowls here. Khawaja using his feet, pushing the mid-wicket.
No, not at all. I didn't particularly enjoy the T20 or one-day captaincy, and because it was so what's the right word, you'd play a T20 in June, then you might get another one in September, so you couldn't build anything at all. You didn't get the players that you wanted.
Bethel to Khawaja, 2 from 18, stays back and pulls to deep square leg where there'll be a single. He's 3.
No, that was never a major ambition of mine, to be honest.
Was there ever a chance you might have done it? So when England got beaten here in 21-22, of course there was that trip to the West Indies, there was talk of maybe you or Jimmy doing it for a period of time. Was that ever advanced formally, or was that just media chat?
I got left out that tour.
No, I mean after that, when they were coming back from England, before Stokes was formally appointed. That was just media chat, was it?
Just media chat, yeah.
Bethel bowls here around the wicket, playing out through point is Smith.
You're not doing us any service yet.
Pretty good, at least something there, Brody. 41 for Smith, 4 for 311. End of the over. The Ashes is for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Talking to Stuart Broad about moments in his career where different paths were converging. One of them in 2022, you can pick it up.
So Joe Root stepped down, and Rob Key had just come in as director of cricket. I remember I hadn't gone to the Caribbean. Andrew Strauss had left me out. Jim Anson and I left us out for a younger bowling attack with no explanation.
Stokes bowls here to Smith, 2 in the corner. Smith goes back in defence.
And Rob Key got the job and he called me and said, let's meet for breakfast. So I was driving down the A3 out of London thinking, well, I'm either going to get sacked here as in he was going to tell me I'm never going to play for England again, or this might be a positive conversation. And it was sort of neither, really. He just said, look, I want to get as much info on cricket and who you think might be the right people for the jobs and blah, blah, blah. It was just an information gathering. And as, you know, Rob Key is very relaxed and very open. He shared a few of the names that he was thinking that could do the coaching role.
Stokes up to Smith over the wicket. Bowls here. Smith outside part of the bat to Gully on the bounce. No concern.
We were both certain Ben Stokes was the right person for the captaincy job, but it had to look different to what it had looked for Joe Root. So Joe Root would be in meetings all the time, or whether it was with the board and selectors and backroom things, and there's a lot goes on with the England captaincy outside of just captaining on the field. And Ben's great leadership is out on that field and in that changing room. He doesn't need to deal with all this other stuff that comes with being an England captain. And it was about changing what England captaincy looked like, instead of it just being so in and exhausting.
Here he is, Stokes. The captain bowls to Smith. Plays out to cover off the leading edge. Nearly gets through, not quite, no run.
And you know, where England captains like an Andrew Strauss took on everything. They'd tell all the players they weren't playing. They'd tell the players they were playing. They'd do the press the whole time. I don't know how long that lasted, but certainly that 2022 summer where McCullum came in, Stokes just captained on the field. He didn't do any team talks at training. It was all Baz did the training, Stokes did the match days, and just separated it. And it really worked. It worked great. It allowed Ben just to use all his energy to win cricket matches.
And what a big year it was for England cricket, turning it around. Stokes up here, bowling to Smith. Down the leg side, half an appeal from... It was coming from Gully, but they won't be able to refer that. It's given not out regardless, and he's missed it all the same. 4 for 311.
And every character's different, right? So someone like Owen Morgan, who captained the white ball team so brilliantly, wanted the control of everything, wanted to make decisions on everything. Whereas Ben doesn't need to do that. And the test captaincy is way more complicated than the one-day captaincy for just the time you're doing it.
Did that extend to selection with Ben? Like, is he the kind of guy who basically picks his 11? As you can consider that as he turns at the top of his mark. The run towards Smith, 2 left in the over. Bowls here, Smith. Again down the leg side, this time too good for Smith. It's done loads, to be fair. He'll run away for 4 byes. So 2 balls in a row. He's tried to, well, at least it looks like he's trying to get him cramped up on the line of the body. 4 for 300.
It's a tough one with selection, because someone like Ben Stokes rarely plays county cricket, so he doesn't see these players. So young players coming through, he's got no opinion on, because he doesn't know who they are. So that's where you need your Luke Wrights or Rob Keys to go, we've got a player here, Jacob Bethel, young player coming through from Warwickshire. Let's get him netting for a few times. Let's bring him in and see what you think.
Which in some respects is the Matty Potts story, right? Stokes becomes captain. He's seen a bit of him, played right away. Stokes bowls here. Yeah. Smith, who defends. End of the over. 4 for 315 with Kawaja 3 and Smith on 41. It's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
Get 8 items from 50 cents with Macca's Loose Change menu. Score a 50-cent soft serve cone, a $2 hamburger, or frozen drinks from $1. Available from 10:30 a.m. to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. 1800-646464. Broad is in full flight. Bharat Sundaresan with me.
Yeah, actually, I've got a question for Basri. So that's the England system, but remember there's 18 counties, a lot of players to go through. I can't imagine Pat Cummins plays much Sheffield Shield, does he? How's he seeing, how's his involvement with selection? How's he seeing the young players coming through?
Will Jacks back in the attack. RSEA safety. Change of bowling. Randwick Street end. Defending Randwick end, I should say. Defending is Kawaja, but there's a gap at point. Gets 1. He's 4 for 316. RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia.
And strangely, it's the same, Roddy. I mean, go back to the start of this series. There's very little that the seasoned Australian players knew about Jake Weatherall or Brendan Doggett. I mean, Steve Smith was captaining the first test, and the first he really saw Brendan Doggett properly, he said, was in the nets. He couldn't even recall whether he had faced him in a Shield game at some point.
Yeah.
And I remember Jake Weatherall hanging out with Travis Head and Alex Carey because nobody else really knew him. And, you know, he's an eccentric character, so you wanted them to almost introduce him to the rest of the group.
Straightish long on put in for Jacks over the wicket to Smith. Deep square as well on the leg side. Bowls here, Smith forward, pushing to one of the 2 mid-wickets, no run.
But it is easier here because there are 3 Shield games on, so they split it up, or the selectors make sure that they are at 1 game each, and at times they might even do 2 days of 1 game and then go to the next game.
Jacks in, 4 wickets in the series. To Smith here, works it around the corner. The square leg gets 1. 42 for him, 4 for 317.
I'm sure it's a little more challenging when there are 9 games of county cricket and you're a selector over in England. So the system's pretty much the same here. When a new player comes in, there's a bit of orientation that happens, but most of the learning happens when they are actually in the nets.
Yeah. Jacks to Khawaja is on 4 round the wicket. Khawaja defends, no run.
A bit of a theory within English cricket with it, you know, your Luke Wrights and your Rob Keys, that actually you only need to see a player play a few shots over a short period of time and go, got a chance, can play.
Jacks up, bit wider on the crease round the wicket. Khawaja forward defending.
But it's tricky. It's tricky county cricket. I know, Collar, you watch a huge amount of it. You can't judge too many of the batters because a lot of the bowling might be at 74, 75 miles an hour, so it's a different style of cricket.
Yeah, it's the kind of that how not how many piece, isn't it? Jacks bowls, Khawaja defends. Where do you fit onto that? Do you feel like that's the end of the over, Michael? Yeah, it is. We'll come back to this. 4 for 317. Khawaja 4, Smith 42. Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
While the Aussies hold the line this Ashes, make sure your ute does the same. Max Liner's got the gear that lasts the innings. Venture canopies, Max Pro floor liners, tough 4x4 accessories and more. Set yourself up at maxliner.com.au/SEN.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/AU.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hut. I mean, I understand there is frustration in the county game about sort of how it looks rather than how many are on the board piece to this. I mean, there is a balance, surely, that needs to be met whilst accepting that, you know, the naked eye test is an important one. Stokes away from us. 2 in the cordon, bowling to Smith on 42. Delivers here, Smith across the stumps, pushing the mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because ultimately, county cricket has produced some of our best ever cricketers. I think Root, Stokes, Anderson, they all come through county cricket. England are now in a situation, this test team, where in big, important moments in test cricket against better sides, they're losing those little moments. So they've got good players who can still score test centuries, but when the game's on the line, they're losing that moment. And I would now start going, why? Why, whenever it's a 50-50, we're losing that little crack of the game?
Stokes delivers to Smith. Smith ducks a good bouncer, a quick bouncer deep in his spell.
Well, we're losing it to players that maybe have more experience than us, but it's game smartness. And how do you gain game smartness? By playing. So if you've never been in that situation before where win-viz is 50-50 and you've got to push that game forward and deal with the pressure, then you've got no chance of test match cricket when the game's on the line. So I think there is a balance of, you need to build a bit of match experience, match smartness by playing cricket.
Yeah. It's part of the criticism of how little Potts has bowled in game cricket before today on this tour, right? Stokes bowls here to Smith. I mean, I'm not saying that it can all be around the bowlers. Most of what you're describing there is the batting.
It matters less. So Ben Stokes can win you a part of the game because he's played 100 X test matches.
Yeah.
He's got a wealth of experience behind him, and that's why I look at this Australian team. They're not a brilliant test match team, but they've got experienced players that when the game is just wobbling, go, thank you very much, I'm going to grab this game. I've been here before, I've seen it before, this is what I'm going to do.
And that's the big cultural difference you see in the subcontinent, though. I mean, you played against Indian teams. Those guys play so much cricket coming through the grassroots system.
Stokes has got root there at slip. Bowls here. Going back. Smith defends to cover off the back foot. No run.
I mean, you see someone like a Yashasvi Jaiswal or those guys come through and people get astounded by how the game smarts that they have. It's just, from the time you're 8-9 in Mumbai and you're identified as a cricketer, you don't go to school. You just play cricket every day. So even though it's a different level of cricket. So by the time you're 16, 17, you played hundreds of games of cricket. You've sort of seen a lot of what can happen on the cricket ground.
This might be me. I shared a car with Robin Utapa in South Africa last year, and I'm sure he told me that Jaiswal had a 9-hour net.
I won't be surprised.
Stokes delivers to Smith, who again is willing to come forward. A concentration session from him here, trying to see off Stokes. And one of them in the nets. 9 hours.
Yep. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you know his backstory, of course. He came from a little village and slept in a tent when he was 9 years old.
Yeah.
But that's how it works. I mean, you just play cricket.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to wait till Saturday. You play 4 games every day from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
It's my dream come true, Baz. Midweek cricket, bring it on. Slip in the gully.
So that's me just trying to find ways of why are England losing the real key moments in Test matches at the moment.
All part of the inquisition after this, I'm sure. He bowls to Smith, plays to cover, completes the maiden. Well bowled and well played. Good Test cricket. 4 for 317. Khawaja 4, Smith 42. Australia trail by 67 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
G'day there, traffic lights are on flash in the city at the intersection of Exhibition Street and Little Lonsdale Street. Take care driving through. A heavy stretch outbound on the Hume Freeway from Craigieburn Road to Donnybrook Road, and Peninsula Link a little slow. Peninsula bound approaching Jetty Road in Rosebud. Get a deal you'll be proud of across a range of new and demonstrator models at Hyundai, like the Kona Hybrid from $39,990. Drive away at your participating Hyundai dealer today. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
This middle session's for Rogers Willox, trusted by Trailer Solutions. Will Jacks, rather, is continuing from the Ram weekend to Khawaja. Plays it to mid-on. The call is no. A defiant one is that, because they, for a moment, were considering the quick single. 4 for Khawaja from 24 balls. They trail by 67.
Oh, some memories of goal there from a few years ago, Adam.
Yes.
These two.
I think Smith's still yelling at Khawaja, isn't he? Jacks bowls to Khawaja, who defends. But I mean, your point before about trying to find scenarios where there'll be so much riding on it. I suppose occasionally in domestic cricket you get that. There are ways of manufacturing it. Shield finals in Australia are certainly one of them. We don't have that in the championship. Jacks bowls here. Khawaja goes back to cut, out to cover.
Would you like to see that final?
I think there's a case for some final. I know the Bob Willis Trophy was an attempt at that a few years ago, but there's something to be said for it's all on the line. You've got to perform on the big stage. As Jacks delivers here to Khawaja. We'll get one to mid-off. Throw at the non-striker stumps, but Khawaja's hustling. He's 4 for 318. What do you think of tweaks to the system that might, not artificial, it's just more like changing the thinking around league cricket in England that means there's more of that you must perform. Like we kind of had a quasi-grand final this year where your Nottinghamshire got over the line.
Yeah.
Thrilling game.
By not many.
By about, 15 runs?
Yeah, 15 runs.
Cracking game of cricket.
Josh Tongue bowled beautifully.
Yeah. Hasiba Mead, captaining. Jacks bowls here. Smith round the corner, no run. I mean, that'll do those players the world of good, having just played in that fixture, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They just come around so rarely, don't they? Those must-win games.
Whereas every Test match is a must-win game. It's a different perspective, I suppose. Smith, 42, facing Jacks to completely over and well behind it. Smith staying put from the crease. They trail by 66, Australia at 4 for 318. Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Hut. 2 overs till the new ball is due, with Khawaja back on strike on 5. Some outside the box thinking maybe, Broady, for one of these 2 overs?
Well, Ben Stokes will continue, and he's bowled beautifully. There's 2 overs till the second new ball.
So maybe over 80. We saw what Marnus did yesterday. Stokes bowls here, edging Khawaja, past second slip between the two of them, goes for 4, hits the hand of second slip on the way through Harry Brook. Khawaja tonight with the boundary, 4 for 322. Did take weight out of it though, didn't carry to the cordon.
I have to feel for Ben Stokes. He has bowled so well in this spell. Second big spell of the day. Also, maybe a sign of this pitch slowing down.
Bounced above Brook's hand. There's one for you. Harry Brook, Broad, he has bowled to Australia in Ashes cricket.
Well, if Ben Stokes had any humour about him after watching Marnus Labuschagne come on and bowl bouncers yesterday, he'd bring Harry Brook on with everyone on the boundary to bowl bouncers and see if Steve Smith slaps it down deep extra cover's throat.
Off the wrong foot and all of that. Stokes round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, 2 slips down the leg side, doesn't catch up with
him. Harry Brook got Kane Williamson out for his first Test match wicket in Wellington. Glove down the leg side to Ben Foakes standing up. And terrible action, sort of off the wrong foot. No one knows when it's coming down. And so, because Steve Smith's such a good player of fast bowling, fine bowling, a bit like Joe Root, we've seen those stats where Joe averages really low against 125k and under and 60 odd with it high. We came up with this plan at Edgbaston that when Steve Smith came out, we're just going to bring Harry Brook on and see if he chips it to cover. I think it lasted 2 overs, did it, or something?
Just after when you were on a hat-trick, if I recall. Here is Stokes, wide on the crease, round the wicket. Khawaja defends out to the offside, no run.
Nothing wrong with bowlers bowling on the wrong foot body.
I was just looking through my WhatsApps there, because when he got Kane Williamson out, Kane might have had 100 at the time. I've never seen a man give a not out, and we've reviewed it, and his just heart sank because he knew he'd gloved it down the leg side. And 8:04 the next morning, Harry Brook sends me a picture of his bowling action and just said something to work on there. I think front foot lands well.
That's a great photo. Stokes has got 3 left in the over. He's bowled in his 21st. He's got 2 for 63. Both the wickets yesterday. Up to Khawaja on 9. 2 slips. And he's turning a ball from middle stump. Wide a bit on, won't get one, but at the middle of the bat, that'll be encouraging. He's 9 from 31. And were you playing the Test match where Alistair Cook picked up a wicket in similar?
I was. He was running in like Bob Willis, wasn't he? I think it was Ishant Sharma tickled one down the leg side. And it's really annoying that Alistair Cook did that, because I think he averages 7 in Test cricket. So whenever he's out for dinner with Jimmy Anson, he's like, we know I average better than you in Test match cricket with the ball. Like, yeah.
Did he ever bowl in the nets, Cookie, or was that just
No. Just completely unnatural.
2 left here for Stokes. Up to Khawaja. Found the edge earlier in the over. Khawaja at the middle of the bat, back to the bowler. Well bowled, well played. Asking good questions.
It's like that Adam Gilchrist wicket in the IPL, his last IPL game as well. When he pulled off, I think, 7 different types of celebration. He did a Harbhajan, he did the Gangnam Styles dance. It's one of the great videos.
Will you reinvent yourself, Brody, as a bowler when you play with your kids when they're older? I heard you mention earlier you'll play with your daughters when they're a bit older.
I'll bowl left arm spin or something. Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm thinking Andy Katich. He bowls off breaks these days. Maybe you could.
Does he?
He does. Play a bit of cricket with Katich in the England summer, and he was quite useful off spin. Maybe that's one for you. Stop running in. Do it the easier way. Stokes bowls here and Khawaja leaves alone. I think that might be us done. 4 for 322. 62 the deficit with Khawaja 9, Smith on 42. Gerard will be in for me 4. The drinks break is about to begin. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, the 1 wicket after lunch was Travis Head. He was leg before wicket to Jacob Bethel for 163. Australia were 4 for 288, and this pair have taken it to 4 for 322. Back in a moment with Gerard Whateley and Damien Fleming.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Bethel flight to delivery. Smith inside out. Drives through cover. It's a big chase in the deep, and Duckett won't get there. And a long on back. Down the sweep. Hit on the pad. Bethel liked it. Umpire gives it. Travis Head falls to the part-time spin of Jacob Bethel. Smith pulls, didn't get it particularly well. Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did, I beg your pardon. The swivel pull. Stokes bowls to Smith. He pulled him down the leg side, got it particularly fine, and to the rope. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 4 for 322, so Australia's progress. What if they added 41 runs since the lunch break? Travis Head, the man dismissed for 163 from 166 balls. Usman Khawaja has arrived in the middle to join Steve Smith, who's got a half-century in his sights. Damien Fleming into the experts chair for Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Welcome back, Flem.
Hey, Gerard, listeners. Suns out, packed crowd. Australia building a big total. Let the runs continue to flow, please.
42 for Smith and 9 for Khawaja. 1 over until the new ball. Just before we get into the action, worst bowler?
It's Mark Taylor.
Right. Tell me.
If you didn't hear me, Mark Taylor.
Yep. Remind me.
It was in Pakistan, Rawalpindi. Tubby, it was a dead, heading towards a draw. Tubby thought this is a chance to get a bowling average because he was very average. Mate, it nearly bounced twice, and it was on the way down to was it Rashid? Who was the keeper again? Not Moin Khan. Rashid Latif. And he somehow spooned it up to Michael Bevan, who had pretty hard hands, to be fair, and he grabbed it. It was an attempted leg spinner that obviously stuck in his hand. I can still vividly remember it now. I was at point. That was truly awful Test match cricket, yeah. And the only shining light is Tubb loves talking about it, and I do a lot of gigs with Tubb. So I always go, how do you respond to the criticism that you over-bowled yourself, right? But he knows it now. But his bowling average is 26, and I think mine's like 20. Tom will know, 25 point whatever. But Jason Gillespie's like 26.7,
Will Jacks, last over before the new ball. Smith leans on the first one to mid-wicket, no run.
So he'd be the worst. I think we did pick the top 3 worst bowlers on our fast bowling cartel podcast, McGrath and Jason Gillespie. Justin Langer got votes in all 3.
Smith clips from his pads. He will get the run at mid-wicket. Down the strike to Khawaja.
But no test wicket.
Yep.
Michael Slater, pretty awful. He got a wicket that day as well with Tubby, and then got bowled for a duck in the second innings with dead. So for all the highlight, there was the low light. But the worst bowler I've ever seen is comfortably Jeff Marsh, Swampy.
Khawaja's on 9 as he faces up to Jacks. Flicks it to the leg, sent back by Smith, who didn't like the idea of the short single.
And I believe his son Sean was equally as bad. I don't think I ever saw Sean bowl. Obviously, Mitch Marsh is a beauty, great bowler. But yeah, Swamp was all, and he got 1 first-class wicket.
Khawaja from his pads, an easy single this time out to deep mid-wicket.
Which he can describe in detail, Swamp. And Michael Bevan on debut for South Australia, because remember when we had the Cricket Academy, South Australia could choose you, to select you. And that's one of the reasons Victoria wouldn't allow me to go to the academy. Bevo gets 100 on debut.
Smith back, covers his stumps, knocks it to leg, no run.
Walks out in the second innings, heading towards a draw. So the joke bowlers are on. Swampy bowls one. Bevo leaves it, and it crashes into off stump.
No.
Oh, no, it didn't crash. Yeah. It just sort of drifted into, yeah.
Smith, last ball with this Kookaburra. He drives but can't find the single at long on. So just 2 from the over, 4 for 324. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max, the next phase starts in a moment.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Australia 4 for 324 when the new ball is taken. Just by way of comparison, England yesterday when the new ball was taken, 6 for 347. So 23 runs further advanced, but 2 wickets down. They are on their way to 384. It was a spicy 18 overs with the new ball. So let's see. This is sort of England's last chance to halt Australia's progress towards their total.
And Potts has got the ball in hand. A man who has really battled.
None for 104. He carts in, bowls Khawaja in behind, defending to cover. The bowling change for RSEA safety trusted by tradies across Australia. The spread of overs, Casts 15, Potts 17, Tongue 18, Stokes 21. So he's had to shoulder so much. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 63. They got 4 overs out of Jackson. Bethel 5 overs, which resulted in the wicket of Travis Head. 2 slips in a gully set. Australia trailing by 60 runs. Khawaja's on 10, edging short of second slip. Trademark soft hands. Got it to the ground.
Just kept low a little bit too. Expecting that extra bounce with the new ball, but no, that just skidded on a little bit and straightened. Yeah, but beautiful soft hands. We've got our opening batsman from the first innings of the first test batting against the second new ball, batting at 5-6 in the last test of the series.
And the last reserve bowler left in England's squad. Potts to Khawaja. He was going to play the late cut, pulled out. His wafts had passed.
There's been some inconsistencies already, hasn't there, with the new ball? That one kept low again.
And that we were together for this phase yesterday, so the new ball did plenty. But then it did 10 overs later.
It did more.
It did more.
Yeah, exactly. You know, with inconsistent bounce, gee, I like coming over the wicket. You're just a bigger chance to get an LBW, aren't you?
So Potts is around the wicket as he bowls. Khawaja on the pads. Not for him. That's precisely what Fleming was talking about. No reviews left.
Yeah. Oh, get yourself over. It's keeping low. The old one's going through the top. I mean, that... Oh. You can see Usman's caught on the crease. The LBW is it's a significantly high chance to get Usman out.
LBW shouts for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Holds around the wicket. Khawaja then bats the ball to cover.
One of the better Potts overs, fair to say.
Yeah. God, it was rugged through the first 12 of them. It just tidied things, so he went for 2, 14 and 9 in his first 3 and then got taken off. Then went for 12, 4, 6 and 11.
Ooh.
Started today 14, 2 and 5, and then tightened things up at the 12th over onward. Last ball of his over. Khawaja drives ever so stylishly through mid-off for 4. It's a lovely languid stroke from the departing Usman Khawaja. 14 to his name. The end of the over. The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max 4 for 328.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have the workwear brands you need, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and more. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
Bryden Cass. It's always Bryden Cass.
It is.
He's got the new ball from the Randwick end.
Cass with the new ball.
A man's unshakable faith in a very limited bowler. 1 for 66 from his 15 overs, 4 for 328. Smith's on 43. Full toss, which he blunts to mid-off. Goodness me. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwheat Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership.
What about Smith's reactions?
Yes.
He's been up today. He's been at his fidgety best. And it was like he'd bowled a basketball down at him, hadn't he? Oh, it's in the replay. Where did that come from?
Looking up in the sky.
Whereas he should have just hit that through the covers for 4.
Cass on the follow-up. Sliced away by Smith. It was full and wide and punished through points. Smith's 47 boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you.
Well, the one positive there from Cass is he did hit the pitch on the second attempt, but you could not get much wider than that. You know, Smith's done really well to reach it and then to open up the face and hit it for 4. This is not... Potts, well done. Good start with the new ball. Cass battling.
Smith across his stumps, leaves outside the off stump. Smith's had this really disjointed series. He's only been out 3 times. So he plays in Perth, 17 when everyone's getting skittled, and he hits the winning runs, 2 not out. In Brisbane, 61 and caught brilliantly by Will Jacks. And then 23 not out from 13 balls when his eyes are spinning everywhere. And that he was in sixes mode. He could have made 135 balls that night. 61 in the first innings there. So then misses Adelaide with vertigo. 9 bowled on the big drive in Melbourne, and then 24 not out when no one can stick around with him. Smith driving to cover. So he would dearly love a substantial innings, and that's what's opened up for him. He's completely unhurried. I think he probably agrees with Joe Root that this is a bit tricky, and he's happy to sort of work his way through that in his own enigmatic way. And he's 47 from 93.
Yeah, I mean, he's still so hungry, but, you know, he'll be filthy if he doesn't get 100 in this series. I would have backed him in Adelaide, which was the best batting pitch, but obviously he missed that one.
So yet to tick over to 200 runs, but he's averaging 60.
Yeah.
That's how disjointed it's been for him. Smith leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, up at the Gabba, if they had another 50, 60 runs to go, I think he would have got 50 of them.
Yes. Once he engaged.
And very quickly. Yeah, he was on that, wasn't he?
Took him, I reckon, 10 minutes just to settle down in the aftermath. He was in full frenzy mode. And he's got this lure of 83 in this test match to catch Jack Hobbs as the second highest run scorer in Ashes history. Cass bowls to Smith. He drives for 4. What an on drive that was. As good as you can hit it. That's the way to bring up a 50 and be saluted by a crowd. The artistry and the power and the promise in that for Steve Smith. Nice. A little pause. 8 from the over. 4 for 336 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Usman Khawaja leaves the first ball of the fresh over from Matt Potts. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwheat Batteries from Solar Heart. Damien Fleming, the half-century of Steve Smith.
Yeah, how dismissive was that shot? I think he raised his bat before it even got past Cass at the other end. Yeah, that was a very underwhelming first over with the second new ball from Cass. Potts has been better. He's built up some dots.
Bowls to Khawaja, who leaves.
That was a good shot from Usman off the last ball to get the boundary.
So there've been 2 lovely drives against the new ball so far with the over-pitch deliveries. I did like Bert from Kahuna, so I give him marks on 2 fronts here. You see this in local cricket with a skipper who looks after his best mate, but Struth, this is Test cricket. Gold stars for the use of Struth.
Yeah, I think Bert's had enough.
Potts bowls to Khawaja, full driven, fielded at cover by Duckett. She could be unlucky, Kane. Diving away to his right.
Oh, he tripped.
Fell into it.
He's just not athletic at all, Duckett, is he?
No, he's well named. He waddles around and he's a bit squat.
I was just looking up. I couldn't imagine. You talk about poor bowlers, and we're talking about Mark Taylor or not. I think he'd be a very average bowler, and he hasn't bowled in any format for England. 2 first-class wickets, but I reckon they might be in dead games too.
Khawaja off his pads, just leans on the ball through backward square for a run. He goes to 15. Yeah, for all the forecasting and for the boasting and the proud declarations of how good this England team was going to be, they have had some savagely weak links.
I honestly thought Duckett would have a very good series. Thought Perth, the extra bounce, might find him out a little bit. He doesn't lead the ball that much, but really, I mean, he got them home, or accelerated in the chase at Melbourne, but it was a lucky innings. And his fielding, how many drop catches?
Ponce in from below us, bowls to Smith, behind defending.
Whereas Crawley's probably slightly enhanced his reputation for me. That innings in Adelaide showed, I mean, he batted really well up at the Gabba, coming off a pair. But the Adelaide innings was like that. That was just a good test knock. He let the ball go more than I'd seen him throughout his career. Big, tall driver of the ball. Look, imposing.
Deficit down to 47 as Smith plays forward and defends the last ball of the over. 1 from it. So Potts tidies things up a little. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Steve Smith, 51. Batting with Usman Khawaja, they have put on up to 49, are they? Yeah, 49 for the 5th wicket. 4 for 337. As Cast begins his fresh over, Khawaja tried to pull and got caught up, struck by it. You heard him yelp.
There's been a lot of those, haven't they? So there's been real inconsistency when the faster bowlers have dug the ball in short. And I reckon it just shaped back into him too. Cramped him for room.
You get it off the bat.
Oh, that's helped him a bit.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Leg slip put in place. Crawley is there. 2 slips for Rutenbrook. Bethel's in the gully. Cast bowls. Khawaja drives wide of mid-off. He'll be able to get 2. As Tongue goes around to Fields. 4 for 339. Now, that's the 50-run stand between this pair. Came together when Travis Head fell straight after lunch. And with a minimum of fuss, isn't it? Minimum of fuss.
Yeah, I think runs were a little bit harder just before the new ball was taken.
51 from 98 balls in 70 minutes. The stats for pay.com.au, points for business. Cards on the follow-up. Bowls. Khawaja clips from his pads to mid-wicket, no run. We were doing abysmal bowlers, or lamentable bowlers, perhaps. Tom's done the work for you, Flem. The good oil here, Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Well, 26 is clearly the marker, isn't it, Flem? If Mark Taylor's bowling average is 26, you don't want to be above that.
No.
You were, as always, centimetre perfect. 25.81.
Oh, God, thank God for that.
Same can't be said for Jason Gillespie.
What was Diz?
26.13.
Tubby's got him.
Yeah. Or Jimmy Anderson as well.
He's got
26.45. Sorry, Jimmy.
Cast over the wicket, bowls. Khawaja hit on the pad. It was full. He's out. Umpire gives it. Khawaja wants it reviewed.
He almost got through in the previous ball, didn't he?
Australia's still 45
TV
runs
umpire
behind.
to director,
So
we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
This is for IMAR, Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR. Khawaja's trying to flick it to the leg side.
I don't think it's going over.
Would like to see the RTS when it's ready.
It's close to the bat.
Yep. Yorker's hit the back foot right in front of the stumps.
That's the only thing it'll say.
Okay.
Has to have caught the edge, doesn't it?
Flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking. On-field decision is out. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Asan, you can stay with your on-field decision. Out. You're on the screen.
No room for sentiment as Usman Khawaja departs LBW. Pinned by the Yorker, dead in front. Low down on the middle stump. Khawaja leaves for 17. Cast gets the wicket with the new ball. And the SCG crowd stands to applaud just in case that is it for Usman. They stand to a man, woman and child to acknowledge what has been a fine career with big portions of it here in Sydney.
Yep, a slow walk off there from Usman to a standing ovation, and Alex Carey sprinted out there. And why wouldn't he? He's been seeing the ball like a basketball throughout this series. He's been absolutely brilliant with bat and behind the stumps. But I think it's an important partnership because if England get one here, they're bringing in Cameron Green, who's been struggling for runs. Webster's first test match in this series. So this is a significant partnership in the context of this game. A big partnership gets England into a deficit starting their second innings. It'd be very, very significant. But there you go to Cast again. He takes enough, or he bowls enough wicket-taking deliveries, doesn't he, to get the aggregate up. But it's not because of sustained pressure with good line and length.
Australia's still in arrears. Alex Carey out in the middle. All full, they went the same again. LBW shout turned down. And no chance to send it upstairs.
Oh, they've gone up.
So Australia are down to one review as well. After Khawaja just spent one when he really shouldn't have. But so that's outside leg where it's pitched.
But that's three big Yorking in-swingers in a row. And it troubles left-handers, doesn't it?
Yep.
If that was just a few more centimetres closer to the stumps, out.
Carey taps away. Sees Cass coming at him. And he's cutting for four. Short and wide. After the sequence of excellent deliveries, Cass can't keep it neat, and he pays the price. Carries away with the most gorgeous boundary. Loan Market, whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. It's 5 for 343.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today. Presenting the Australian team for Australian made by Australian support Australians. The deficit is 41. Wetherall 21, Labuschagne 48, Nisa 24, ahead 163. Kawajas 17. Smith is the man in the middle and he's beaten by a beauty from Potts, which we would not have said too often. Perfectly pitched, turning away, earns a thumbs up from the Australian captain.
Swung a lot more once had gone past Stephen Smith there, but that is still close enough to... Oh, it almost moved around Stephen Smith's bat.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen had it doing a lot.
Yeah, so it's taken a while, and I really did feel for Potts yesterday coming off no cricket, but...
That's it. Can you just turn your glasses around? Your glasses? Your glasses.
Is he asking Stokesy to?
On the back. It's just glaring straight. Thanks,
Cast.
Yeah, he's asking Cast to turn his sunglasses around. That's a first for me.
There's nothing that won't distract him. He's 51 from 98 balls, Smith. Australia is leaning on him again. He's forward defending.
Is that a bit of Moncho stuff from Stephen Smith going, I wouldn't normally miss a ball here? It's because of your sunglasses.
There has to be a reason.
But yeah, Potts has been so much better in the last two spells.
He's coming off a low base, but
yes,
you have to be able to retrieve.
No, but he has, and I'm sure if he'd...
Can't he? Potts to Smith in behind defending.
I think he played the Prime Minister's 11, didn't he? If he got picked straight after that, I'm sure he would have bowled well in the conditions that have been given here.
Travis said the leading run scorer for TAC Drink Driving. How your holiday ends is your choice. And Smith, the only other batter beyond 50 so far. Labuschagne, 48. Two slips and the leg slip. Two in the deep on the leg side, and then everything's wide open to mid-on. Potts to Smith, jumping in behind. You got a thought, Tom, for the good oil here? Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah, so Flem, that game was November 29 and 30 in Canberra. Potts took 2 for 40 from 16. Picked up the wickets of McSweeney and Peak. Hasn't played since.
Yeah, he would have been conditioned to play the next test. That would have helped him out big time.
That's very good from Brett. Smith would be spotting raccoons. It's just there in Australia. All Seinfeld references are most welcome. Smith forward, driving. Does enough to beat Crawley on the dive at cover. Crawley got a hand to it to take the pace off, but he couldn't haul it in. And Smith rotates the strike. He's 52.
Okay.
Carey, 291 runs at 48 and a half. 27 dismissals. The record is 29.
Yeah, middle.
So any runs he might score to further what might be a record-breaking series with the gloves and put himself in this three-way race.
And as I said, it's an important partnership. If they can put on 100 here, if England are minus 100, 150 going into that second innings on a wicket that will only deteriorate, particularly when it's getting baked by sun.
Last ball of Potts over. Carey chopping hard and readying himself. Defends the first ball he sees from the quick. 5 for 344, the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors, or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
Cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins jumping in, taking you through to tee. 5 for 344. Pass in, Randwick end, bowls to Smith, gets big on him. Hand off the bat, defending into the offside. For a moment there, Carey was coming, but he was sent back. Got Tom Morris with me. Roadside reporting for Marshall Batteries. Hollett for a Marshall Battery. Tommy.
The most 50-plus scores in Ashes history.
Yes.
Hollow. Don Bradman, 31. Past 50 31 times. Next, equal second, is Steve Smith, 27, and Jack Hobbs, 27.
Funny you mentioned Jack Hobbs.
Oh, why's that? He made some runs here, I'm sure, in 28, 29.
So Smith's playing his 41st Ashes test this week, and his 72nd innings right now as he's facing cast to him here. Plays him into the onside, gets a single. Smith to 53, 5 for 345. They trail by 39. So Hobbs played 41 Ashes tests as well and played 72 Ashes innings.
Right.
And at the moment, Smith is 30 runs short of his aggregate in Ashes cricket. So when he gets to 83, he'll be equal second, but I love the fact that it will be in the same number of innings, in the same number of test matches, if Smith were to get to 83.
I love that.
Keep a watch on that. Tommy Morris with his roadside reporting for Marshall Batteries Mobile and Store Service. Hollett for a Marshall Battery.
Still about 1,500 short of Don Bradman, though.
Yeah, well, that's one of those that will, probably last forever.
Yeah.
So it's Cass who got the breakthrough, got Khawaja, one left-hander to Carey, another here, looking to drive and punching hard through cover. Getting a nice piece of that out towards the trumper stand. It goes 4-4. Alex Carey moves to 8 with his second boundary. 8 from 4, and that'll move Australia to 5 for 349. So, no, you please go.
Sorry, I was going through the list of most runs in an Ashes series. So, Travis Head is 600 on the dot.
Yep.
If he gets a crack at the second innings, he might overtake Greg Chappell in 74-75. It was 608, then Slater in 94-95. And I went right to the top and I saw Sir Donald Bradman and Will know 974 runs in 1930.
To Carey, 2 slips the leg slip as well, and Carey drives again through the offside. The same gap penetrated, the same result, an even better shot. Alex Carey flying right away. He's 12 from 5. It takes Australia beyond 350. 5 for 353. He struck that so sweetly. They trail by 31.
So 974 runs in a series is clearly quite ridiculous.
It is.
What makes it even more ridiculous, Colo, as you would know, is it came from 7 innings.
It did.
He only batted 7 times.
Yeah, those 3 series Bradman played in England before the war are just ridiculous. He got to 1,000 runs before the end of May in all of them in first-class cricket as well. Just crazy stuff. So Cass, how will he respond? He bowled so well to Khawaja to catch him with the full one. Bang in front. Crawley round the corner. Carey's been caught in that position twice in the series. Bowls here. Carey down the leg side. Doesn't glove it through to the wicketkeeper, Smith. All of those Tommy Morris numbers are for pay.com.au. Points for business. Keep them coming.
Can I give you one more?
Oh, mate, be my guest.
You love this stuff. The first time in tests at the SCG that the first 5 partnerships in an innings have been 50-plus.
Yeah.
This innings, right?
Good. 57, 105, 72, 54 and 51 respectively.
Yeah.
Pay.com.au, points for business. So 9 runs from the over, 1 to come from Cass. 2 slips the leg slip. Zach Crawley fielding in the sun hat, always like that. 2 other fielders on the leg side on the 1. Cass, Randwick end, up to Carey, who's flying. Drives him straight, 1 man to beat, does so. Chase on for Stokes. But the ball will just about beat him. He drags it in no more than 6 inches before the rope. Excellent fielding from the captain. They return for 3 though. Carey, 15. Busy over for Australia, adding 12 runs in it. 5 for 356 the score. They trail by 28. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Want to hit a six for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
The Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. There is going to be a change at our Paddington end. Josh Tung. There's going to be a change in our expert chair as well, with Simon Katich launching into the expert chair for UFI POE systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Tommy, all our listeners.
Hello, Kat. How beautifully is Alex Carey striking the ball?
It's like Travis Head reincarnated, batting down the order.
He could put in a late bid for player of the series if he turned up here.
Definitely.
Maybe. Round the wicket, Tung bowls to Carey, defends. Again, everything's out the middle of the bat, isn't it? Sounds so good.
Oh, and just the confidence. Some of those drives on the up, big stride into the ball, and just throwing his hands through the line of the ball. But if he gets a ton and gets 5 catches in the second innings, breaks the record, he's on.
Oh, have they ever, you can check this, Tommy, have they ever done a joint player of the series? They always do one for England, one for Australia. But have they done it? I wonder if they've ever done
triplets.
I mean, it'll be votes, I suppose, so there'll be some way of splitting it, maybe. Tung round the wicket to Carey, inside edge onto the pad, quick single, Smith wants it, and he's through. It was Crawley running in from square leg, but he didn't quite collect the ball, ready for the indoor cricket style flick. Through for 1, Carey 16. I think it was runs not league buys. I didn't see the umpire signal. Either way, it's 5 for 357. They trail by 27.
Never a joint play of the series from the same team, always one from each
One
team.
from either. So they do one from either, then they give out the overall player of the series in the Ashes.
Would you weight the early test matches more significantly than the late test matches?
Well, you think so, because obviously they were live and, you know, there was pressure early on, particularly with no Cummins, no Hazelwood, Lyon hardly bowled or didn't play it together.
Tung to Smith got a leg slip, off stump line, driving wide at mid-off, doesn't get it beyond Stokes, although there is a bobble, but they won't do anything daft like take on the misfield. 1 for Smith, 54 for him, 5 for 358 Australia, nearing parity.
Yeah, because my initial thought was, you think back to that first test in Perth, if Mitchell Starc doesn't bowl the way he does with no Hazelwood and Cummins, it could have been a completely different result. So you think, does that have more weighting? Then at the Gabba, good flat surface, and England were going well. He knocks Brook over, who was set on 30-odd.
Tung to Carey, round the wicket, Carey driving once more, but picks out cover where Duckett will field no run. Throw into the mix at start, got 77 at Brisbane to advance the lead, 52 at Brisbane to put on a 100-run stand down the list. I mean, you know, there are broader, you know, the Carey runs and gloves, and Travis Head, of course, his 100 at Perth is going to go down as an all-timer. I mean, if you're doing Brownlow votes, it'll be very tricky.
30-odd wickets versus 600-odd runs.
Yeah, they're both huge contributions. If Carey gets 100 here, that'll be fun. He's facing up to Tung here on 16, drives it straight to mid-on, where again, he's not missed the middle, I don't think, in the 11 balls he's been out there for, Carey. He's on 16, no run here though, 2 balls left in the over.
That was a glorious on drive.
To be seeing the ball this well, Kat, have you got a passage of time in your career where you just could not miss the middle of the bat? I know you had some productive periods, but even if it was just a time in the lead up to a series or whatever it is where you felt truly at the peak of your powers?
Yeah, 2003, 2004, that series against India, and then the Shield season as well.
Tung to finish to Carey, cuts him in half, good bit of bowling, inside edge. All eyes on umpire Gaffney, keeps the finger down, and England do not have a review. They blew 2 of them earlier today. Ends the over therefore 5 for 358, trailing by 26 Australia. Carey 16, Smith on 54. Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Alex Carey is running hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong.
I-
He's 16 from 12. Smith's doing things on his terms. He's 54 from 106. He started the session on 16, so he's in no hurry, but he needn't be. We're only at the midway point of the test match after all. Matty Potts is going to get a second spell with the second new ball. He's been spun around to the Randwick end. None for 110 from 20, which sounds bad, and it is bad, but, I mean, arguably it was worse. He's had a little bit of a better time of it in the last couple of spells, albeit from a low base. So with Smith going up to the stumps for him too, the leg gully in position. Looks like Jacob Bethel's doing that job now. And two slips, Root and Brook. And again, something going on behind the bowler's arm, which has been identified by, you guessed it, Steve Smith. Here is Potts, Randwick end. Smith up to the stumps. And the other Smith defending towards mid-wicket. Catch you say 03-04. So it wasn't when you came back into the test side in 08 and made all the runs in the world. It was actually earlier in your career when you're at your most fluent.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, there's a few times, but yeah.
But that was the time that stands out to you in retrospect.
Yeah, particularly with the age. I think I was about 28 then.
Yep.
So you feel like you're at your peak.
Was there one day, you sometimes hear athletes talk about that one day when it was just perfect, that you look back on and go, you were untouchable then as Steve Smith plays 106 balls, faces Matty Potts, and he wants to drive him and does drive him out through cover towards the Brawongle stand. It'll run for another boundary. Foot down now for Australia. They trail by 22. Smith's got 58, 5 for 362 the score.
Yeah, that was glorious cover drive from Steve Smith. Just keeping the blade open and waiting, because it wasn't a genuine half volley. Just caressed that one through cover point beautifully.
Got to hit it on the top of the bounce into the turf, seeing it back here. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. How does Potts respond with the keeper up to the stumps? Bowls to the acting captain, Smith, who defends back down the pitch, no run. Yeah, so a day when everything was just perfect that you look back on.
Oh, I need a bit of time to
Maybe
think
not.
about this.
Maybe not.
6 for against Zimbabwe. With as he told us the other night at his dinner.
Oh, here we go.
The Zimbabwe second 11.
I reckon he gets a run most days that gets referenced.
So it should. I think
not by Cat.
Brad
by one of us.
6 for here.
Potts, none for 114. Bowls to Stephen Smith, who leaves, and Jamie Smith up to the stumps, nicely pouched.
Thinking about it now, being at this ground, it probably was the 300 against Queensland in 2007, 2008. Because I remember I think I got the 100 just after lunch on whatever day it was, and then we tried to set the game up quick, and we had an extended session, and then went from 100 to about 250 in that 2 hours. It just teeing off every ball, almost trying to get out. It didn't.
Smith 58. Up here is Potts. Keeps him honest by bringing it back off the seam, and Smith has to thrust the bat down. Does well in the end. Yeah, I like that. With cricket being a game that's so wrapped up in failure. Watching back here, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, well bowled by Potts. To get that ball from wide of the crease to really jag back to Smith. That when there are those precious moments when you're in rhythm, it's the same for bowlers, right? You see bowlers who bowl the speed of light, always trying to replicate it. Potts into Steve Smith, wider, cut, 4. That is help yourself stuff. Having bowled a couple of really nice balls in the over, he's let himself down there. Australia now only trailing by 18. Smith motoring into the 60s. He's 62. Up to 5 for 366 on the SharkBite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected SharkBite Max.
The King Living Summer Sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions, others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. So Josh Tongues round the wicket to Carey from our Paddington end. Carey, late side, gone there, caught in the trap again. Third time in the series.
Straight to leg slip. Carey throws his head back in dismay. Australia have lost a 6 wicket before reaching parity. 6 for 366. And Josh Tongue has got himself a wicket at a really important time because Carey was motoring. He's gone for 16.
That is a massive wicket for England. Given the context of this match and the way that Carey's going, he couldn't have hit that any better. Straight to Jacob Bethel. He was ready and waiting at leg slip. Took it beautifully. So England fighting back here. And now this is a massive moment for Cameron Green because Steve Smith's going beautifully. He's not out on 62. And Australia still need another partnership to really put England under the pump in the third innings of this test match.
So a partnership of 27, Australia's worst of the innings so far, all the others reaching 50, as Cameron Green walks out at number 8. Of course, the night watchman affected the batting order, and that went straight to Jacob Bethel and Carey, who fell that way at Melbourne and indeed at Adelaide too. 16 lovely runs, but gone now after 13 deliveries. 6 for 366 as Bharat Sundaresan jumps in to join us as well for Eufy POA Systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. They set the trap and he fell straight into it.
Yeah, no one. He just chucked his bat up in the air as soon as he realised what he'd done. It's almost, you see it with Alex Carey at times. There's like not really a brain fade, but just lack of concentration. And I think that's what it was.
Yeah, definitely that. The other part of it is the technical aspect is, he played a beautiful on drive in one of the previous overs. On that occasion there, because he doesn't really get a stride with his front foot, he just ends up sort of opening up and turning it. Whereas if he gets a stride in, he should be hitting that ball probably through wide, mid-on, mid-wicket. And I reckon it's just that split second of not getting his foot into the ball a bit more.
This would constitute England's opportunity, surely, in this innings. 18 behind Australia. Green in at 8, averaging 18.7 in the series. Never really done it against England. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Tongue to him here. First ball in the armpit. Keeps it down, gets off the mark to forward square leg. So well played by Green. 6 for 367 all the way through the series. Baz, Cat, when we've had moments like this, when it can go either way, England have wilted. They've opened it up. They've earned it. 2 wickets, Khawaja and Carey, in relatively quick succession. Can they make the most of this before tea?
They haven't so far in this series. They haven't so far in this test match. Yesterday, there were 2 great illustrations of that. Firstly with the bat and then definitely with the ball. Well, they have an under-pressure batter here. One end, Steve Smith, how does he play it from now?
So the Barmy Army full of voice in the O'Reilly stand and the bottom of the trumper. Running towards Steve Smith is Tongue. 2 slips, the leg slip. On the back foot, he punches out towards those England fans at deep point. We'll get 1. Green fancies 2, but Smith says no. He's 63. 6 for 368. That makes it 16 behind.
Yeah, he's been too short the last 2 balls, Tongue. Green nudged him into square leg the very first ball. And then on that occasion there, Smith comfortably played that in the back foot to the vacant backward point region. But this next little period here is huge for Australia, because if England go bang bang and limit the damage with the lead or keep it around parity, then it's a good test match.
Tongue to Green, his second ball. Bowles here leaving alone on the 5th stump line. Outswing into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Tempter.
That is a tempter, and that's perfect from Tongue. Keep firing it there. See if Cameron Green wants to play a big booming cover drive. He got out like that in Adelaide. Go again. If he's going to hit a 4, let him hit it through cover.
Maybe even go slightly wider with this one.
Yeah.
Drag him out.
Yep.
So Tongue at the top of his mark. You know what this is? Proper test cricket. Both teams push and pull. Middle of day 3. Beautiful day at the SCG. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Green facing up. Off drive to the fielder though. Ben Stokes cuts it off, moving to his right. No run.
Yeah, nice from Green there. Tongue's definitely going full to him. He knows that. So he's a big man. Get a stride into the ball and trust the fact that this is the way they're trying to get you out. He probably could have even gone further with that front foot. He's probably just half-stepping a little bit, leading with his toes rather than going with his heel and getting a bigger stride.
9 minutes until tea. Those 4 catches in the cordon. Tongue to Green, Bowles down the leg side. Has he nurdled it? He hasn't.
There was a sound, it must have been off the thigh pad. Ends the successful over for England. 6 for 368, 1 for Green, 63 for Smith. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's been a crash outbound after the Westgate Freeway. It's in the right-hand lane. Delays all the way back to Grieve Parade and onto the Ring Road past Boundary Road. As for other majors, we have some heavy traffic on the Hume outbound from Craigieburn Road to Donnybrook Road, and the Deer Park bypass is slowing outbound passing Robinson's Road. It's hot, it's wild, it's Gumbaya World Theme Park. Splash, slide and surf your way through the water park. Ride epic roller coasters and meet Aussie wildlife. Summer's at Gumbaya World. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hut. Cat and Baz with me. 8 minutes until tea. Matty Potts still has the ball in his hand. Wouldn't this be a decent moment for him to insert himself in the contest after a couple of very poor deliveries to Steve Smith in his previous over from a Randwick end?
I think his best chance is just let Steve Smith get off the strike.
Got Cat watching Carey's dismissal back. Get your analysis as we work through the over.
Yeah, when you see the differences in his footwork between the on drive and the one he gets out to, classic case of not getting his front foot further down towards the pitch.
Potts has got the keeper up to the stumps for Steve Smith. Leg stump line, shovels it just out to square leg, gets one. Smith 64, assuming it wasn't a leg bye. No, it wasn't. There was bat on it. 6 for 369, 15 behind the score that England made yesterday.
And just slightly falling over a little bit. So then, as a result, the ball goes finer rather than straighter. When you're upright and you're balanced, you get much more balance on the shot. You can hit a lot straighter.
Simon Katich watching that back. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. That's who our screen is for. Matty Potts has the keeper Jamie Smith back for Green. Obviously, they fancy that mode of dismissal caught behind the wicket. 2 slips in a gully. Couple of catchy mid-wickets as well. Can Potts bowl to a plan? Randwick enter Green for the first time. Green in behind it defensively.
I wonder what the messaging is around Cam Green in that dressing room. Have they asked him to go and play with freedom? He's always nervous for that first 20, 25 deliveries. But from what we've seen of him over the last 6 summers, if he can get a boundary away, you can see it in his body language, how he relaxes.
He's faced a lot of balls for, well, I say a lot of balls. He's got in a number of times in the series. 50 balls at Perth, 57 balls at Brisbane, 29 and 34 at Melbourne last week in tough conditions. And he capitalised. Green here, squared up, out to gully, on the bounce, no run.
And look, he has come under fire, no doubt. And I know I've probably been a part of that at times, having called what happened in Melbourne and then what happened in Brisbane. And the thing is, why the starts are frustrating is because he's done all the hard work. That's the hard part of batting, getting in. And then when you squander it, the danger is you get a wicket like Melbourne where it is hard to bat on, or, you know, you make a few mistakes like he did in Adelaide. The pressure mounts because you haven't made the most of those starts, particularly the Gabba and Perth.
Keep it back. Potts bowls, Green leaves on the basis of length.
It's an interesting question here, Kat, online from Ross about the tapping of the bat on the ground. If there is that one extra tap he has added, I think, this summer, almost as the bowler is about to hit his delivery stride.
Yeah, it's interesting. Certain batters have a feeling with their hands and their rhythm of their hands, and I never quite understood that. It was just always cock the wrists and get it up and be ready to go.
You'll be able to hear it here. The last tap is Potts bowls to him, and Green drives. That'll feel good. Out through the covers towards the Churchill stand for 4. Nicely played. Green 5. Australia 11 short of parity. They're 6 for 373.
Yeah, nicely played there from Cameron Green. Just eased that one nicely. And the key thing there was the head position going towards the line of the ball. It was a bit wider. He knows that. But beautiful head position and beautiful bat playing.
Look good on our screen. The Chemist Warehouse. Catchy mid-wicket remains. Potts bowls to Green. A bit shorter. Gets a single to cover. So looking to score inside the ring, so to speak.
That's brilliant cricket. Hit a 4, get off strike.
6 runs from the over. 6 for 374 becomes the score with Green 6. Smith 64. Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max. All of the numbers on the coverage for pay.com.au. Points for business. And our player of the day so far. Without a doubt, Travis Head, who finished with 163. That's for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. We've got, probably one more, maybe two more if they really want it. Overs before the short break here at the SCG, with Australia just 10 runs behind. And Cameron Green back on strike. Looks like Tommy Morris has got something for us as well. Tommy's always running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. We'll come to you after this Josh Tongue delivery. Away from us. Bowls here. Green leaves a ball on the fourth stump line that swings away into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
I remember Greg Chappell writing an article a while ago, and certainly in his coaching, advocating for bat on the ground rather than bat cocked up. And that's the way he batted. Yeah. And if you actually look at a lot of batters coming through, at the time he was looking after the under-19s, they all bat that way as well, whether it's Dick Maddinson, whether it was Mitch Marsh when he was younger as well. That's his style of coaching.
Yeah, I think it's a very individual thing. You've got to do what you're comfortable with. I mean, look at Steve Smith, great example.
Away from us, Tongue bowls on the hip of Green, gets it out towards square leg umpire. I think that Smith thought as the direct hit throw comes in, there'll be an overthrow opportunity, which they won't leap on top of because Green sprinkled through at the non-striker's end. But Smith thought that was easy, but it wasn't quite. Nevertheless, it's a single for Green, who's 7 at 6 for 375. Kat?
Yeah, because a lot of us that went to the academy during that sort of 90s and 2000s period, a lot of it was about getting the hands up, cocking the wrist, because you had to be able to play the cut and pull, particularly on the quicker bouncier wickets. And you see a lot of the Australian batters employ that around the States. So I think a lot of it comes down to, that personal preference as to what you feel gets you ready to be able to hit a cricket ball at the right time.
So it feels like the alternative approach of having the high back, say Harry Brook, for example, that was so rare a couple of generations. I mean, Grant Gooch was the outlier, wasn't he, as Tongue gets up and bowls to Steve Smith, gets big on him, shoulder of the bat, down to the gully where there isn't a fielder, plays it pretty well in the end. He's 65 with the single, 6 for 376.
I mean, a big comparison I can think of two batters who've been successful here in the last 10 years are Virat Kohli and Pujara. So Pujara added the extra tap. Those 2 summers, or the 2018-19 one, having not had it in 2014-15, and then he batted 2,000 balls across the next 2 summers.
And did they say why they do the extra tap?
I think from Pujara, it was almost like he felt like he was getting into the better rhythm.
Tongue to Green, 4 in the cordon, bowls here, leaves alone. Again, they're really working on this 5th stump line, waiting for Green to make an error. He hasn't as yet. They try by 8.
The rhythm and just the balance he felt was much better, where his head was and everything at that point of release.
Greg Chappell believed that you get more power that way because you go up and then back through rather than just starting in that position. That was his view.
Because it always felt, by having your hands up, it felt like you were trying to gain time from having them down at your waist compared to being up sort of near your chest, particularly playing the short ball.
Tongue bowls to Green on 7. Plays back defensively, but gets it into a gap at cover for 1. Nicely played again. The West Australians 8 at 6 for 377.
And particularly when you're playing, 145k plus bowling on quick surfaces here in Australia, you do get tested against the short stuff. And as all batters, you're looking for time. You want to gain time because you've generally only got half a second at that pace. So, I guess you have to do what feels comfortable for you.
And I think you go through different stages through your career, don't you, Kat? Like when this feels comfortable and then the other thing feels...
It's amazing hearing all these stories about tinkering because I don't think I ever did it. I just batted. Just kept batting and just played how I felt was comfortable.
Last ball of the session. Tongue bowls to Steve Smith, driving hard. That's a whitish mid off. There won't be a single there, which means they'll go to tee with Smith on 65. He was at 16 at the start of the session, so 49 runs for him since lunch. Green's on 8. They've added 11 together. 6 for 377 is the score, with Australia trailing by 7. Wickets in the session, 3 of them. Travis Head was leg before wicket to Bethel. Just after the break, he only added 1 run to his lunch score. 163 from 166, a partnership of 54 there with Smith. Then Khawaja put on 51 with Smith. Well, he had his front pad blown off by Bryden Cast for 17 from 49. 5 for 339 was the score, which became 6 for 366 when Alex Carey, who started so nicely, was caught at leg slip for the 3rd time in the series. Jacob Bethel around the corner from the bowling of Tongue, 16 from 13, put on 27 with Smith. And now they're, as I said before, 6 for 377 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. They're 7 behind. Kat, your sense of the 2 hours that we've seen?
Yeah, it was a good battle. I think England fought back nicely there with that second new ball. Getting the wickets of, obviously, Travis Head getting out to Bethel early helped, because that sort of meant that the scoring rate dropped a fair bit. But in terms of getting Khawaja out with the second new ball, Carr got one to swing back. It was a full toss, but ultimately, those late couple of wickets there were handy for England, because at least now 6 down, got the break to work with. If they can go bang bang after the break, they might be able to limit the damage to maybe a 50-run lead. But if these two bat for any length of time, Australia could get 100 plus, and that will be a big swing in the game.
Brilliant. Thanks for your last half an hour, Kat. For Liquorland, score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We'll go to a break here in our coverage. It's tea on the third day at the SCG. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Australia 7 runs behind in their first innings. 6 for 377.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Hose Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Hose Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hoseplus.com.au.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's been a crash outbound after the Westgate Freeway. It's in the right-hand lane. Delays all the way back to Grief Parade and onto the Ring Road past Boundary Road. As for other majors, we have some heavy traffic on the Hume outbound from Craigieburn Road to Donnybrook Road, and the Deer Park bypass is slowing outbound passing Robinson's Road. It's hot, it's wild, it's Gumbaya World Theme Park. Splash, slide and surf your way through the water park. Ride epic roller coasters and meet Aussie wildlife. Summers at Gumbaya World. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers, the freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
These holidays, the police will be using every tool they have to keep the roads safe for Victorians. But if you decide to drink then drive, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC, drive safely for everyone.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
It's the season for sunshine and road trips. Make sure your Toyota's ready.
Enjoy a essential service from $290 for small vehicles or $350 for SUVs and 4x4s.
Book now.
T's and C's apply. Visit chatsontoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia provides an Australian government-funded initiative.
Got a backyard project calling your name? Whether you're building decks, shifting soil or reviving the veggie patch, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts are built for backyard legends like you. Strong, reliable and ready for action, our gear keeps up with your weekend hustle. Because we know it's more than just work. It's your pride, your passion, your project. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, made for weekend warriors. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Down the leg side, he's feathered it through. And
just like Test cricket, Beaumont Tiles is an Aussie original. For more than 65 years, Beaumonts have worked hand in hand with tradies and builders to shape the style of Australian homes. With trusted trade pricing, expert service, and the biggest range of tiles, bathroomware, and hard flooring, Beaumonts delivers style built to last. So visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for six. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Cast bowls to Smith. He drives for 4. What an on-drive that was. As good as you can hit it. That's the way to bring up a 50.
Cast over the wicket, bowls. Kawaja hit on the pad. It was full. He's out. One left-hander to Carey, another here. Looking to drive and punching hard through cover. Out towards the trumper stand. It goes 4-4. Carey, 2 slips, the leg slip as well. And Carey drives again through the offside. The same result. An even better shot from our Paddington end. Carey, leg side, gone there. Caught in the trap again. 3rd time in the series.
The Tea Break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew.
It feels somewhat like proper Test cricket here at T. Day 3 at the SCG. Australia 6 for 377. They reduced the deficit in the second session from 103 runs down to 7 runs. Cameron Green is 8 not out, a significant innings for his career, you'd suggest, as it is Bo Webster, who is in next, and Stephen Smith is 65 not out. He made 49 runs in that second session where Australia scored 96 runs. They lost 3 wickets, 26 overs were bowled. The batters out. Travis Head, 163. Kawaja, LBW for 17. And Alex Carey in familiar fashion for 16. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The expert state of play from Damien Fleming for TAC. The police using every tool they have to keep the road safe. Drink driving, wrong choice. What have you made of what you saw in that session, Flem?
Well, it was probably Stephen Smith's session, wasn't it? You know, he has not had a lot of innings in this series so far. At home, he dominates at the SCG. He wants 100 in this series, Stephen Smith, so he is well set going into this last session. We want runs from Cameron Green.
Yeah, and he would want
it's
runs.
set for him, isn't it? Like, you know, just back yourself. Don't get over complicated with your technique. Just let it happen to a degree. You know, watch Stephen Smith with his free-flowing runs there as well. But the incentive for England is, you know, they need to decrease the deficit, don't they? You know, anything more than, well, they wouldn't want to be 100 behind, would they? Negative 100 on a pitch that it's not the flattest pitch going around. It's not getting baked. It's warm, but it's not really hot. But it's going to be hotter tomorrow and then really hot on day 5.
Yeah.
And they need to be able to back themselves that even if it's a small total that Australia have to chase,
yep.
It could be difficult.
Yeah. It certainly feels like a pitch that is pretty reasonable so far. If you bowl well, you get rewarded, but if you're off, you get put away, and we've seen that across the Test match. That's the Australian side of things for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. The player of the day contender, no doubt, Steve Smith, from what you've just said, RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. The English bowling attack, Flem, let's just go through some of these figures if you don't mind. Bryden Cast, 2 for 92 from 18. He's going at 5s as he has done all summer, but he's picked up a couple of wickets, as he has done all summer. Matthew Potts, no wicket for 124 from 22 overs. Josh Tongue, 1 for 63. Ben Stokes, 2 for 63. And then Will Jacks and Jacob Bethel bowled 9 overs between them. They've gone for 26 between them. And Bethel got the important wicket, didn't he, of Travis Head. It's been difficult to watch at times, but I feel like Ben Stokes still has some juice in the tank. He's bowled 21 overs and he'll want to bowl another long spell in this session. I mean, he's toiled manfully, probably deserved more than 2 wickets. I think Tongue has equally been as good. And then it's funny, you look at Potts's figures, none for 124, but his last 10 overs have been good. So that's how bad his previous 12
were.
Yep.
And Cast, I mean, the wicket to dismiss Khawaja, it's an incredibly good ball because it swings so late and left-handers are falling across the crease to a degree. But how often do we see that? A couple of times throughout the innings. And he has the first over, so he's the spearhead. He's the one that is there to set the tone. And his wicket total will look good, won't it?
Yeah.
But he hasn't built much pressure at all throughout the series.
You've always been big on bowlers need to bowl more Yorkers, or at least more often. And the Yorkers have been effective to Jake Weatherall. They're effective to Usman Khawaja today.
But I think they're more effective to left-handers for bowlers that can swing the ball back in. And he's very unique. He can cast, can't he? He actually does swing the ball.
He can.
But, I don't know what his percentage of outswingers in the avenue of apprehension have been. I would say very low.
Yes. 21 wickets for the series, Bryden Cast, at an average of 27 and a strike rate of 34.
Yes, so that's all excellent.
But an economy rate of just a tick under 5.
Yeah.
And as you've said throughout, hard to set fields to that.
Yes. And that's been the tough thing for Ben Stokes is, to be able to build pressure, bowlers that bowl to the fields. He's probably done it as well as anyone, him and Tung. And Bethel was a bonus, wasn't it? I think he probably needs to bowl a bit more because left-arm orthodox, they're always in the game. They tend to get a lot of LBWs with DRS these days. Promising.
What do we say about
him
in footy terms? He's just got something about him, doesn't he, Bethel?
X-factor.
Yeah, a bit of X-factor. Steve Smith's dug in so far today for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. This is a big 2 hours of cricket coming up for Cameron Green. A huge 2 hours of cricket coming up for Cameron Green, isn't he? He played a lovely cover drive earlier on. He's batting at number 8 because there's a night watchman earlier. Bo Webster's in next. It felt like for the last couple of tests the world has been closing in on him, but he has the opportunity right now.
Yeah, it's all ahead of him.
Yeah.
They won't be declaring.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep batting.
Bats or stumps.
So, let's just find it. I just feel like he struggled for his batting rhythm throughout this series. The best he batted was at the Gabba, and then he threw it away by backing away. You think in hindsight, if he'd got 100 there, would that have got him going? He's been lucky to play every test, but he's definitely in that age group that they want to be able to come through and bank on for years to come. And I keep saying there hasn't been a lot of positives, has there, from the question mark type of players? Weatherall, no. Green, no. Runs from Webster would be great. He's batting at 9. No.
Even Marnus, probably not quite. We haven't really learned a lot there, have we?
Yeah, I thought he batted really well in this. It was back to the way he started the series, free-flowing. 48 off 68, strike rate of 70. That's the Marnus that was averaging 60 in Test cricket. And he doesn't need to do that again. I'd take averaging 40.
Yeah.
But he's had 2 poor summers. And this one, just an average one.
He still might get a chance in the second innings, depending on how this game goes. Australia trailing by 7 runs. Flem, excellent as always from you. What's that name of the podcast you do with Dizzy and...
The Fast Bowling Cartel podcast. Download now, Apple, Spotify, YouTube.
Nicely done, Flem. You can do that on all your best podcast apps. This has been the Tea Break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia 6 for 377 will have action from the SCG in a few moments' time.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get the SUV you really want with a great deal from Ford. Get $3,000 off Everest Trend at participating Ford dealers. See ford.com.au for full terms.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Everything grows better. Rethink what a spinner can do with the Nelson S7. The superb low-pressure flow control response of the Nelson flow control nozzle is unrivaled. The flow control sprinkler is ideal for areas with uneven water pressure, such as sloped or hilly landscapes, where traditional sprinklers may result in over or underwatering. The S7 Quick Connect system allows for rapid unplugging of the sprinkler while under pressure. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water. Hi, I'm Cherie Barber. When it comes to home renovations, I've seen it all. One thing I know is your garage door plays a major role in your home's street appeal. With over 50 years of experience, Glider All-Craft premium garage doors that complement any style of home. Their architecturally inspired designs add a touch of luxury that help your home stand out. When it comes to creativity, the only limit is your imagination. Visit gliderall.com.au today for your free measuring quote.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies' mate. That's IMAR.
What started as a 16-year-old's dream back in 1926 has become a 100-year Australian success story. Today, Penrite Oil powers thousands of engines across the country. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and the big wheels. Australian-owned and made. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven. If your machinery, truck or vehicle needs an oil change, learn more at penriteoil.com.au/about.
Australia. Do you not like money? Because if you're not with a low-fee super fund, you could be giving away money on high fees instead of spending it on things you might actually want when you're retired, like more holidays, golf days, gals days, whatever days. Learn more about Vanguard Super today. Issued by Vanguard Super Proprietary Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at vanguard.com.au/super and decide if it's right for you.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Echo for quality chainsaws, mowers and trimmers professionals rely on. Designed to renowned Japanese build standards for cutting performance and durability, and backed by Echo's industry-leading 5-year domestic and 2-year commercial warranty. Echo. Power on and on. Available at selected dealers.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Thanks to Liquorland, your sporting club has had the chance to score more this summer. We've been asking you to nominate your local club for the chance to win your club a $500 voucher with T's and C's applying. The winner of the final voucher is the St Andrews Cricket Club in Ringwood, Victoria, nominated by Scott Muir. You've picked up the final voucher of the summer thanks to Liquorland. Players are on their way out into the middle after tea. Day 3 at the SCG. Australia 6 for 377, trailing by 7 runs. Steve Smith, his highest score of the series so far, on 65. And Cameron Green is on 8. The weather for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 26 degrees, which was the forecast maximum, and it's brilliant blue skies overhead. Gerard, Whateley and Bharat Sundaresan in place for the start of the session. Bharat, hello.
Evening, Gerard. Afternoon, I should say. These days feel like
They're really long.
They are long days when you add it all up. 2.5 hours today, which might shape the test match from here.
For me, it's this Ben Stokes spell, Gerard, and I'm so happy to see that he's starting proceedings with himself, just speaking to Stuart Broad at the back of the box. One of the many times we've been bewildered with some of his decisions. The fact that he bowled that long spell before the second new ball, didn't make a lot of sense. But here's his chance. He's seen the ball do quite a bit of this surface for both Potts bowling medium pace at this point, in the mid-120s, and Tung, who has been their most impressive bowler. But this is the spell. Cam Green still not really in. A lot of pressure on him as well.
7 runs the difference at the moment. Mick and Rick are enjoying the cricket while sitting by the Jamison River waiting for Darryl to arrive. Come on, Darryl, get a move on. Ben Stokes begins the session. Bowls to Cam Green, who drives to cover. It is his best shot, but it does make him vulnerable. And I don't think it's overstating things, Bharat, that this is innings number 58 of his Test career, and it is the most important one yet.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, they've persisted with him. They moved him around in the batting lineup. They've said, no, he's one guy we're not going to move on from. We're going to give him a really long rope, as long as he is. And it's come down to this. It's come down to one innings where he has to. The stage is set for him. England are flat. Australia have well over 350 runs on the board, or they did when he walked out to bat.
Green readies himself for Stokes. He's running the ball to gully. This was the failure at the MCG. He was batting with Steve Smith in the 3rd innings of that match. It was absolutely vital that he just ran shotgun with the captain, and that silly dab into the slip cordon to be dismissed for 19. So he has the same scenario again, as Smith's got a century at the beckoning here to set Australia up with a lead to run the test match. It's got to be his running mate.
Yep. Yeah, and just bat with him. Just find a way. So very small samples so far, but he's looked positive in his footwork and just in his willingness to rotate the strike, which is good.
2 slips in a gully. Joe Root's just holding his back between balls. Green leaves outside the off stump.
And for all of Steve Smith's experience and seniority, Gerard, I've spoken to a lot of the Australian batters, and Steve Smith himself, he's not the kind of guy at the other end who's really going to say much to you. I mean, often if you're like, even go back to a few test matches, Travis Head saying the impact he had on Jake Weatherall, and there's so many examples of that over time. But he's not the guy. I mean, just the fact that he stands there, his back turned, waiting to see what the bowler's going to do.
2 in the deep on the leg side. As Stokes makes his approach from the Randwick end, Green is leaving outside the off stump.
Nice movement away from the right-hander for Stokes off the pitch. So it's all going to come down to Cam Green. And most of his innings this series has been with Steve Smith. I think little things, I guess, but just batting with Alex Carey, someone who really looks out for him off the field as well. I think Cameron Green, who's always come across as someone who needs a bit of warmth around him, if that makes sense, Gerard. I know it's Test cricket, it's hard, but that doesn't go away.
Stokes hits the crease and he bowls to Green, who squared up, defends the ball to the offside. This ball is 12 overs old. Just thinking back over recent Test matches where Australia has batted 4th and 1, but they trailed at the halfway mark 2 years running. They trailed Pakistan by 14 runs, ended up winning by 8 wickets. Trailed India last year by 4 runs, won by 6 wickets. 2 years ago, it was Josh Hazlewood who wrought havoc in a late over on Jane McGrath Day to turn the Test match in Australia's favour. They can set themselves up with the bat over the next couple of hours. Last ball of Stokes over. Green runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Got it to ground between Brook and Bethel. And the first boundary of the session is away. Azito brushless power tools do you. It's 6 for 381 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Yeah, he was more in control of that than not. kind of got away from him at the end, but the soft hands came into play and it did go to ground. So even though it was in the gap, he wasn't in too much danger. He'll take that. I think he just needs some runs at a gallop to kick-start this innings for him to feel a little more at home. And you saw it when he was bowling as well. You could sense the anger that you saw him express when that ball went between Alex Carey and Bo Webster. We've not seen that level of emotion from Cam Green generally, but he knows where he stands. He's played enough Test cricket by now.
Yeah. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. The field is set for the short ball assaults on Steve Smith. He is on 65 and Josh Tongue begins from the Paddington end, digs it in, Smith goes down underneath. So you know this field well, Bharat, from the previous Ashes summer, as Smith knows it from that change of tactic from New Zealand those summers ago, which altered the course of his run-scoring feats. It's a fine leg, a short backward square, a forward square, and then the deep square, a mid-wicket between the infield and the outfield, and a square mid-on. And then on the offside, there's a wide mid-off and a deep backward point, as well as a third to take away the ramp. Tongue pounds in and bowls. Smith leans on the ball out to the deep points and collects a single. He's on 66 and Australia has 382, edging closer, trailing by 2 runs.
Now, there's so many singles on offer. I expected Steve Smith to not get too bothered about playing an attacking shot. All he had to do was just dab it down. I'm a little surprised that they've gone to the ploy so early, because the new ball has shown signs of movement off the surface. And start of a session, maybe just trying to get into his head, make him guess, second guess.
Or work around him. Might be the other strategy, trying to pick him up at the other end. Tongue bowls to Green, who stands and cuts. Knocked down by Crawley at cover. A single taken as the ball slews away to Stokes at mid-off. 13 for Green, 383 on the board.
A little more expansive from Cam Green, but just going back to what he said about Steve Smith, like, there will be a Steve Smith documentary made at some point, Gerard. I guess I'll be in it just talking about nets. Maybe there'll just be clips of me standing behind the nets, but Neil Wagner has to be in it.
Tongue is bowling to Smith. Oh, he falls over as he looks to avoid the short ball. Ends up flat on his back. He's bat up like a periscope, and then he's gesticulating hands as he regains his footing.
Yeah, he wants that replay to be shown quicker. It's like he's watching it on TV at home. Look at him.
Studying the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Just couldn't balance on the limbo.
Yeah. Just kept following that ball. But the periscope went up after the ball had passed, so...
Get down, get down. Josh Tongue. How will he follow that up? Oh, Smith ducks. More economically, just nice, down, tight.
So I can see Neil Wagner appearing the halfway point, Gerard. Because you're right, he completely changed Steve Smith, the batter, for a while, because that informed India when they came here in 2020, 2021 to cut off his offside, and Ravi Shastri and Bharat designed that whole leg side ploy to him. And that took him at least 2 years to kind of get over and get back to batting like Steve Smith of old.
Last ball of Tongue's over. Delivers to Smith. Tried to ride the bounce, then got out of it. You heard him. Both Steve and Bharat. Through it goes. Untouched. 2 from the over. 6 for 383 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's been a crash outbound after the Westgate Freeway. It's in the right-hand lane. Delays are all the way back to Grieve Parade and onto the Ring Road past Boundary Road. And on the Pakenham Bypass, we have reports of a crash just inbound before Cardinia Road. We're heavy both ways. CityLink outbound resurfacing works are happening between Burnley Tunnel and Toorak Road. Freeway still open with some lanes closed overnight through January. Search link disruptions for info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. Deficit is down to 1. 6 for 383. Cam Green has the strike. Ben Stokes, first ball of his fresh over. The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Stokes bowls to Green. Rides the bounce. Smith calls him through for the cheeky single and scores a level. First ball of the 93rd over. So England did it in 97.3 overs. When the new ball was taken, Australia was 23 behind, and they've sort of lapped England on the way through. Now everything from here represents a lead, and they will be vital runs, because batting on day 5, one suspects, will be challenging.
Oh, it's already beginning to get challenging, and by even tomorrow, because the sun's been beating down on this. It's been a hot day, Gerard. It's going to get hotter tomorrow.
Slips stay in place with Smith on strike to Stokes. It's down the leg side.
Very good cricket from Steve Smith as well. Picked the fielder Ben Duckett, who's kind of slow onto the ball. He's hit towards him quite firmly. He was the one who called the single.
What's he done? He's taken a bail off and he's down hammering the bail.
Well, this whole series has been a tribute to Shiv Narayan Chandrapal. He had the eye stickers earlier, now the bail.
His mannerisms are heightened at the start of this session, which always gives you an idea of the importance of it. Smith just honing his concentrations. Stokes to him. Smith drives magnificently over cover for 4. Latched onto it. As good a stroke as you would see. Smith goes to 70. The boundary for Zito. Brushless power tools, do you?
Well, that is Steve Smith at his absolute best. You know what Steve Smith thinks of a shot he's just played? If he immediately turns around and marks his guard and with his hand indicates that it went exactly where I wanted it to go.
Yep.
And now he wants something to be moved or to be changed.
It's Daryl here. Tell Mick and Rick on the Jamison to put the beers on ice. I'm 15 minutes away. Good on you, Daryl.
Well done, Daryl.
You might, he'll be riverside, beer in hand, listening to Steve Smith as he rockets towards a century in no time. Smith runs the ball past Gully. There's possibly 2 to be had here. No, he's pulled up short. Grabbed at his ankle as he was looking to come out of the non-striker's end for a quick second. You just don't want Achilles in that sort of moment.
Oh, just his ankle. Did he just turn funny at the non-striker's end?
Grabbing at the outside and back of his right ankle. Flexing away.
Doesn't look to be too much pain.
Smith's on 71. Australia 6 for 389. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Stokes is bowling to Green. Running the ball to Gully as well, but Bethel comes out to prevent a run.
Yeah, it seems to be better now, whatever it is. Just shown a replay of what happened there. But yeah, that you can see it with Steve Smith. 2 things when he starts gesticulating a lot. That he is trying to tell himself that the conditions are not easy to bat in, so he needs to really switch on. And the other is when he knows the situation is such that he needs to take control. Little things you can learn from millions of hours of watching him, Gerard.
Yes. He is inclined to spook everybody else, though, in these moments. But Stokes bowls to Green. Oh, is he edged that short of Smith? It's bounced up and hit Smith on the shoulder. Tight moment at the end of the over. 6 for 389 SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. Marshallbatteries.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Australia leads by 5. We look to the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Last ball of the previous over. Edge from Green. It stayed low and thus didn't carry to Smith. Bounced in front of him and hit him in the shoulder.
His movement behind the side screen, but you could see that his heart was in his mouth. Cam Green, as soon as that ball hit the edge of his bat, you could see he just turned around to see, oh no, it's frustration here for Steve Smith. He just slapped himself on the pad.
He's on 71. They've finally cleared the aisles adjacent to the side screen. Tongue bowls. Smith rides the bounce and collects the single out at point. He's 72.
He'll not mind this at all, Steve Smith. He'll walk his way to 100 if they allow him to do what they're doing. Josh Tongue just looks a bit low on pace as well. Intensity, he's bowled a few spells. Today's again been the pick of the bowlers alongside Ben Stokes. So the short ball's not really getting up, is it?
No, not to the heights he needs it to get to for the fields that are in place. Green's on 14. He's driving. It's cut off at mid-off. Quickly out of the blocks cast. Make sure he doesn't concede. Dropped 10 Ks, Tongue. Yeah, 134. And this is the work. I mean, Simon Katich laid this out at the start of the day. Misa, grind them down, and you don't get the rewards. But in the late afternoon, and this is a long batting order, having used a night watcher and knowing Webster is still to come. What have we got going on here? The umpire just stepped in, made a signal, steps back. Umpire Gaffney resumes his position. Tongue given the all clear, bowls to Green, defends to the offside.
Yeah, what he batted for nearly 90 minutes, Michael Neser. The reviews, he's 134.8 right now. Tongue, you can see it in the way he's just walking back to the top of his mark, Gerard. There's not the same spunk you saw earlier in the day. Humid day, muggy day. Australia are doing what England have just failed to do repeatedly in this series, get overs into these English fast bowlers.
Smith, Green doesn't have to face up. Tongue just lost his run on the way in. And again, umpires.
I think it's the camera, the rover.
The rover was on the move.
It's bothering Josh
Stuart
Tongue.
Broad wasn't.
Yes.
A good shout. Green's on 14. Tied up as he tried to defend and falls to the offside.
Jack back in quite a bit. That length. That's where the dents are, the divots are. Already shout, get rid of the robot.
Yes.
His head, Stuart Broad. I think it was here, wasn't it?
No, it was Hobart.
Hobart, fifth test, that's what I remember.
So the Barmy Army doing their best to inflate their Chargers' hopes. They're in deficit now. Tongue to Green, leaves.
And the day before that test, Gerard, after we were done with the SEN interview, Steve Smith and I, like I do, shared a big high-fi, and I clasped his hand with both hands, and then he suddenly just took his hand away and he said, what are you wearing on your left hand? Oh, just my ring. And he goes, I think you hit a nerve. I said, please, I'm already being accused in this country of a lot of things. The last thing I want is to rule you out of a test match. And he was fine after a while. It's just classic Steve Smith.
Classic Steve Smith. Hypersensitive to everything. Even the idea of something. Tongue's last ball of the over. He bowls to Green, stands up, knocks it away through backward point for 4. Stylishly done. Boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Green goes to 18. 6 for 394. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This summer, hunger meets its match with Macca's tasty new Mega Brekkie McWrap. Now with 2 sausage patties and more crispy bacon for big brekkie hunger. Nom, 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 nom. Available until 10:30 a.m.
Hey, Mick, where's my invite? We all know Daryl's always late for beers. Mitch listening from the track, Hotham High Plains.
Seems like quite the party.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Australia 6 for 394, and again there's movement adjacent to the side screen. But what are the stewards doing? How can they not be blocking that aisle, which has been problematic at the Randwick end all day? Ben Stokes begins his fresh over. Steve Smith's on 72. And Smith defends back down the pitch. Our experts for UFI PoE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich joins Bharat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, Tommy, and all our listeners.
Yeah, wasn't happy against Steve Smith. He faced that ball. I think there's a glass door right above the side screen. It just opened at that inopportune time.
Yeah.
What about when he asked Bryden Cast for the glasses on the back of his head? If I was Bryden Cast, I would have put them on and wore them because he can't stop you from wearing them.
I was really surprised that he listened to him.
And maybe that's the secret to averaging, 56 in Test cricket. Look at mid-off.
Stokes ambles in, bowls to Smith, jumpy in his defence, squeezes it away. If you look really carefully down that end, you can see the sun shining off the post at Randwick.
But then, especially in the last couple of years, he's become very sensitive to random lights as well. So he'll be batting in the nets, and there'll be a camera or a camera crew somewhere, like not even in his eye line, like say where the backward point would be. And he would suddenly go, switch off that light, please. And like the camera guy wouldn't know why. He started seeing things, almost sensing them. 360 degrees.
Probably because what does he average each night's sleep? 3 hours?
Yeah, true.
4 hours? Probably delirious.
It's a vampire. Smith on the move, pulled out of the hook shot.
So now they've stopped doing camera crosses around the nets around Australia when he's batting. And the other thing is, when he's batting, nobody can be moving behind, even one of his teammates or coaches. So they've started taking the mickey. Alex Carey will make sure if Steve Smith's in the vicinity, he'll be like, Smudge, different rules for us.
He is one of a kind, that's for sure. He's got a couple of milestones that are looming around runs at the SCG and runs in the Ashes in the next 3 and 11 runs. Stokes to Smith, plays late and dabs it out to point. He'll take a single. He's 73, 6 for 395. The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wines.
Just that boundary of the previous over that Cam Green played. That's the shot he was attempting to play a couple of times in Melbourne and got out. This time in control. Maybe it's the pitch.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think the good sign has been the cover drive early, the first one for 4, that was a nice shot, and getting his head towards the line of the ball, but also just playing the ball rather than pressing forward at everything, because he's going to miss scoring opportunities from those balls, particularly on a slower surface here, if he just keeps pressing forward rather than rocking back and then punching off the back foot.
Stokes bowls to Green, he pushes to mid-off, no run.
And understand why he's trying to do it, because he's been out nicking in this series and he probably wants to commit getting forward and putting him off that fuller length. But, Ben Stokes was clever in Melbourne. He brought his length back as soon as he sensed what Cameron Green was doing. And it's always, you've got to make sure you're as neutral as possible at the point of release, and then you be quick to go one way or the other. And even if you do press forward, you can still press back, but you've got to make sure you're sharp in doing it.
Stokes is on the last ball of his 24th over. Delivers to Green, who defends back down the pitch. One from it, 6 for 395. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's delays following a crash outbound after the Westgate Freeway. On the Ring Road Altona bound, we have debris and a breakdown at Sydney Road. It's in the left-hand lane and the left-hand emergency lane. And we do have reports of a crash on the Deer Park bypass outbound before Robinson's Road. The King Living Summer Sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Steve Smith is 73 from 128 balls. Australia 6 for 395. Big Earl in Warrenwood. Nothing better than finishing work, getting home and going to the shed, having a quiet beer and listening to SEN Cricket. Good on you, Big Earl. I reckon you've got a hard-earned thirst.
Yes. You've done a Michael Neser job this morning. I can sense it.
Oh, come on, you blokes. Get out of the aisle.
What's in those Bundaberg raspberry and pomegranates? Because I want 6 of them.
Walking up and down next to the side screen. Smith's on 73. Ducks the bouncer from tongue. Australia's lead is 11 runs. Did you see the watermelon vodka that arrived yesterday?
I was told in no uncertain terms, do not touch that thing by Channel 7.
It was a hollowed out watermelon filled with vodka spiked watermelon juice. Unbelievable.
It's delicious, Gerard.
I said to Flem, we should have got stuck in with about half an hour to go and just see what happened in the broadcast.
Perfect.
I'm not sure how many full moon parties you've been to in Thailand, but that's what it was like.
Oh, was it? Wow.
Gave you meaning to the Liquorland last session, didn't it? Score more this summer with Liquorland.
Maybe leave Thailand trip south. Tommy.
Ben Stokes is exasperated with the movement that's happening in the aisles. He's come over to have a word with umpire Gaffney.
No, they just need to get someone in there.
So we need, what do we need here? We need the pitch fixed, we need at least 2 stands rebuilt, we need the weather sorted, and we need someone to stand in the goddamn aisle and stop people from walking up and down.
We haven't even had the debris fall or that side screen, and we haven't had that drama yet. Another feature of the Sydney Test. I think this is something else, though.
Yes, it's hard to know exactly what's going on.
Something from the English dugout that they're looking for, looks like. Yeah. Oh, it's a helmet and shin pads, it looks like, yeah.
Shouldn't be allowed to hold the game up for that.
Yeah.
Is get them to sort it out while you bowl the next 3 balls, and then bring it on.
Please, Joe Root of all.
Joe Root with the dodgy back.
Yeah.
Putting the helmet on.
No way.
Seniority's not worth anything in the English setup anymore.
And is he going to wear those, when we used to call them supporters in India, where the guard goes in, is he going to wear it over his pants? He's just stuffing it. All right. Won't finish that sentence.
So Joe Root's gone into bat pad. He's going to stay 2 pitches away from Steve Smith. So that just seemed a ludicrous delay to the game. The game does love a delay. Smith on 73, faces up and tumbles over again as he avoids the short ball. He's in full acrobat mode.
Yeah.
What are you doing to fire? Get down and roll?
Get down low and go, go, go.
This is Steve Smith not batting, he's Steve Smith performing. Yeah, this is when he's having fun.
He looks like it. He's at his eccentric best, isn't he?
He's covered in clippings in the aftermath, bent over in half, tumbling around like a 6-year-old. Australia's lead is 11 runs. Tang bowls. Smith nudges the ball out to point. Just fended that ball off the square. Goes to 74, 6 for 396.
I'm a little surprised with this ploy cat. Like, new ball's still pretty newish. It would be hard for them to have gone for this with the fast bowlers clearly low on energy.
Yeah, tongues down his pace. You can just see it. Back-to-back tests. This is the most Test cricket he would have played consecutively for a number of years.
Tongue bowls to Green. He ducks the bouncer. It's interesting they've just left the field the same way it was for Green now, rather than putting the 2 slips back in place.
There's still 2 hours of play left.
So they've been scoring at 4 and over. Australia, if they're batting toward the close, will be 100 in front. England trying to keep them somewhere in the 50 to 60 vicinity, you guess. Green defends from the stumps. So much to play out. Beautiful afternoon sunshine on a Tuesday in January.
Now Steve Smith's just obsessed with that area underneath where we sat, the aisle. He's got something new to focus on.
Hypervigilance. Last ball of Tongues over. Green ducked. Oh, that should be called a wide. That really took off. He's a tall man anyway, but allowed to pass. The end of the over, 6 for 396. The Glencore scoreboard advanced in everyday life. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Do you require a pintle hook for your truck or a towing eye for the trailer? Rogers Willex manufactures a range with a capacity up to 13 tonnes. Order online now at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Be a change of bowling from the Ram weekend, not where we've had the problems down beneath us here at the Paddington end. I did enjoy Gerard going full Rex Hunt there and yelling out the commentary box window to the crowd. Brilliant. It'll be Jacob Bethel with his left arm orthodox. It was good enough to get rid of Travis Head. There was a debate in the press box at tea who is England's best part-time spinner in the team. Probably Joe Root is not bowled because of his back. Anyway, Bethel's going to have a slip, let's call it generously, a catch and cover, deep point, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg, deep square leg in the sun. And we'll be bowling at Smith on 74. The lead's 12. They're 4 away from 400. Round the wicket, he starts a spell. Smith goes straight back over his head with complete authority and indeed complete contempt. All the way for 6. Walks at him, clouts him, takes Australia beyond 400. 6 for 402. Have that.
Yeah, he's going to make sure that Ben Stokes has a question to ask. Does he have to bring his quicks back on if the part-time spinners are getting tapped? Smith's going to put him under pressure.
Bethel, how will he respond? Will he throw it up, give himself a chance? You'd like to think he would. To Smith, who's 80. Smith goes back and punches through the hands of the man at cover. We'll get 1 there. 81. 6 for 403. Tommy Morris is always with us with the numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business.
So Steve Smith now has the second most runs at the SCG. He's just gone past Alan Border.
Very good.
It's about 250 adrift still of Ricky Ponting, and another big milestone not far away.
Yes, he's a few away from another fairly hefty one in the wider context of Ashes cricket. One I've had my eye on for a couple of months.
He's 3 away.
6 for 403. It's Cameron Green on 18. Leads 19. Bethel to him, and Green drives up-ish, over cover just. Not far away from Joe Root's in there, isn't he? Ball went through Root's hands earlier in the over. His back's no good. Wasn't tall enough to drag it down. 2 Cameron Greens might have got there. 6 for 404.
Probably shouldn't be at cover then, because that's going to be a hot spot against the left arm ortho. Now, does that record involve your man 61,000 runs?
It is to do with that bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
199 first-class hundreds.
Yes, indeed. So back on strike. Smith 81, facing Bethel, plays out to deep point, gets 1. He's 82 now. 6 for 405, leads 21.
Yes, the master, Jack Hobbs.
Jack Hobbs Gates, isn't it?
Yep.
At the Oval?
Yep, that's it. The main gates there. The man who, in 8 Ashes Test matches at the MCG, made 5 tons. There's remarkable numbers with Hobbs. 199 first-class tons. Green, 19. Facing Bethel. Goes back and he gets tangled up in his pad. 1 ball left in the over. 9 runs from it so far. Scarcely believable that he sort of started this cricket playing minor counties in Cambridgeshire. It's all archaic stuff really now, but the most first-class runs ever. And a lot of them came in Ashes cricket. That's the reference point we'll come to when Smith's next on strike. Green here, driving square, out behind point, towards the ladies' stand it runs for a couple. So Green's into the 20s. He's 21, into the over, leads 23. At 6 for 407. Australia are running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hut. Got Bharat with me. He's excited.
Yes.
Simon Katich as well. And Ben Stokes will. He's looking towards, I don't know what he's looking towards. He's towards the gods. He's pointing his hands to the sky, looking at
He's annoyed with his fielder at the back.
Oh, that's what. Oh, he's okay.
Matthew Potts.
He wants them to get to where they're meant to be. So for Stokes, we will have a relatively conventional field. 2 back on the leg side for Steve Smith. He's 82. Deep point as well in the sun. That's Zach Crawley. Stokes away from us. Bowls to Smith. Smith stays at home and pushes towards mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, I was in the 7 box earlier, and Tim Lane, the great Tim Lane, was talking about how John Arlett, the great John Arlett, thought that Jack Hobbs, the great Jack Hobbs, was...
Everyone's great in this world.
All 3 are, to be fair.
Yeah, they are. I was the greatest player he ever saw, even better than Bradman. So, yeah, it's one of those mythical names in cricket, isn't it? Hobbs and Sutcliffe.
And Arlett would have been pretty young when seeing Hobbs as well, come to think of it. His broadcasting career starting after the war. Away from us, bowling to Smith here is Stokes. And Smith pulls hard. Out to the deep, straight to the sweeper at square leg. Moving to 83. 6 for 407. Partnership 41. Tommy's just purring next to me here. Because when the big numbers come around, they mean something.
Yeah.
This is big. And one big number, 3636. Hobbs' runs in Ashes cricket. This one Smith's on now as well.
I wonder whether anyone will get close to Bradman. I can't see it. It's too far ahead.
So partnership 42 from 61. Stokes away from us. Slip in a gully. Bowls to Cameron Green, who started well, plays under his eyes to point. Nicely works. It's 22 from 37, Cat. He's actually building quite well into the innings so far at 6 for 409.
Oh, yeah, no, he is. It's been a completely different version of him. Amazing what playing on a different surface can do, particularly mentally. And we talked about that the other day. That was the challenge for a lot of the batters in Melbourne. Once they knew it was doing a lot, they were spooked. Whereas here, they feel a lot more settled. Yes, there's still the odd ball that might do a bit, but it's an easier pace wicket. Beautiful, clear day, and a tiring attack. So he's got to make the most of this opportunity. You don't get a better opportunity than this with England in this situation now at the end of a long day.
Stokes up to Smith on 83. Bowls here. And Smith plays into the onside shout for leg before. There's bat on it, I assume. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. There is a leg by, so he stays on 83 at 6 for 410. Hey, Kat, has it been mentioned already that the guy with the one-day Katich tops here today?
Oh, is he?
He's back again. Now, for those who haven't heard our coverage over the last, 10 years now, there's a guy who follows the Australian team around who wears a Simon Katich one-day top. Must have loved your work at the Gabba that night. when Kat made the 100 and gave it to the press box. I saw a guy last night in the entertainment quarter walking back to my car who was wearing an original Australia A top from 94-95.
Oh, wow.
Which is my white whale. Stokes up and bowls to Cameron Green. He goes back in defence into the onside. I went up to him and said, mate, how much? And he goes, $0. I'll never give it away. I'm like, I respect you.
Yeah.
I have offered a bloke on a dance floor $500 for one before, but he said no.
So did you take him hostage and then get the shirt off?
You mugged him.
I should have. I think the point here is that those,
he like tied up
those who have the Australia A tops know now that they're not to be dispensed with, given that they are, I think, they've probably overtaken any other top. They're the most sought after on eBay and all the rest of it. But this, he's probably only in his 30s, this guy as well. He said his dad bought it from him as a little boy.
Oh.
So,
have you hit Robbo up yet? Gavin Robertson? I reckon he might have one.
It's great. He played for Australia and Australia in 94-95, didn't he, Robbo? Stokes to finish his 25th over. Into Cameron Green. Green gets underneath the bumper. Will remain the score then. 6 for 4-10, 26 to lead. Green 22, Smith 83. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. No ball called retrospectively if we've not gone to the break yet. We have not gone to the break yet. Good work, Matty Donald back in the studio. So 6 for 4-11. We've got a special guest coming in as well. He's big, he's tall. A heap of wickets for Australia. He's a big part of the day here as the SCG turns pink. Will come to us after the break. Baz? Can we get Baz's mic back on?
Yeah, it's funny when Glenn McGrath was about to give a speech at Kirribilli House, Manus stood behind me and he just started doing the whole, Glenn McGrath.
Yes, that's right. You've spoiled it. Spoiler is here. Glenn McGrath's with us. Next over. Stokes bowls here, deflecting his Green into the gully. Now it's the end of the over. 6 for 4-11 leads 27. 22 for Green, 83 for Smith. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Good afternoon. On the Hume Freeway, there's been a crash inbound before the ring road. It's in the right-hand lane. Delays are back to Cooper Street. And in Altona North, there's been a breakdown in Millers Road northbound before the Westgate Freeway in the left-hand lane. And we have had a crash in Berwick due to a fallen power pole at Greaves Parade. We have the right-hand lane closed both ways. Get a budget home loan from IMB Bank and get a great rate, great features and a great cashback offer. T's and C's apply. IMB Bank, right by you. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Heart. It's Jay McGrath Day here at the SCG. Glenn McGrath joins us. Morning pitch, afternoon pitch.
Morning.
Afternoon.
G'day Adam, g'day everyone. It's great to be here. Special day. Always look forward to it. And it's it kept me busy, but I think everyone I speak to out there is just having a brilliant time, which is what it's all about.
Bethel in, bowls to Smith on 83, cuts to backward point. No single. Damien Fleming's in with us as well.
Yes, g'day Colo, Caddo, Pigeon. Just the DK salute for the great man. You're doing a great job, mate. And you look up, Pidge. You look fired up.
There are men back, 3 of them, as Bethel bowls to Smith, who plays out to backward point. Quickest single and he's through. And with that, Steve Smith on 84 becomes the second most productive Ashes player ever, overtaking Jack Hobbs. Remarkable achievement. 3,637 Ashes runs, Stephen Smith. He's made 12 Ashes tons. He's been an absolute phenom. Another major milestone in his career against England. Only Bradman ahead of him. Green waiting down the other end for Bethel. Delivers here. Green into the onside. Gets 1. 23 for him. 6 for 413. Glenn, we've got you here to get our daily update on how many virtual seats have been sold and how we go about getting them.
Yeah, so we're just over 320,000, which is absolutely brilliant, but our goal is 480,000, which means 8,000 families across this great country of ours will have the support of McGrath Cancer Care Nurse over the next 12 months.
Bethel delivers to Smith. Smith goes back and doesn't snake it past the bowler. I said yesterday when you were with us that it's extremely easy to do. All you need to do, if you're on your phone, it's probably a 20-second process. You click the pay button on your phone and it's no extra complicating steps than that. So no excuse. Jump on pinktest.com.au. Bethel bowls. Smith hit on the pad, gets a bit tangled up, but it spills into the offside, no run.
No, you're right. And you can help support families and people going through cancer right across this country. And at the moment, the stats are pretty scary. 1 in 2 people will be diagnosed with cancer in a lifetime. And there's so many people and families out there going through cancer without support, and it makes a massive difference. So that's why we're trying to...
Bethel finishes here. We'll come back to Glenn McGrath. in just a moment because the score is up to 6 for 414. The partnership is 48 with Green 23, Smith 85, and that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Amart's Boxing Day sale ends today. Save 20 to 60% off absolutely everything. Stores are open late tonight, so hurry into Amart. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
The lead is 30. Got Glenn McGrath with us. How special is it with the ceremony this morning, Glenn? You've done it for many years, but being out there on the SCG with the teams.
Oh, no, incredibly special to see the unfurl the silk, the McGrath life force.
Stokes up away from us. Bowls here to Smith on 85. Drives out to cover. Deflection from that fielder out to mid-off. They're through for one. He's 86, 6 for 415.
Yeah, no, it's very special. People out on the ground that have their own stories of going through cancer and their battles, and a lot of them had the support of McGrath Cancer Care Nurse and the difference it made. So those people out there, it's always come off with them, and they're so emotional. It's been a massive thing for them to go out into the middle of the SCG in front of so many thousands, tens of thousands of people is a massive thing for them, especially with their own journey. But then to go and collect the caps off both teams, signed baggy pinks, that's very special. You know, the Aussie boys plus the touring team every year is incredible.
Stokes to Green, delivers here. Green gets inside the line and works it out to deep backwards square. That'll make the partnership an even 50. And he returns for two. So 51 between this pair. Green's got 25 of those, 6 for 417.
Yeah, so there's always a fair bit happening. So we did that ceremony this morning. We had the Jay McGrath high tea next door in the footy stadium. 500 people, and it's just so popular. And again, everyone's sharing their stories and their journeys of loved ones or their own story through cancer. And it's just far too much of it out there. And while we can make a difference and keep raising money to provide nurses, that's what we'll continue to do. Because like I said, there's so many people out there going through cancer without that support.
Stokes up, bowls here. Green pulls, hangs in the air, but he's given it so much that it's going to get into the crowd. It's gone nearly into the second deck of the Brawongle. Great contact, 31 for Green, 6 for 423 Australia.
Yes, Cameron Green, we want more of this. This is good intent. Short ball from Stokes, sat up, and he has got that out of the screws. That has gone miles.
Wow.
Like it. Keep it coming, Cam. McGrath-like.
What, bowling?
No, the pull shot.
I thought, wasn't that your favourite shot? Is
yes.
that how you led me in there, Fleming?
Green 31, Stokes to him again, goes fuller, stays at home defensively.
Hey, what numbers are we up to with the virtual seats? Have you already said that?
Yes.
The goal is 480,000.
No, it's the goal is 480,000. We're still a fair way off that. We're just clicked over 323,000, which is amazing. But like I said, so many people, so many families still going out there without that support going through a cancer journey. So the more money we raise, the more virtual pink seats we sell.
It's so easy. What a great initiative it was, the virtual seats.
Yeah, so you get a graphic, post on your social media, and all the
family names.
Everyone in the commentary boxes have got theirs, and that's special too.
Definitely. Stokes in again to Green. Tempter outside the line of the off stump, leaves it alone. Yes, and great support from the SEN audience as well. Every time you've been on, lots of people are getting behind us. If you've not done it yet, this is the best time to do it on Jay McGrath Day, pinktest.com.au. Genuinely, it couldn't be any more than, I reckon, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
A couple of clicks and you're done. It's not one of these ones where they're mining information or whatever. It's easy. $25 a throw, couple of seats for 50, and you're doing something that'll help people in their time of need.
Yeah, people going through it now, and that tangible difference that you're making in someone's life is really incredible. Very easy, like you said. Even people sitting at home are wearing their pink, so it's all good to see. So, Flem, what's happening?
Stokes.
I've been on the road for a long time.
Delivering to Green, works it off his hip in the same direction where he hit a 6 earlier in the over. 10 runs from it. 6 for 424. They'll call drinks here at this moment in time with Australia taking the lead in this session. They trailed by 7, and now they lead by 40. Smith He's gone to 86, so he's 14 short. What will be a 37th test done if he gets there. Green is on 32. The drinks break is always for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Glenn, we'll just round out our conversation by what else is on the agenda in terms of what happens from here until stumps and then through the rest of the week from your perspective?
Yeah, so there's volunteers running around the stands, travelling around the stands, and so many, nearly 1,000 for the 5 days, which is incredible. People coming and experiencing it. This morning I got the players signed baggy pink caps. Yep. They'll go on the website as well, pinktest.com.au. If you want to bid for one of those, jump on. Yeah, you got Uzi playing his final test match. You know, Steve Smith here closing in on 100, touch wood. Gets there, Joe Root, Ben Stokes. Will those guys, they probably won't be back again. And, you can get something special, a memento of the Ashes and of this pink test. So a lot happening. So pinktest.com.au. Grab your virtual pink seats, have a look at everything else and support families and people going through a tough time in their life.
Ryan, straight in on the text 0433 98 11 16. I just did it. It's easy. I think that's the key message here. It's extremely easy. What are the baggy pinks? What's a ballpark for what they tend to go for at auction?
It just depends. There's I haven't had a look at them yet.
Yep.
But I think the biggest one's gone for 10 plus.
Yep.
Pick up.
Good.
For $1,000. It's a nice little memento. I was talking, I think it might have been Ben Stokes mentioned to me, he goes, you should get it so that the boys are playing in baggy pinks. If it'll ever get to it where they change that, that's probably a little bit of pie in the sky there. But you just
good idea.
You guys together played a couple of test matches out here in ceremonial caps.
Yep.
The skull cap, was it?
That's right.
Yep, 2000.
Nice little marketing idea from Stevie Walk, I would have thought.
And then there was another cap with the yellow,
the golden.
Yes,
the year after.
So, but they were green, baggy green.
That would be big.
Whether they'd ever sort of push it that far. I was asked, would you do it if you were now? I said, of course.
Of course you would.
It's anyway. We'll see. This test gets bigger and better every year, and the way people are supported, the way the teams, the cricket community, people sitting at home has been brilliant. So long may it continue.
And talking about getting bigger and better, appreciating your work on your podcast.
Yeah, no, I try to do my best, Clem. You've been watching.
What's it called again?
Fast Bowling
Cartel. Yeah, and who's on it with you?
There's a lot of intelligence. It's everything fast bowling, and every chance we get, we have a go at a batsman. So, Kat, we've looked after you. We've looked after you.
I was an all-rounder, wasn't I? Didn't you say I was the best part-time bowler?
Who are you pointing at? I don't even know you were still here.
I was letting the masters do the work.
So that fast bowling cuts out. It's Fleming, Jason.
200, Mr. 201, Jason Gillespie. Mate, you've been superb on it. McGrath masterclass.
We're back from our first drinks practice too in this session. This is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer to an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Bethel begins his new over from the round weekend, bowling to Green, who plays it off the back foot to backward point, no run. We've got Lisa in Albert Park. I just did it too. It is super easy.
Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you, guys.
$25 as well. You're not asking for a huge amount of money here. It's a modest sum to make sure you can have your virtual seat here at the SCG. Bethel bowls here, and Green goes back and knocks it out to mid-wicket.
And a beautiful day as well for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't always happen.
It's not raining. There's not a cloud in the sky. Last year, the test was over, 2.5 days, and it was all done and dusted. So this one looks like it may get into the 5th day.
Bethel in, Green waits, strides, pass cover for one, out to the sweeper. 33 for Green, 6 for 425. There was one year where we didn't get a ball bowl. It was the Windies test. There was a day 3 that didn't quite get off the ground.
Yeah, so that was didn't do too much fundraising there. They actually gave us a one-day match or a T20 match where we could. But I'm glad the Ashes is a massive series, and final test, the pink test. Good to see it going the journey.
Bethel to Smith, who defends. The texts are actually flooding in now. Lots of people telling us they've done it, including Mentone, Danny at the ground. Got one for me and my partner. A bunch of texts along those lines. So thanks to everyone for letting us know. And every time Glenn's with us, we get the feedback that a lot of people are buying a virtual seat. Leads 41. Smith gets the chance to pull and does so convincingly.
out to the O'Reilly stand at deep backward square. He'll advance to the 90s at the SCG again. 6 for 429 Australia. That leads 45.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Steve Smith. He manoeuvred that ball away from the deep forward square leg fielder. He just got a little bit of length to work with and just shoveled it around behind square leg.
Bethel has one left in the over. I will say here, Lachlan in Mentone saying that he bought a ticket for his mum who passed away from breast cancer last year. Thanks, Lachlan in Mentone. As Bethel completes the over here, pushing it to the offside. Thank you, Glenn McGrath, as well. Always brilliant to have you with us. We'll get another update tomorrow. 6 for 429 Australia. Thanks, guys.
The King Living Summer Sale ends soon. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Cricket season's in full swing and Alex Scott and staff are stepping up to bat for you. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff. Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. It's going to be Bryden Cass. He's bowled 18 overs in the innings so far out of the 102. At a time when Australia have taken their lead to 45. They've had a pretty cruisy 55 minutes since the tea break, Cat.
Yeah, these two have played well. Played very well. Putting Australia in a really nice position, this partnership, with still plenty of ammo to come. Webster, Stark and Boland. Don't forget Boland.
It's quite funny.
This is his ground.
It sure is.
He'll have a statue here soon.
Couple in the cordon. Carr starts a new spell, bowling to Green off the back foot to cover no run this morning when we interviewed Bo Webster. He's like, yeah, I've never batted number 90 in my life. It's to the point. It suggests a rather deep batting lineup when the guy who virtually won the tests for Australia from 6 last year has been relegated to 9 on the basis of the role he's playing, and Michael Neser being used as the night watchman.
Well, he's going to be dangerous because by the time, hopefully, he gets in tomorrow, that ball could well be 40 overs old.
Green's faced 50 balls for 33. A few boundaries in there. Cast to him. Green plays to mid-wicket. Looking to pick out a gap there. Not quite, but still at the middle of the blade.
Yeah, nicely played. There's still over an hour and a half of play left.
Yeah.
Oh. Where might this
lead by 45?
Yeah.
I mean, they got a run on here. They could. Yeah. The lead could be 140.
Yeah. 120, 140.
Yeah.
That's
really
massive.
That's
going
huge.
into day 4.
Yep.
Minus 140.
Particularly with a few of their batters having had poor series and looking at that first step on the plane.
Yeah.
Happened last time England were here too. Cast bowls to Green, on drive, straight to the fielder, but again at the middle of the bat. That 3-day test in Hobart where Australia put a bit of scoreboard pressure on in what was their second innings, and then England absolutely capitulated with an eye to the flight, perhaps.
Yep.
Hopefully they won't do that and they can put up a real fight here, and someone like Ben Duckett, who's had a shocker of a series, can make a real game of this. The deep point still back for Green. Couple back on the leg side as well, where the shade's starting to creep over from the Brawongle and Churchill stands. Away from us, Cass. Up here to Green. Short ball. Won't take it on this time. Ducks underneath it. Couple left in the over. What an important day this is for Cam Green. Again getting a start. 4th time in the series, you could say he's got something of a start, yet to be able to make the most of it.
Well, the match situation here is perfectly set up for him because there is absolutely no other pressure than just to keep batting with Steve Smith as long as he possibly can. Battle stumps, then come back tomorrow, go again. And if you're good enough, there's 100 in the waiting because Steve Smith, he wants to keep going.
Cass approaches and bowls to Green, leg stump line for the 3rd time in the over, where he's playing it comfortably out into the onside, no run.
Yep, just enjoy batting with Stephen Smith.
Yeah, have a net.
There is no pressure.
So
I've liked his intent better here. Caddo, keep it going. Don't get bogged down.
And that man Smith is on 90 down the other end, and he's taken his time, been out there for 146 balls, been in no hurry at all. Done things on his terms. So, Cast to finish. First over of his spell. To Green. Plays back defensively. No is the call. End of the over at 6 for 429. Green 33. Smith's on 90. He's on strike after Gerard Whateley takes over. It's all on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life.
Good afternoon. On the Hume Freeway, there's been a crash inbound before the Ring Road. It's in the right-hand lane. Delays are back to Cooper Street. And in Altona North, there's been a breakdown in Millers Road northbound before the Westgate Freeway in the left-hand lane. And we have had a crash in Berwick due to a fallen power pole at Greaves Parade. We have the right-hand lane closed both ways. Get a budget home loan from IMB Bank and get a great rate, great features and a great cashback offer. T's and C's apply. IMB Bank, right by you. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Hearts. Jacob Bethel is in operation from the Randwick end. 1 for 31 from his 8 overs. Steve Smith's 90 from 146 balls. He's around the wicket to Smith, who clouts him out to deep point. It lands safely and then spins wickedly on the second bounce. Duckett doesn't get fooled by it. Take a single. It's a big shot for a single. He's 9.
Oh, I was worried then.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just and he doesn't help because of his reactions.
Yes.
Like the way, I'll tell you what, there was a puff of dust on that. And went through the top a little bit. Spinners,
Flem. How unusual. Green back to Cut. He's played it out through point. Duckett's got a lot of ground to cover. They have a look at a second and they will come. Duckett to the keeper's end, but Green with his big strides has it well covered. He moves to 35. His highest score in the series was the 45 at Brisbane before he gave it away.
Plenty of gaps here, Smithy.
Yes, there's no need to be overly extravagant. On 91. Green back, covers his stumps, plays to backward point, no run. So this has all set up rather well for Australia. It's become a 48-run lead without blemish since tea. A tiring attack at their mercy. The ball is now 23 and a half overs old. The promise of big runs. Green plants forward and defends. Bethel dives to field.
Landing him all right, isn't he, Bethel?
Yep. Again, the Army trying to lift England, who are right up against it. Green a long way forward, the plunge forward to defend. 1 left in the over. Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. A much brighter scene than it's been at this time of the afternoon. The previous 2 days, not a single cloud in the sky. As Bethel bowls, Green covers up, blocks out the over. 3 from it, 6 for 432. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, IDD.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com, Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. It's good partnership building between Smith and Green. 6 for 432. Damien Fleming is joined by Stuart Broad for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. As Cast begins the fresh over, Smith swishes and misses as he looked for the cut shot. Stuart, welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Smith. It's been in the 90s a lot of times. Is that a nervous 90s shot? It just a little bit bounce outside the off stump and a wild cut shot. Often if you see it's more of a straight bat puncher than that sort of late cut sort of style, but he looks all set. He's played very nicely, hasn't he, for his 91 so far.
So resettles himself, cast bowls to him. He defends the ball out of the stumps.
Well, you were talking about it last stint. He doesn't play a lot of traditional cricket shots out of the batting manual, does he? He sort of created his own. And it's been very profitable. Now the second highest scorer in Ashes cricket.
It's worth spending some time there, particularly
legends.
Stuart here, having seen a lot of it firsthand, but yeah, ahead of Jack Hobbs through the marker of 36-36, so he'll nestle in second behind Bradman. Cast bowls over the wicket to him. Smith pulls the portion of the bat, just slewed away. So in 10 and 11 he played 3 test matches. His first look at Ashes cricket, made 159 at 32, no centuries, and then it begins. 2013, 345 runs at 38 with a century. The summer of 13-14, 327 at 41 with 2 centuries. The England tour of 2015, 508 runs at 52 and a half, 2 centuries. The home summer of 17-18, 687 runs at 137 and a half, 3 centuries, which is then followed by 2019 in England, 774 runs at 110 and a half with 3 tons. Smith defends the ball to cover. 21-22, he was almost superfluous to needs in a very odd home summer, 244 at 30 and a half, no century, highest score of 93 in Adelaide. And then the tour in 23, 373 runs at 37.3 with 1 century. And then in a very disjointed summer for him here, he's going to make sure, it seems, that he doesn't miss out. We had him plotted at 226 runs at 75. He's only been out 3 times in the series. This is his 7th innings. Smith plays out of his pads, out through square. He runs the first hard. There's 2 on off, and now he slips. He's had a lot going on in this innings. He's 92.
You can't envisage anyone bumping him off second spot, can you?
No.
Who's going to play enough Ashes cricket going forward to reach those levels with the amount of success?
His 41st test match, his 73rd innings. There's 12 centuries, 7 in England and 5 at home, and he's 92 not out. Cast comes to have a conversation with Stokes before he delivers the last ball of the over to Green. He's going to have the leg slip for the last ball of it. So mid-wicket, just trundles over. Harry Brook. Green, last ball of the over, runs the ball to Gully. No run there. 6 for 433. The lead is 49 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. 6 for 433. Smith is 92. He's grubby. He's spent a lot of time rolling around on the pitch, avoiding short pitch deliveries. Jacob Bethel, 1 for 31, starts his 10th over. And Smith is pushing forward. So in the cricketer that emerged before you, Stuart, it didn't look like a master when he started. What blossomed and bloomed along the way to your eye?
Good question. It was quite a famous line, wasn't there, from Bumble David Lloyd when he got out at the MCG in 2010, sort of wondering how he's going to be a top 6 test batter.
Smith defends.
It was that 100 at the Oval, I think, 2013 English summer, where that was the first time I saw him play and went, ooh, he's found something. He's a different style player than I'd seen before. And then we came back to Australia, and he was more exaggerated in his movement, but still very still when he delivered the ball. obviously has very natural hand-eye coordination, but at the start, real start, I remember in England, we were sort of talking more about him being almost a leg spinner that could be handy with the bat at 6 or 7, really. Would never have thought at that time he'd turn into the second leading run scorer in Ashes cricket history.
A little bit of a manoeuvring of the field, particularly around the cover. Smith back to cut straight into the turf.
I think his greatest strength is he doesn't have one particular weakness. So we say with Joe Root, if you target fifth stump and hold length for long enough with a bit of extra bounce, you'll get the outside edge. I don't really think of a rhythm to how Steve Smith gets out.
Bethel bowls to him. Smith back cut, still can't penetrate the gap he's looking for between point and backward point.
I don't know how many times I got him in Test match cricket, but I can never remember it being the same way, particularly. It's not like he always nicked it to second slip or fell over it and you could get him LBW. So there never was a real exact science or plan to getting him.
Smith back cuts, he still can't get it. So there you go, he's calling Bethel an absolute throwdown. He's searching for a gap that's about 5 metres wide. He won't give up until he finds it. Sort of in his obsessive nature.
Or maybe with that frustration, you're trying to hit it harder past Joe Root at extra cover.
Bethel last ball of the over, down the leg side. So turned away by Smith. There's a couple to be had. He's in and out safely at the far end and doubles up. Smith goes to 94, 6 for 435. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 6 for 435 in this Liquorland last session. Cheers Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Green's 35, he has the strike. Cast 20 overs, 2 for 93. Smith is at the non-strikers end. Damien Fleming's alongside Stuart Broad. Cast bowls to Green, who stands tall and punches out through point. There's a sweeper in the deep. They won't be able to prevent 2. Crawley throws into the non-strikers. Smith stretches for his ground.
Flem, what do you see in Steve Smith? I mean, obviously, scored a huge amount of runs. You've watched many of them in Australia. Take yourself back 20, 25 years when you're at your peak. Where are you getting in?
I totally agree. I just don't think there's an obvious weakness because with Joe Root, Pat Cummins is always a good matchup. I mean, Cummins is a pretty good matchup to everyone. Broady, you got him out the most 11 times, but that was in 32 test matches.
Yeah.
Cast again. Green drives the full ball back to mid-off.
Yeah, as I said, never felt like I had any sort of hold over him or success over him.
Yeah, Jimmy 8 times, 29 test matches. There's no matchup here. Neil Wagner from South Africa, there was one series, bowled a lot of bounces and
just bowled short.
Bowled short, but he averaged 57 in those dismissals, Broady.
Yeah.
So that's not a real weakness. And I was actually working for the academy up in Darwin when he got picked as a young fella, and he got picked as a leg spinner who could bat a bit.
Green pulls. Now he's skied it into the deep, duck it off the rope, takes the catch.
Oh, dearie me.
Shockingly soft dismissal for Cam Green. And that is in keeping with his summer. Spoons the catch into the deep on 37. The 7th wicket falls with the score on 437.
Yeah, another disappointing dismissal for Cam Green because it should be pretty easy to bat out there with Stephen Smith in the 90s. That looks like a premeditated pull shot for me from Cam Green, and it wasn't the length. I must admit, with Duckett under the ball, I thought he was every chance to continue his innings because he didn't pick it up early enough. But no, I think poor shot selection from Cam Green, out for 37. Could have gone big again, and Australia 7 for 437.
that's going to do nothing for his reputation around the country, unfortunately.
Well, you look at a snapshot of his dismissals in this series, and they're really horrible. Just chatting to Nasser Hussain, actually, in the corridor, and so it looks like there's a player in there, but he just gets out in dozy ways, and that's another example, isn't it? It just looked like a predetermined pull shot from a back of a length delivery, top edge, and he was going along so nicely.
And he smashed a beautiful 6 off Stokes, and that was there to hit. But that one was almost in the end. He played it with a vertical bat and got a top edge. It was a bizarre shot. And the thing is, when you're facing Cast, once again, he's going to end up with wickets. But you are going to get balls that you can put away. So just be watchful of the good delivery. But when Cast sends that down, I don't think he's thinking about getting a wicket. It's a fraction too short, but it's not that short to pull. And he's out.
Yeah. So Bo Webster's the new man in for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. It's not hard to close your eyes and picture them, is it? Soft out to mid-on in Perth. Off the pitch, Bazaar in Brisbane gets bowled. Or turn of the bat straight to mid-wicket in Adelaide.
First ball, wasn't it, after Marnus Labuschagne?
Yeah. Oh, that was horrible.
Finned into the slips in a crucial scenario in Melbourne, and then just holing out in the deep here in Sydney. And he doesn't have the luxury of those sorts of dismissals, and yet that has been his long suit right throughout the summer. This costs Australia its chance to build the advantage initially. Webster has a job to do. He ducks the bouncer, which was a good one.
Oh, yeah, that's a good bouncer. But back to Stephen Smith, just seeing him, and the first time I saw him bowl, it drifted in to leg and ripped past the off stump, and I went, oh, my God, the last time I saw someone was Shane Warne. So that was what was going to happen, that he'd be a bowling all-rounder, and he got picked for Australia. It was in England. It was a Pakistan series over there and started to develop. But all along, I remember in those 5 days up in Darwin, no one batted more.
Yeah.
I think already he saw himself as a batsman.
Cast bowls to Webster, who runs the ball out to points, picks up an immediate single. Starts his work back in the Australian team. 57 and 39 not out in this test match last year, on his way to being the player of the match.
Yeah, it was an excellent debut, wasn't it, from Bo Webster last year? He looked like he'd played 30 tests. He was handy with the ball, brilliant in the field, and batted with a real confidence. Just seems to know his game well.
The green dismissal gets worse every time we see it on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It's just
it's a hard shot to actually play.
Yeah, I think he's trying to play, as Fleming said, like a straight batted flick over mid-wicket, really, and just top edges it to deep square leg.
Cast last ball of a successful over. Bowls to Smith. Tucks it away to the leg side. Keeps the strike and moves to 95. The Toyota scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert reads 7 for 439.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart. 7 for 439. The Australian lead is 55. Steve Smith's on 95. And Jacob Bethel bowls to him. He made a big step early. Bethel threw it out wide. Smith said to the umpire, well, that's wide. And the umpire agreed. He's umpire in his own game. 7 for 440.
He's commentating as well.
It was right off the pitch. Smith's trigger movement did Bethel in. He stays home this time. Back to cut. Still can't pierce the field that he's been working on.
They're looking for him to play a bit of a lackadaisical cut shot but get a fine edge through to Jamie Smith there, aren't they? Just hoping for a bit of a mistake. I could see him dancing down, hitting him straight at some stage.
Smith Oh, that's another wide, surely. Bethel threw it so far out.
Ooh.
Got away with it.
Looked like wider than the first.
Yes. So you've got Jacks is at point, Tongue 10 metres further back at backward point, and the slip in place. Smith stands up, plays inside out to the sweeper at deep cover. Duckett Fields. Smith goes to 96, 441 on the board.
Expect a much straighter line to the new batter, Bo Webster. They've taken Tongue, who was behind point, across to 45 on the leg side, looking for the LBW and bowled now. It's only the plan for Smith to be as wide as Bethel's been bowling now. They're going to look to attack the stumps, particularly to the seamers. Having seen a little bit of Bo Webster, he looks like his back knee collapses. It makes him an LB and bowl candidate. Just to see if he does that to the spin.
381 runs he brought here at 35. Highest score of 72. Four half centuries in that work. Webster pushed hard into the outside portion of the bat. It flies away to backward point, no run. They went with a leg slip and a slip. That's not far away from taking an edge and being right in play. It's Brook who stands his place at slip. Webster plays for under his eyes, sent back by Smith. Yeah, that would have been mad. Root was right there, patrolling at cover.
Great work in there, Chebs.
Speaks to a certain nerviness out in the middle. The newcomer. Wouldn't want to run him. Wouldn't want to run Smith out of 96, would you? Last ball of the over. Webster reaching for it, plays it away to point. No runs. 7 for 441. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Skip driving and parking stress. Cruise to the Port Arlington Mussel Festival with Port Phillip Ferries and arrive right in the action. Book early. This always sells out.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Sherlock Wheelbarrows and Carts, trusted by generations of Aussies. Built tough to last, season after season. The original, still the best. See the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia 7 for 441. Green the man out for 37. Steve Smith's on 96. Bryden Cast 3 for 97 from his 21 overs. Stokes takes an extra element of time over this. Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bharat in to join Stuart Broad. Welcome in.
Evening.
Great time to join. Cast in from the top of his mark. He bowls to Smith, who defends from the stumps.
Oh no, Cam Green. What was that? Every time you think Gerard is going to just break free, and the stage was set, the bowlers were tired. Australia ahead in the game. Steve Smith batting beautifully at the other end. He himself had got a start and then premeditated that shot, didn't he? He just went for it a bit too early. Ayo.
It was awful. Yeah. 3 deep on the leg side, plus the deep point for Smith. 1 good strike away. Cast bowls to him. Smith waits on it, plays it out to the sweeper at point 97 as he heads to the non-striker's end. 442 on the boards.
I think Ayo really sums it up, Gerard. It's that's our regional languages in India have one word expressions that Ayo actually is a Tamil word. It means oh no. Was officially included in the English dictionary, by the way, 7 years ago. So you guys can use it as well. A-I-Y-O-O, and that's been Cam Green's series so far.
So what are the numbers for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil, Tom?
So Cam Green series, 149 runs at 21.28.
Ayo.
Cast is bowling to Webster, and he's leaving outside the off stump.
And wickets?
He's taken 4 wickets. He took 1 here, didn't he?
Yeah.
4, I think. Is that right, Gerard?
At around 60 odd or 70 odd?
Got it here. Yeah, 4 wickets at 60.
Ooh, gosh.
Yeah. So it's not paying the bills, is it? I think he was lucky to get this test match, and now Webster's got a big role to play, one suspects. Get some runs here. And I'm sure he'll be bowling offies in the third innings.
Yep.
The evidence of what we've seen. Cass musters in and he bowls. Oh, that kept low. Webster just got it out of his pads. If he doesn't get the bottom of the bat to that, he could have been walking.
That is a weakness with Bo Webster early. Remember, Rabada got him trapped. He should have been given out. South Africa didn't review early in that World Test Championship final. He just jumps across his crease, tall man. And this time just got his bat down in the nick of time. Massive LBW candidate early on.
And bold, actually. I think if you can try and bring him forward, his back knee collapses. And if you can nip the ball back with that back knee collapsing, it creates a gap between the front pad and bat and becomes a bold candidate. But he's obviously a scrapper. He finds a way. I wouldn't say he's necessarily a pretty batter, but he just finds a way to stay there.
Cass to Webster, bouncer. Got underneath it. High up, Smith hauls it in.
He's kind of made for county cricket, isn't he, Brody? No wonder he's had a good run there. Hasn't played a lot, but yeah, enough. Warwickshire, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he went to definitely played the T20, didn't he, for the Birmingham Bears, I think they're called still.
Does enough with bat, ball, and is a very good slipper.
Yeah. I suppose the question is whether it's him or Cam Green going forward, isn't it? I think Cam Green's got age on his side. What's he, 26, Tom?
27.
Webster, full driven, stylishly, forward a point for 4. He did like the look of that. So Webster's first blow of any meeting. Azito brushless power tools do you. And that is the end of the over. 7 for 446 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Steve Smith on 97. Jacob Bethel bowls to him. He's back to cuts. He still can't find the gap at points. Jacks dives away to his left and denies him runs.
Generally not the sorts who gets too desperate to get there. Steve Smith didn't take his time.
It's been slow going through the 90s. Smith tucks around the corner. That is a deft touch. It's on here. He's run the first hard. He's in and out. They look at a third. Webster comes. Smith's going to get the milestone. It's a century that grows his immense Ashes legacy. The best since Bradman belongs to him in this form of the game. A 13th century against the old enemy and a 37th in all in Test crickets. And he was not going to miss out in the summer of 25-26. The SCG is his playground. Steve Smith acknowledges all that is pouring down before him. It's a great moment for the Tuesday afternoon crowd, bathed in sunshine. He's got dirt all down his back. He looks like he's been in a scrap. Webster defends.
Nice, man.
What do you think, Stuart Broad?
Splendid scenes and a much-deserved 100. Seen it time and time again, haven't we? Steve Smith scoring crucial runs in Test match cricket. In his way, in his style. And the roar of this Sydney crowd was something special, wasn't it?
They realised off the bat that the 3 was in play. Webster pushes for the single out at cover. The 450 up on the board for Australia in over number 110. And in terms of the centuries, so Jack Hobbs was 12 centuries. Smith has gone past him for runs and past him for centuries in this inning. So he'll sit nestled behind Bradman, probably for generations. Smith back on strike with 2 to come in the over. Punches the ball too long off for a single.
It's been more Steve Smith, the performer for me. He's brought out all the idiosyncrasies. It's like he's rolled back the clock.
Yeah.
His final Ashes test on home soil for sure. And he knows it. Let's put on a show.
Last ball the over. Webster sees it. Pushes to cover. No run. 7 for 451. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's a truck that's broken down at the outbound exit to Duncans Road. That one's closed. You can exit earlier at Snides Road, then take Point Cook Road and Aviation Road. In Bundoora, we have reports of a crash at Plenty Road southbound before Kingsbury Drive. The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every bowl of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN at Test Cricket for Goodby Batteries from Solar Hut. Steve Smith, Ashes legend by any definition. 13th 100 against England, 5th at the SCG, and 18th as captain, which I know is a focus of Tommy Morris's attention for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
Yeah, so 18 centuries as captain from 44 matches. Compare that to, let's say, Ricky Ponting. 19 centuries as captain from 77 matches.
Wow.
Gives you an idea of how dominant Steve Smith has been with, as you said, the captain's armband. Virat Kohli, 20 from 68, and the best ever, Graham Smith, 25 from 109.
Smith pulls out because, once again, something's going on beneath us here. I won't do as Gerard did, but I reckon I know who it is. I think I can see him. He's moving around.
Seriously, security here sucks.
Couldn't agree more. The security here sucks, says Steve Smith through the stump mic. Well, hard to disagree with him, given how often that's happened in the course of the last...
They still haven't moved. Sure, it's not the lady with the 4 ice creams this time.
I know Brody, from people who are here from the UK, they can't believe how much movement there is within overs in the crowd. Like, how are they allowed to do that? Whereas they're conditioned to, a bit like when you're at the tennis, when you can move between games. Yeah. Anyway, we move on. Cast can start the over to Smith on 101. Bowls here. Smith plays outside the line, gives him the stumps, tries to flay it through the offside, no contact made.
Yeah, I think, firstly on the sight screens, in England we have stewards just based in around those areas to guide the supporters, because the pace of play is important. Well, it just got in Steve Smith's mind. It's an interesting little period of play, this. So he's brought his 100 up. Is he now thinking, OK, runs? Let's try and build this lead as much as we possibly can. 67 runs is the lead at the moment. That already feels quite hefty on this surface that might start to go a bit up and down. Remember, Australia don't have a spinner.
Yep. 7 for 451. Cast to Smith, who makes contact this time, out through cover. Like a bullet to the rope. Really, that has gone as quick as any shot he's played today. Out towards where the England fans are, where Steve Smith gave a bit of an up yours, so it looks like, in his celebration. 7 for 455. 105 for the acting captain.
Yeah, he's feeling it, Steve Smith. Just nuts. He stood and delivered, really. There was width on offer.
That's as hard as any ball is hit.
He does not move his feet 1 centimetre there. Still transitioning weight and still incredibly balanced, and still when that ball's delivered. But
it's like those T20 no feet drills they do.
Yeah, it is, exactly. Change of plan, is it, from England?
Change of plan, change of field. So deep point stays. See what they're going to do here. It's going to go deep backward point crawl. He had no chance for that anyway. It went so quickly. An extra cover will jump in. Third man's gone. So a 6-3. Can Cast bowl to it? That's an open question. Up to the crease. Bowls here. Smith stays at home and tucks it where the fielder used to be at mid-wicket. Now there's no fielder there. He'll take one. 106 for him. 7 for 456. I feel like in that celebration, I was outside for it. It was remarkable the way that Sydney rose to him, but made a point of looking over to where the England fans were and really revved up the hands in the bat at the time. And I suppose fair enough, there's been a lot of cry on the telly today, and so there always will be, I suppose, but he's enjoyed it. Clearly he's enjoyed reaching that milestone on his home deck.
So Baz, you said, okay, this more than likely be his last Ashes test at home. I know it's not an Ashes test, but do you think the 150th celebration at the MCG, March 27, will he get to that, or are you thinking it's shorter term?
In here, cast, both for the new man.
You thinking his test career is looking shorter term than that?
No, I don't think he has decided yet, Brody. I think when he says, cricketers often say, I'll take it series by series, he really means it. There's only one goal that is fixed in his mind, which is that 2028 Olympics. He lives in New York these days, and he said that on numerous occasions the last 12 months.
He's not in the T20 side.
He isn't. That's the thing. And he doesn't play in the IPL anymore, but he's kind of fixated with that idea of playing in that Olympics. And with Test cricket, he's enjoying it right now. He said a few times before this test as well, he's not going anywhere, but he's not looking at any long-term planning at the moment.
Caster Webster on 6. Delivers here. Webster leaves alone. 5th stump line.
That Olympics is 28. Okay, so that would mean he'd be available potentially Test cricket. Ashes 27.
Well, 27's a massive year on a few fronts for Australian cricket. They haven't won in India since 04. And when we interviewed Smith before his last test in India...
Yes, in 23.
He said, this will be my last test here. But he's kind of changed his language a little bit on this.
Right.
And the same thing applied when we were in England in 23. He's like, well, probably won't come back. But now, sort of within touching distance, I mean, it's next year.
Yeah.
So given he's found a new lease of life in the last 13, 14 months.
I mean, the only thing is he'll have to go through South Africa one more time.
That's a good point. Cast to finish here. Rolling the Webster, goes back and takes a single through cover point. The sweeper will race in. Webster keeps the strike. He's 7, leads 73 at 7 for 457. Smith down the other end on 106. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
The acting captain, Steve Smith, leads the Australian team for Australian Made by Australia. Support Australians. Slow it down from the round weekend. Eventually, it'll be Jacob Bethel continuing, but they're having a drink.
So just to put himself through South Africa, the first time Australia will go there since Cape Town, and sure, it won't be easy. There'll be
one of the toughest places in the world to bat as well. Seam bowlers average early 20s there. Rabada, Marco Janssen, Norkier if he gets fit. Bowling attack.
So for some reason, about a 2-minute delay between overs. Bethel round the wicket to Webster, slipped behind him, gets forward, lunging, and one's the call to point where there is enough of a gap for that. 8 for him, 7 for 458, the Aussies.
And he has become a bit of a 5-4 Australian cricketer anyway, hasn't he? Fly in, fly out. So he lives in New York. Like I said, he flew in, I think, played a couple of Shield games for his test series, and in all likelihood he'll fly back. I think he's playing some BBL this year, isn't he, Tommy?
He's part of the Sixers. It's just whether he's available to play. Travis Head said he's probably not available to play for the Strikers.
Bethel to Smith on 106, goes back in defence.
So Cricket Australia says that those decisions will be made after the test.
I mean, Brody, half the press conference for Smith before this test was about whether he was going to retire here. Kind of came from nowhere, but he eventually conclusively said that he'll be cracking on. But we've hit that point because he's series to series. The added complication is Bethel bowls to him. Smith back in defence. There's not one there because Webster sends him back out to square leg. The ball went. They want their team as set as they can get before that long run where they go to South Africa. They have the World Test final in the following year, the Sesquicentenary, 5 in India, 5 in England. They don't want to be mucking around with the number 4 spot, do they? So there might come a point where we'll have to make a call for the whole stretch. Bethel to Smith, goes back in defence.
And with no Usman Khawaja now, they'll need Steve Smith in India, you think, to expose a young batting lineup on who knows what kind of pitches you'll get next year.
Straight after next year's summer test against November, Smith facing up to Bethel and down to long off with a minimum of fuss. 107 for him, 7 for 459.
It's not as if there's a lot of young Australian batters putting Spots under pressure either. So he can afford a couple of quiet tests, and even at his age, people don't question him.
Yeah, South Africa, you're right, it'll be a lot. Last ball of Bethel's over to Webster here, defending to the bowler. Does well, Bethel, in his follow through to cut it off. Webster 8, Smith 107, the lead 75 at 7 for 459. That's on the tyre power score. Tyre experts as Stuart Broad jumps out.
Good afternoon. On the Princess Freeway, there's a truck that's broken down at the outbound exit to Duncans Road. That one's closed. You can exit earlier at Snides Road, then take Point Cook Road and Aviation Road. In Bundoora, we have reports of a crash at Plenty Road southbound before Kingsbury Drive. The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every bowl of the Summer of Cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solwara. We thought it was going to be drinks. It was meant to be drinks, but at least one more over before they pause again. You know, he's been running hot for Ream today, Baz. Australia's favourite, the steady, hot and strong Tom Morris. He's all over it. He'll have more numbers for us in a moment.
Totally. Like since the new ball.
Tell me what you got.
What have I got at the moment?
Kind of put you on the spot there.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Reminds me of a story that Jim Maxwell tells. We got another one. We've got a Steve Smith side screen thing going on again, do we? It's becoming a real through line of the day. There are men back everywhere. Here comes the short pitch stuff. 3 back on the offside, 3 back on the leg side. Cast in, bowls here. I'll tap down. It's Potts, my apologies. Change of bowler. Dab down to third man. They get 1 for it. It wasn't convincing. It did hang in the air towards the trumper stand. Smith will move to 108 with the single. 7 for 460, Tommy.
So I was down there seeing a friend on level 2 behind the bowler's arm yesterday.
Yeah.
And halfway through the day, the security changed their method. The start of the day, they would block people in the aisles at the start and end of every over. Then it became only when the bowler was bowling from this end.
Yep.
And that confused everyone, so they went back to just doing it every single over.
Okay.
So there's also frustration from fans and patrons.
Yeah, there's some common sense stewarding needed here, I think. As Potts in a new spell, field back, bowls and beats Webster with one that goes past the edge. And I should say for the record that the previous delivery that Smith didn't control the third man, only landed about 5 metres in front of that fielder. Yeah. Seeing it back on our Chemist Warehouse screen.
I've got another one for you. So 76 innings it's taken Steve Smith as captain to make 18 test tons. 76 innings.
Yep, I'm going to write this down. Hang on, 76.
Yep, which is the equal record with Virat Kohli as captain.
To get to 18 tons, 76. Lovely work there. Good oil, Tom Morris. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Here's Potts to Webster. Tall man goes back, knocks it at the mid-wicket. Wants one, gets one. You hear the call through the effects mic. 9 for Webster, 7 for 461.
What an opportunity for Bo Webster this. Coming into this Ashes series.
He's been pretty measured in his public commentary about his frustration. I tried to get a line out of him this morning. He's like, nah, tough side to get into. All good, no dramas. But we saw firsthand how frustrated he was at Brisbane. We were watching those conversations play out. He desperately wanted a chance to play in this series. And getting it at a time when Australia is well in the lead. Batting with a guy who's dominating and Smith way down the leg side from Potts. He tried to bang it in short, didn't get up. It could be signalled to wide and probably should be, but won't be. Just don't think he's that well suited to the running in, bowling short.
Not really.
It just doesn't seem to.
No.
I mean, they've got Bryden Cass in the team. Josh Tung's done a bit of that. Stokes has done a lot of that over the years, and Matty Potts, who's how's that not called a wide? I'm afraid. Umpire Gaffney has been very kind to the England struggling bowler who would do anything to get himself in the book. Only 126 kilometres an hour as well. None for 126 his figures. Bowls here to Smith, gives him the stumps, backs away and still pulls it down towards mid-on. Doesn't get a whole heap of it, but it'll trickle towards the boundary and they'll come back for a couple. He's up to 110, 7 for 463.
The classic Steve Smith double-handed smash down the ground. Didn't get all of it.
That's a sign of Smith when he's decided to really put the foot down. That test at Manchester in 2019 when he was playing it basically every over.
Oh, you remember his bizarre innings in Derby in 2019?
Oh, when he got out and walked straight to the bats. It was a tour game that was not a lot of intensity. Potts bowls here to Smith, gives him the stumps again, ducks it eventually, followed him with the bouncer. End of the over. 4 runs from it. Drinks this time are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 7 for 463. Webster 9. Smith 110. The lead 79. They've lost 1 wicket in the session. Cameron Green caught in the deep for 37 from the bowling of Cass. It was 7 for 437, and they've taken it to 7 for 463. Our coverage is for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and all of our numbers are on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Get a deal you'll be proud of across a range of new and demonstrator models at Hyundai, like the Kona Hybrid from $39,990 drive away at your participating Hyundai dealer today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top-quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
Smith tucks around the corner. That is a deft touch. It's on here. He's run the first hard. He's in and out. They look at a third. Webster comes. Smith's going to get the milestone. It's a century that grows his immense Ashes legacy. The best since Bradman belongs to him in this form of the game.
The moment of the session. We're in the drinks break. We've got until the cut-off 43 minutes. Stephen Smith, his 37th Test ton, 5th at Sydney, 18th as captain, and 13th against England. Our coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you. No urgency at all in this drinks break. It might give me a chance to bring Tommy Morris in again for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Hollow for a Marshall battery. Thomas.
I got a question for Baz. You watch Steve Smith bat more than anyone in the nets, in games. Can you imagine a world where Steve Smith loses motivation to get better?
To get better?
Yeah, which is what he trains for, isn't it? To try to get better. It's so much part of his DNA. Is there a world where he just drops his bat and says, I'm done in 2 or 3 years?
I think more than get better, I think his whole net sessions are just training are more about the challenge ahead of him and how he overcomes it. It's very specific with him, like the bowlers he's going to face, what he thinks the pitch is going to do. So yeah, in a way it is about getting better, but it's so goal oriented in that sense. Okay, for example, we see him in the subcontinent, he'll come up with different types of sweeps and different kinds of positions he can get into. I mean, take last week at the MCG, when he thought that the pitch, he had no trust in the pitch, when he started doing the Harry Brooks and trying to get into the baseball style position. So his mind thinks along those directions, in that direction, but
he's a problem solver.
Exactly. I mean, he's just a born problem solver in that sense. So I think I don't know whether that motivation will ever go away. And I think it'll be a question of whether he thinks he's got any more to give to Test cricket, if that makes sense.
Bethel to continue for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Spelled 13 overs, 1 for 45. Picked up Travis Head for 163 straight after lunch. He's got a slip. They're still tweaking. These are enormously long breaks between overs, and the drinks breaks are getting longer by the hour. Bowls here, and Webster gets forward and pushes up the outside part of the bat to backward point. No run is the call. The way I see it, Tommy, is that in 23, when these questions were ever present, those 2 big tours in the World Test Final, he probably couldn't have foreseen, as Bethel Smith gets to the crease and bowls to Webster, who defends out to the onside. Gets one to mid-on. Yeah, he will. He's double figures from 21 balls, 7 for 464. He probably wouldn't have foreseen having a great series against India, a couple of tons in Sri Lanka, another Ashes 100 here. I mean, he's having another purple patch of sorts. Yep. That didn't feel like it was on the agenda at that point. He was just another player in the Aussie lineup at that stage for a few years. Bethel bowls here, and well forward is that man Smith in defence.
The rise of Manas, if you go back between 2019 and 2022, that's when Steve Smith's numbers dropped quite a bit, where he was no longer the ultimate problem solver. He wasn't coming in at 2 for 40, 2 for 30.
He went from averaging 75 across 6 years to averaging 40 across 3. As Bethel bowls here and Smith gets forward in defence. So I think, this is maybe the shift in play is that Smith has entered a super productive time in his career. Why would he want to call time on it while he's in that vein? That'd be my sort of back of the post-it note thinking as Bethel goes up to him again on 110. Bowls here a bit wider on the crease. Smith deals with the spin well. It was drop and spin as narrated by the wicketkeeper Smith, and plays into the offside.
And just take his relationship with number 4. 2 years ago he said, I'm done, I'll go and open. But once he got scoring hundreds in number 4, he doesn't want to move.
Bethel to Smith, who opens up and plays from almost a Yorker length out to deep extra cover for 1. He'll keep the strike with the second run from the over. The last ball of it there leads up to 81. Smith's 111 at 7 for 465 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
2 Australians have made hundreds, Travis Head and Steve Smith. TAC speeding, how your holiday ends is your choice. It's going to be Matty Potts, his 24th over, none for 128. Away from us, bowls to Smith, backs away and steers down to one of the 3 men on the offside rope. Deep backward point, 1 moves him to 112 at 7 for 466. The lead's 82.
So I spoke to him, I interviewed him in London before the World Test Championship final, and that's when, now he has his own personal trainer in New York. He's working towards fitness, and you'll see it on his social media feed. He's doing that. And then the other thing he said was his relationship with the cricket bat is changing with cricket itself, with batting itself, where he often puts his bat away in the basement.
6 back for the short ball for Webster as well now, who makes space to whack through the onside, gets it out to the man at square leg in the shade in front of the Brawongle stand. Webster 11 with the single, 7 for 467.
He might have used that American word, the attic. I think when I asked him that, he said the bat is in the attic, because otherwise he always needs a cricket bat lying around in the living room so that he has access to it at any point of the day to just pick it up. But he said that even the fact that I don't feel the need to do that.
Remember when he came back from his suspension in 2019, whoever's rooming next to him used to hear him smacking the bat on the floor of an evening as he was shadow batting to himself. I'm glad those days are done.
Yeah.
For everyone's sake. So round the wicket, change of approach for Smith. Arrives and opens up the stance to try and dab it down to third man again, but doesn't make contact.
Yeah, it was the time when his wife Danny was feeding the bowling machine as well.
Yeah.
That was that phase. So
early in his career when he was helping her with their law notes and she was helping feed the bowling machine to him. Long time ago now.
So I think it's changed. He's often gone back and forth with, I'll have short nets. He said that in London, and I remember speaking to Usman Khwaja about it, and he said, let him get out cheaply once and then let's see whether they stay short.
So Smith is batting, taking guard now around the wicket, way outside the leg stump. He'll still trigger across, but trying to get a good look to get it to the offside. Does so here, but pulls out because the bounce has followed him. Smith still wanted to sort of glide it, ramp it down, but didn't quite. Tommy?
If we accept that Smith is on par or maybe even better than Ponting and Border and Steve Warren, these guys that played for a long period of time, they all got to 37, 38. I think Border, it might have even got to just 39.
Yep.
So he turns 37 in June next year, which means he'll be 38 by the time of 2027 Ashes. It's sort of that seems to be the timeline based on previous players of his ilk.
I think it'll also come down to Andrew McDonald and George Bailey, but Andrew McDonald in particular, if he walks up to him and says, look, I need you in India, we don't have Uzi anymore, I'll be surprised if he says, nah, I don't care. I think they will need him in India. I mean, they'll need him in England as well. But
and there's some poetry to him playing in England one last time, and of course the World Test final. Up comes Gully, finally a catcher. Smith swats it down, forehand style. Forehand smash, I suppose you would call that, straight to a whitish mid-on where Stokes picks it up. He's like, I don't know what's going on here. It's ugly cricket, let's be honest, but such is the field. I see what Smith's trying to do. He's trying to score off every ball.
And do either of you see or foreshadow a scenario where, because he is so laser focused on the 28 Olympics, that he actually wrestles with playing test matches which he perceives aren't as important?
I think that
versus the 100 and other T20 franchise tournaments around the globe.
Not even whether they're important or not. I think the schedule clash might play a role for sure.
So Potts round the wicket, Gully there behind the wicket, and it's going to be Smith getting out the way of a short ball. End of the over, 2 runs from it. 7 for 467 with the lead at 83, 11 for Webster. 112 for Smith. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
On the Princess Freeway, there's a truck that's broken down outbound at the exit to Duncans Road. That one's closed. You can exit earlier at Snides Road, then take Point Cook Road and Aviation Road. In Bundoora, we've had a crash at Plenty Road southbound before Kingsbury Drive. The 2 left-hand lanes are closed. Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au as I welcome Damien Fleming, who will be in the expert chair until the close of play. G'day, Fleming.
Hello, how are you?
Good. We've just been sort of talking about the longevity of Steve Smith and what the future might hold for him. Bethel bowling here to Webster. He lunges forward and presses into the offside. On the back of what Smith said a couple of years ago, that he sort of felt like he might be only a year or two away from retirement, but now,
yeah,
so
fantastic.
much on the table, isn't there, for him?
Keep doing it.
Keep on keeping on.
Punching out those runs.
Bethel round the wicket to Webster, back in defence.
And we do need him. I remember been talking about the last couple of Test matches. We're winning this Ashes on bankers that we already know. Now, to be fair, Heads moved from 5 to opening, Carey to 6, but Smith getting runs. Stark getting wickets, Boland getting wickets, Neeser getting wickets.
Bethel, a more conventional field. Around the wicket to Webster, keeps him at home, defends from the crease.
But there's still so many gaps, isn't there, in this Australian team?
Had Green made the most of today. It might have made it a slightly easier conversation, but he did not. The 1 wicket to fall this session out for 37. Bethel delivers to Webster. He goes back and plays it out to mid-on. There won't be a single there. Become a bit of a forgotten man in this conversation, Webster, remembering that he did a pretty good job in his first year of Test cricket before finding himself shuffled out. The extent to which he'll feature in that massive year that starts in the middle of 2026. He's faced 26 balls for his 11, getting himself in. Bethel bowls to the all-rounder, and Webster drives on the outside part of the bat. Out through where Gully, of course, isn't to a slow bowler. Down towards the rope it runs. A dive required by Jacks, who just keeps it in. That's really good fielding late in the day. They'll return for a third. So Webster moves to 14. 7 for 470, lead 86. Still 1 ball to come in the over.
Nice, Beth.
And the point that was made before was that, and Brody made it, the extent to which there's pressure coming through in the number 4 slot specifically from underneath. That's the unanswerable question at the moment. Webster, Smith, my apologies, faces up to Bethel and cuts him hard to backward point. No single there. End of the over. 7 for 470. The lead's 86. Webster's 14. Smith 114 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
The wicketless Matty Potts will continue in the final session for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. We're Tick over half an hour left till the cut-off. 86 is the lead. They're back to this fairly unflattering short pitch attack. Around the wicket, fly slip, deep backward point, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square leg. You know the drill by now. He's in here, Potts bowling to Webster. He crashes it out through the onside, through mid-wicket for 4. He knew it was coming. He stood up tall. He unfurled the arms. He punishes it out towards the members' rope. 4 runs for Webster. Up to 18 at 7 for 474. No venom in that from Potts at all.
Cop that, Potts. 3 out for the hook shot, and Big Bo goes, I'm not going to hook that. I'm going to play a bit of tennis and just smash it down to the vacant mid-on area for 4.
Gee, they've both done it, haven't they? The tennis shots are out. Bowls to Webster. Fuller plays out to mid-wicket for 1. Matt Potts, none for 135 in his 25th over at 7 for 475. They're ugly numbers.
It's hard for Potts. I mean, he's bowling 130 kilometres an hour. It's not quick enough to go with this short pitch bowling. You know, his go is bowling a good line and length, but coming cold into this series has proved too hard for him.
Yeah, it doesn't suit him, does it? This trying to charge in and bowl short. Hasn't worked as yet. Now to Smith. Smith gets inside the line, plays it out to deep backward square. How far has it gone? Has it gone all the way?
It's a 12.
It's gone for 4. He's hit it mightily hard. Nearly went the journey. Steve Smith to 116 with another boundary for Azito Brushless Power Tools do you. 7 for 479. They are motoring again.
It's an 8, I mean. He hit it that hard. How hard did he swing at that ball? Whoa. This is hard work for Potts.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a tall bowler either. And 130 kilometres an hour halfway down the deck.
Potts bowls. Smith tries to go offside by giving him the stumps, and he signals wide.
Oh, no!
Wide. So Smith's signalling to umpire Gaffney saying it better be an extra, and he wins. 7 for 400.
Do we need umpires if Smithy's batting? And maybe that'll keep him in Test match cricket, that you can umpire and bat.
It's ballooned over him. I mean, to be fair, we've seen probably higher bounces not called, but a bit of theatre there from Smith. Seeing it, yeah, it's clearly a wide. Can't even see the ball in the shot on our replay screen. Save on your prescriptions.
Everyone called wide. All 2 umpires, Smithy.
Potts still has 3 balls to bowl here. Smith will surely go again. Gives him the stumps. Tries to play the tennis shot. Sneaks it past the diving Potts in his follow-through. Gets 1. Walks it. Head-like. 117 for him. 7 for 481. The lead creeping up towards, when I say creeping, moving towards 100. It's at 97. This stands worth 44 from 61.
What a Big Bow will just clear that front leg again, because there is the opportunity, isn't it? All the boundary riders are very square. That if you hit it in the middle like you did the previous one in front of square, I think you're picking up a boundary. He may even hit a catch to the members.
He's on 19. Webster, Potts bowls to him. He lets the bouncer outside the leg stump fly by. 1 ball to go here. I suppose the other side of it, of course, is that Webster, it's a great opportunity for him to, not to say he's played within himself, but he's 19 from 30 rather. He's not really put the foot down. If he's 35 not at stumps batting with Smith tomorrow, new day, chance to move to 50 and beyond. In this over, Potts has been operating all in the 120s to give a sense of the type of day he's been having, the type of 2 days he's been having. Last ball here. Potts from our Paddington end to Webster. Webster makes room to try and play down the ground, as you said, Flem, with the tennis shot, but doesn't make contact. Ends a fairly ugly over. 7 for 481. Webster 19. Smith 117. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. After the break, Gerard Whateley will take you through to the close of play.
In any game of cricket, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Hot summer sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger, SUV and 4-wheel drive tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
11 from the over. The lead is 97. The partnership is worth 44. The beer snakes are long in the lower decks. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. 7 for 481. Smith's 117. Jax is going to come into the attack. So the bowling change here for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Jax to Smith, who turns around the corner out to deep square for a single. Flem, hello.
Hey, Gerard. Nice time for batting here. 25 more minutes. Like to see the same in runs.
Yeah, I think they are pretty intent on propelling this forward by the looks of things. Final attendance, 46,161 on Jane McGrath Day. 49.5, 46.5 and 46 in the 3 days of this test match so far. Webster with a slip and a leg slip in place. Jax bowls to him, jumps and pushes the ball out to long on for a single.
That's a lot of turn. But a bit short, so Big Bo can just work it through the leg side.
It's one of those beautiful days where you can bathe in numbers. 131 is Smith's highest score at the SCG. He's on 118, so this is his second highest at the moment. Smith pushes to long on, where there's a single every time he wants it.
A single, a ball, I'll take it. It just keeps ticking along, doesn't it?
Yep. Yep, so Jax is in his 5th over. Bethel's ended up bowling 15 overs, one made, 1 for 50. Closing a little around at Webster. Plonks forward, pushes to mid-off and calls 1-1-1-1 the whole way through. Building the picket fence.
It's definitely turning more for Jax. With more sun tomorrow, the spinner would be turning the ball quite significantly.
Jax to Smith, clouts the ball to mid-off. He gave that the big wind-up, misses out.
Nice tackle.
Twitches at the pads, taps and readies himself, flexes the knees, high back lift, punches down the ground. Get it all off the inside portion of the bat. He wanted to go big there. He'll settle for a single and keep the strike. Smith's 120 at the end of the over. 7 for 486 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 7 for 486. Australia's lead is 102. Smith's 120. Webster's 21. And Matt Botts couldn't continue to bowl. 25 overs, 1 made, none for 141. So he comes out of the attack. And Josh Tongue comes in. 24 overs, no maidens, 1 for 71. Dean Cox, the Sydney Swans coach, with a half-drunk beer, tie at half-mast. He looks like he's had a good
He's had a good day, Dean. Just loosening up the tie a little bit later in the day. That's smart.
Well refreshed.
Yep.
Tongue bowls to Smith. He cuts him away for 4. Like the look of it. Smacked it into the deep. Smith to 124. Boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. It's the 50-run partnership between Smith and Webster.
He is cashing in. And a few batsmen in this series have failed to do it. He's so hungry for runs.
He is indeed. Smith across his stumps, drives fluently but straight to cover. What are you working on there, Tom?
A couple of different things. This is now the longest innings for the series, eclipsing, 117.8 0.3 overs for Australia at the Gabba. So, and they're still going. And the other one I'm working on, I'm just looking at how long it took Ponting, Sangakkara, Tendulkar to get to 39 Test centuries. So Ponting was 212 innings, Sangakkara was 218 innings, and this is Steve Smith's 219th innings. Tendulkar was 222, so all in the same vicinity. All very close.
Great players.
Tongue to Smith, just runs the ball to Gully and says no to Webster. They've been taking sharp singles. Tom Morris there for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. It's the late afternoon trudge, isn't it, for England? They are beaten down.
Yeah, and even the bowling changes, they are warm-up deliveries, and Smith is just feasting on them.
Tongue bowls at the stumps, turn to leg, no run.
That's a better line from Tongue. I think he's been a bit unlucky, 1 for 75. And Smith now 124. Bright partnership too with Webster. It's 53 off 73 deliveries.
Yeah.
That's a good little clip.
It's been sneaky fast, hasn't it? Australia's only had the one partnership of fewer than 50 runs, which is reminiscent of Brisbane as well. Smith hit on the pads coming across his stumps. It caused a yelp from behind, but nothing from in front. From Tongue himself, a leg by is signalled. 7 for 491. So if my maths are right here, the partnerships have been 57, 105, 72, 54, 51. Then the blemish was Carey, who was rapid fire, but only 27. And 71. And this beyond the 50 mark, 54. Tongue with one to come in the over. Webster to see it. He pushes forward, beats Gully, and takes a single out to deep point. Webster's 22. Australia 7 for 492. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Player of the day, player of the match honours for RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists. We'll already be able to say of the 2026 Sydney Test match that we saw two of the immortals. Joe Root with his 41st Test century, Steve Smith with his 37th Test century. So those are moments to savour, and we're just coming to the end of day 3. Simon Katich in to join Damien Fleming for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Welcome back, Kat.
Good evening, Gerard, Flem, Tommy, all our listeners.
Bo Webster's on 22. Jumping down the pitch, it balloons to the leg side and lands safely. I doubt there was any bat in that.
Feel a bit of turn there, Simon.
Yep, it's only day 3. That's gone nicely.
I think Bo Webster's bowling offies.
Oh, yeah.
The third innings.
Yeah, definitely.
Todd Murphy's unhappy not playing. Webster reaches for a ball that he prods away to point, no run.
And it's a shame too, because we could have seen that even a well-grassed Sydney pitch will eventually turn.
Slip, leg slip. Jacks bowls. Webster plays it at his toes.
And I bumped into Stewie McGill before, and as he rightly said, didn't need the pitch to make it spin. He'd beat you through the air as well.
Yeah.
So there's that option as well.
Webster wrapped on the front pads, turned down. Will Jacks. Raza not terribly interested in it. Reviews have all been frittered away.
That's good turn.
It's turning a mile.
Webster back, plays from his stumps. Just can't find a run here.
He should have been on earlier now. Bethel was okay and snuck a wicket, but he wasn't, he doesn't put a lot on the ball. This is a cute spin.
Last ball of Jack's over. Webster down the sweep. He's hit that sweetly out into the deep. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Takes a single, 23. 7 for 493. All of our stats for pay.com.au. Points for business.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Bryden Cass is the leading wicket taker for programmed commercial painting. Hit painting maintenance for 6, 3 for 108.
Smithy, even when he's at the other end, is telling people to stand down.
Yeah. It's really irritated him.
He's on it, look. He's at the non-strikers end.
The Trust is going to need to have a think about how they police the aisles around the side screen tomorrow. 109-run lead for Australia. Tongue bowls. Webster from under the shoulder. Plays it away through square. Gets a single. He's 24.
It's been good from Webster. 109 the lead now.
Looks composed, Cato.
Yeah. Thought Cameron Green looked good too today, but missed his opportunity.
What are we saying of that shot?
Oh, he's got a technical issue. So, I mean, the one he hit for 6, both the 6 and the one he got out to, his back foot is off the ground.
Tongue to Smith, turns to leg. It's an easy run.
And we saw a vision of him in Perth getting hit in the helmet, back foot airborne. So there's no stability there, and it impacts his power. But the problem is he's pressing forward, but his feet aren't quick enough to get back, to push back after that initial push forward. Because he's been getting out nicking, he wants to get forward, so he's trying to do the right thing. The problem is then he gets exposed on the back foot. The one that he got out to, he just couldn't extend his arms through the ball, so he didn't get the power on it. But both that one and the 6 and the one he got out to were his back foot's airborne, which is not a great position to be in.
Webster has the strike on the back foot, plays it out through point, not for the first time. He's a tall man and he plays that ever so well. Gets it to the boundary for 4. Webster's 28, Australia's leads 115. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Just a smart, reliable shot, that one, wasn't it, from Webster? Once again, keeps saying he knows his game well. The back foot was stable, so he could open up the face. He could have hit it behind square a bit more. He could have punched it in front.
Webster pulls. There's 2 in the deep for it. Dragged it to ground to fine leg. Takes a single to go to 29. And the 500 up for Australia. It comes as a 116-run lead. And in the 121st over of the innings.
Yeah, brilliant from Australia. A lot of partnerships, a lot of the basics of the game they've done very well, and they've worn this attack down, and they're getting the rewards now, and there should be more to come if they can win this last 15 minutes of the day's play.
Tongue bowls to Smith. He drives elegantly through cover, beat the dive and gets to the boundary for 4.
And the sniper got cover as well. He's got the cramp. He's cramping. He's gone.
Smith's 128. 7 for 504. Stats for pay.com.au. Points for business.
He's played this shot a lot, hasn't he? Hands away from the body, but still able to keep the ball along the ground. It's come off the middle of the bat.
Bryden Cass is still stretching to try to relieve the cramp. It has all taken a toll. Smith ducks the bouncer from Tongue. And and ends over 11 from it, 7 for 504. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Australia leads by 120 runs. The stats for pay.com.au, points for business. Steve Smith with his first century of the series. Has been such a disjointed time for him. He missed Adelaide and there were not outs as he was hitting winning runs. This was the opportunity. He didn't miss out. So it means for his average, Tom, he's probably going to win the averages. What's he up to?
Easily. He's averaging 87 at the moment. Now, clearly, if and when he gets dismissed, that will drop a bit. But he's batted 7 times. He's been not out 4 times.
Yeah.
The Red Ink King.
Such an odd series for him. Webster has the strike. He's sweeping jacks. First ball of the fresh over. Down the backward square for a single. Goes to 30. You've got to be ruthless in a game like this, and Webster has that chance as if he bats with Smith through to wherever Smith wants to call a declaration and then bowls his offies and takes wickets, he becomes indispensable. If it's a run-off for the all-rounder and he outperforms Green, then that debate gets settled, really. Jacks to Smith. Drives inside out through extra cover. Not quite enough to beat the field in the deep. Sweeper is set a long way back. That's Joe Root who's doing the sweeping for now. So a single taken goes to 129. Catching's been abysmal from England. They've dropped 6.
How many did they drop for the series, Gerard?
13, I reckon there were 2. Webster back, clouts the ball. Got the under portion of the bat, still helped it on its way through backward square. It'll take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Webster 34 as boundaries flow off his bat. Classics for a cause. Keep Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. What are the numbers on the catching?
17 drops this series so far for England. A 74% catch efficiency. Australia's dropped 10 at 87% catch efficiency. So 17.
Webster jumped down the pitch, smothered the spin when he arrived.
It doesn't feel like Australia have dropped 10 catches this series.
No, it doesn't. I'll go through all of my notes tonight and just work out exactly how we feel about that. Webster leans on a ball past short leg. As England have dropped 6 in this innings, they dropped 4 in an innings in Brisbane, so they've sort of stacked up on them.
Yeah, the Brisbane one's hurt them probably the most because one was Carey, easy one on first ball.
Yep. Deep backward square pushes to the rope. 73 runs from 92 balls now this partnership. 510 on the board. Last ball of the over. Webster jumps down the pitch and just turns it to leg. He didn't quite arrive where he wanted to. He pinches a single and keeps the strike. He's on 35. 7 for 511. Oh, how they would love a shout here for LBW England. For Liquorland, score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
7 for 511. Australia leads by 127 runs. The 123rd over of the innings is about to begin. Australia has 1 review remaining, England none. They burnt all of theirs this morning for IMAR. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. Josh Tongue over number 27. He bowls to Webster. Dabs the ball to point, no run. That's exactly the scenario that you lads identified at the start of the day. Bat right through, have a lead between 120 and 150. Let the pitch deteriorate a little more tomorrow. Grab the new ball. And then two dynamics. If you take early wickets, you'll see concession batting. You'll see the exit strategy.
Yep.
Straight to the departure gate.
Physical, mental fatigue.
Yeah. Australia have given themselves a great chance here. Webster forward, playing with the moving bat to cover, no rush.
Just that warm-up on day 4 that you're warming up to go out and field and bowl again. Starting that first spell, it's ruthless from Australia, which we expect. But we'll find out about England tomorrow. You know, they should be at least minus 150 when they start the second innings.
Yeah, minimum. Maybe minus 200.
Tongue in bowls to Webster, drops it to the leg side. He sends Smith back. Don't worry about the sharp one this late in the day at mid-wickets. This and one more. I wanted to read this from earlier in the day as Robert sent us through a message. We were talking about Jack Hobbs. Steve Smith went past Jack Hobbs today as the second leading run scorer in Ashes cricket. My grandfather played against Jack Hobbs. In non-Ashes years, English players would tour country locations. They played Hamilton in Victoria in 1924, beating them outright. Hamilton batted 20 in each innings and still lost outright. Webster to the full toss, drives it down the ground through mid-off. It's a big chase late in the day. It'll be overhauled right against the rope on the dive. And they'll come back for 3. Potts did the hard yards, and Ben Stokes just gives him a high five for that effort. Webster's to 38s.
Yeah, tied ball there. Full toss from Josh Tongue. He's about 10 Ks down on where he was at his best in Melbourne and previous tests. So fatigue setting in now.
27th over.
In the dirt they are. Smith, rising delivery, fended it short of gully, up near the shoulder of the bats.
And that's the difference there. If that ball's 10 Ks quicker, it goes to gully. Because it's not, dies, falls a couple of metres short.
And a new series high score as well, eclipsing 511 at the Gabba.
Stats for they.com.au, points for business.
Aussie bowlers won't mind seeing that.
Yep.
That sort of went through the top a little bit.
Yeah, if Australia get enough in these last 3 partnerships, they might not bat again.
Last ball of Tongues over. Smith defends. The one left in the day's play. 7 for 514. And the leading wicket taker for programmed commercial painting hit painting maintenance for 6. 3 for Cass, 2 for Stokes, 1 for Tongue, 1 for Bethel. Poor old Matt Potts, none for 141. I feel like we've progressively watched a test career come to its end. Not ideal circumstances.
No, he's going to have to work hard on his game to get back in. I mean, he was behind 8 ball anyway, wasn't he? I mean, he's the last fast bowler picked. Yep,
so set up to fail, but fail he has.
All their fringe players have been set up to fail.
Yep.
None of them have had a chance.
7 for 514 last over of the day in the hands of Will Jacks. He's at the Randwick end. They put 3 around the bat for Bo Webster, who's 38 from 52 balls. Just a pregnant pause before we settle in. Webster back, plays to the open point position. There's runs to be had there. How many do they want? They have 2 as the field arrives, and Smith just slipped.
No.
Oh, Webster has to double back. Throw was no good.
Smithy slipped again.
3rd time that he slipped. Root threw it in from the deep, but it didn't have the juice to be over the bails. Had it been, Webster was cast.
The problem with Webster there was he thought there was 3. Smith was on the deck, but he didn't look at Smith.
No, blind.
And he just took off blindly. And then he had a little bit of a panic on, but thankfully the throw was wide.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps.
And 5 steps for Bo.
Yeah.
You're almost down the other end.
Halfway. He's on 40, Webster. Keeps it out of the off stump. Doesn't find a run. Leads 132.
It's been a very handy innings from Webster. He's cruised to 40, really. He hasn't had too many issues at all.
Webster, that covers the stumps, blunts it to the leg side. You look up and see the Cam Green dismissal being replayed as it all feeds into a narrative. Webster covers the stumps, and it looks like he's blocking out the stumps now. All of our numbers for pay.com.au, points for business. Australia have made steady progress right throughout the day. Webster clips back to the bowler. They started trailing by 218 and they're going to finish leading by 132. Last ball of Jane McGrath Day. Jacks to Webster. He's going to find a run or two as he guides it past slip. And he'll turn for a second and finish the day 42 not outs. Australia has built the biggest pile of the series. 7 for 518. They are very much in the pink. And Steve Smith, unbeaten on 129, to join Travis Head, who posted 163 earlier in the day. And there's a bit of good luck, England, from here. Grind the team down and then see how you plot your way to victory through days 4 and 5. Let's move to the post-game show.
The post-match show. For Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. And Sonos. This summer, sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Applause resonates around the SCG for the hometown lad, Steve Smith, who's posted his 5th century at the venue. It's laden with history. He's guided Australia to a 134-run first innings lead with 3 wickets in hands. We might just hold off here because I think Smith's about to join Adam Gilchrist, both for the crowd and the broadcaster. Second highest run scorer in the history of this ground, second highest run scorer in the history of the Ashes. He's covered in dirt at the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Mark Howard, just letting Steve catch his breath a little bit, get the cap on, mate. Another perfect day in the sunshine here at your favourite ground, the SCG. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was nice batting out there, pretty good wickets. So, yeah, nice to come off the back of what was a pretty good innings from Travis Head. He played beautifully yet again, and obviously started my innings with him, and when you're batting with him, they forget about you a little bit, the way he's going at the moment. So, yeah, I was able to get into my work, get the pace of the wicket, and, yeah, get into my work from there.
Yeah, maybe not at your fluent best at the beginning. It is that sort of pitch where it looks like it takes a little bit of time, but by the end of it, you found your hands, your feet, and you spent half the time on your back rolling around in the dirt at one point.
It was a nice wicket. So, yeah, obviously they came with a few plans with the short stuff for a bit, and, you know, I was just trying to get out of the way and get off strike and things like that. So, worked out well today. A couple of nice partnerships. Greenie, I thought, was batting really nicely, and Slug came out and batted beautifully then as well. So, yeah, hopefully we can put a little partnership together in the morning, get up over a 200 lead, and the wicket start to play a few more tricks.
Second only to Bradman for Ashes Test match hundreds. You went past a few great names today. Greg Chappell, David Boone, Owen Border for runs on this ground, only behind Ricky Ponting. Are you aware of those names and those legend players that you're going past?
No, I'm not. I just love batting here. Obviously, it's my home deck. I know the ground really well. When I get in here, I really like batting here. The pace of the wicket sort of suits the way I play. Just love playing in front of this crowd.
Yeah, and they love seeing you play. One last one. All the unique mannerisms were on display today, and it makes it so entertaining to watch. Is that a technique for you for your own personal concentration? Does it keep you switched on?
I don't know, I guess so.
It just happens naturally.
I don't know if I'm doing it. It just kind of happens when I'm out there, and I think when I'm doing all those things, it probably means I'm in a really good zone. So, hopefully we can see a few more of them.
Yes, I think everyone here hopes so too. Congratulations, mate. Thank you, mate. Well done. There you go, Steve Smith. His 5th Test match century at the SCG.
He's the hero of the day. This is our post-game show for Sonos. Sound makes it home. And for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich, your thoughts on Jane McGrath Day?
Yeah, well, fantastic crowd again, and it sounds like we've raised so much money for the McGrath Foundation, which is fantastic. But really, I suppose, we scored 352 runs. That's right, isn't it? That is a massive day, massive day. And obviously the king of that was Stephen Smith, who, as you said, he's had a bizarre series, hasn't he? Missing test matches, getting quick not-out scores to win test matches. But I thought he was absolutely fantastic today, and he's unique, he's quirky. He expended as much energy telling people to sit down as he did, playing his beautiful cut shots and whips through the leg side. Really liked Bo Webster at the end. He really knows his game well. I think you've got a lot of confidence that it'll take a good ball to knock him over. And for England, efforts, I suppose, Tongue and Stokes. Bethel picked up the bonus wicket. But really, it's just an attack, isn't it? And to leak 352 runs on day 3, is a pretty poor effort, really.
Yeah, it was a great all-round batting display. Everyone seemed to get going. They all played their roles in a way. Travis Head set the scene early, and then Michael Neser did his job beautifully. You can't underestimate that in terms of what he did for the later in the day. And given the extended hours today with the longer sessions in the first session, the third session, it takes a toll, particularly on these younger England bowlers, because they're not conditioned for tough 5-day cricket yet. They haven't played enough of it, and particularly leading into this series, a lot of them, and we saw it in Potts today, underdone, not confident with where the ball was going, and he paid the price against what is a very good Australian batting lineup in their home conditions. So wonderful to watch. I thought Green's innings was promising. Webster was outstanding at the end. Smith was just another masterclass in concentration, valuing his wicket and understanding where the risks were and where they weren't. And, overall, just a very, very ruthless performance from Australia today to put themselves in the driving seat now to dictate this test and go on and win it 4-1.
The carve-up of the sessions, 1 for 115 before lunch, 3 for 96 in the middle session, and 1 for 141 to bring it home. So, 5 for 352. The fall of wickets for Smarter Light. Neser caught Smith bowled cast for 24, 3 for 234. Head LBW Bethel for 163, 4 for 288. Khawaja LBW cast for 17, 5 for 339. Carey caught Bethel bowled Tongue for 16, 6 for 366. Green caught Duckett bowled cast for 37, 7 for 437. So it's an 81-run partnership. Smith's 129, Webster 42. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. No batteries required. Smarterlight.com. What have you got as our play of the day for Drink Wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Out of the 200s, I think I like Travis Head's celebration the most.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Rockstar.
Absolutely loved it. Isn't it? It's social media, isn't it? It's got it all written all over it. I love the celebration from Travis Head.
So give us your overall précis of his innings, Flem. 163 from 166 balls, his 3rd century of the series.
Yeah, just so unique, isn't it? 3rd 100, but at opening the batting. Teams just don't have plans to him, and they just fall apart. All of a sudden, the stock ball can't be found. There's no maidens. There's barely a dot ball. He's just after them. No real weakness. He can look uncomfortable at short balls at the body, but if you don't get it right, he smashes them for 4. Not unlike Steve Waugh in the day that used to jump around a bit, but if you got it wrong, he made you pay. So that was just brilliant. But having said that, it's a standard Travis Head 100, isn't it? They're magnificent.
They are. Choose to drink wise. This is our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. So, Kat, you can ordain our player of the day and contender for player of the match thanks to Ray White commercial.
Hard to go past Travis Head. He set the innings up, set the tone yesterday, and then backed it up again today and got Australia off to a really strong foundation, which set the day up, and then the rest cashed in on the back of that.
RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists. Our hard worker, the Working Hard Award for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Does Nisa get that for not soaking up 90 balls and then taking out 2 reviews?
Definitely.
Yep.
It was really something.
Good stuff, Nick.
Well, it hurt him later on, didn't it?
Oh, it did. How bizarre. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. So just give us a closing word on Steve Smith. Kat, we'll pick this conversation up tomorrow because historically this is such an important innings for all that it means in his legend and legacy and where it places him on charts.
Yeah, and he's done it, in a fashion that was as convincing as it always has been in terms of accumulating. It wasn't easy when he first went out there. They actually bowled quite well to him compared to how they were going to Travis Head. They had a conventional field. They bowled a fuller length, but he got through that. And then once he got, to that second new ball, that was going to be another tricky period. It wasn't for him. He knew exactly what he had to do, and then he came through that and played. He played probably, for me, the shot of the day, that cover drive towards the end where he just threw his hands through the line of the ball. That was just glorious to watch. And his record as captain, I think he averages 70 as captain. That's phenomenal.
It is. 18 centuries as captain, as well as everything else that's going on. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, there might only be one day left. Register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. I'll pick this up with you tomorrow. Do you expect Australia to win from here?
Win the test match? Yep. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they have set it up so well. See you in the morning. Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich. Our pre-match starts at 9 and the first ball will be sent down at 10 o'clock. That's been our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. Our next stop is Big Bash Nation from Adelaide. It's the Strikers against the Sydney Thunder. We sign off with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments from today's play before we head to the Big Bash. Josh Dung bowls to Travis Head. He pushes for his century. Out through cover. All the way to the rope before. Swishes the bats.
Wow.
These are heady times indeed. The indomitable Travis Head stands, signals to the crowd, are you not entertained? 3 Ashes centuries this summer. Smith tucks around the corner. That is a depth touch. It's on here. He's run the first hard. He's in and out. They look at a third. Webster comes. Smith's going to get the milestone. It's a century that grows his immense Ashes legacy. The best since Bradman belongs to him in this form of the game.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's super provider of the year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
In Clayton South this evening, there's been reports of a crash on Heatherton Road outbound before Westall Road. As for our majors, the Western Freeway slowing outbound before Hopkins Road and the Mornington Peninsula Freeway slowing southbound, passing Thames Prom. The Eastern Freeway will be closed between Doncaster and Middleborough Roads from 10 p.m. tomorrow to 5 a.m. Monday. Significant delays expected. Search Big Build for more info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Love your fishing and boating? Well, you will love the redeveloped Yoringa Harbour. Nestled away in the rich fishing grounds of Western Port Bay, the new Yoringa Harbour has so much to offer the keenest boating enthusiasts. On-site boat storage means the Yoringa crew will valet your boat in, fueled and ready for your beautiful day on Western Port Bay. Yoringa suits anyone living in the southeast and beyond that wants easy launching, incredible fishing and loads of on-site storage. Escape the boat ramp chaos and discover hassle-free boating today at yoringa.com.au.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Beaumont Tiles is proud to sponsor Test Cricket on SEN because cricket and renovations are two Aussie traditions built on passion and performance. This summer, make your home renovation part of the season. With over 65 years of trusted style and advice, Beaumont's helps Australians create spaces they love, from the family bathroom to the builder's latest project. Visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style.
The Berwick Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is on now, and that means it's run-out sale time. Enjoy exclusive deals across the entire Volkswagen range and the premium experience of buying a European vehicle. Kickstart your summer adventure today at Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
They say the goat always makes great time and that he's never hit a red light, even during peak hour. They say he always arrives just as his song ends. They also say the GOAT stays ahead of the game with better.
When the greats bet, they bet with better.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality, fresh cuts for your family. This is Big Bash Nation.
In Clayton South this evening, there's been reports of a crash on Heatherton Road outbound before Westall Road. As for our majors, the Western Freeway slowing outbound before Hopkins Road and the Mornings Peninsula Freeway slowing southbound, passing Thames Prom. The Eastern Freeway will be closed between Doncaster and Middleborough Roads from 10 p.m. tomorrow to 5 a.m. Monday. Significant delays expected. Search Big Build for more info. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the Summer of Cricket live.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
G'day, it's David Zaharakis here. These days, I've swapped my footy boots for triathlons. And trust me, the right gear still counts. Whether I'm running marathons, chasing a personal best, or just getting the training miles in, I only wear Underworks sports socks. They're engineered for performance, designed for comfort, and, most importantly, built for the long run. Underworks, the number wonder down under for socks. Find them at all leading retailers.
Who is the GOAT? They say you can recognise a horse by the sound of their hooves, and that he's always dressed to the tens for race day. They say he has goat-eyed vision, which is like eagle-eyed vision, but more. They also say the GOAT stays ahead of the game with better.
When the greats bet, they bet with better.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Whatever size crack, ooh, Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Got a crack that's large or small?
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that. Basement,
slab, or in the wall.
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Mr. Crack Fix are Melbourne's experts in all methods of wall crack repair. Solutions for cracked walls, slabs, basements and balconies. Free inspection, all work guaranteed.
Whatever size crack, ooh, Mr. Crack Fix can fix that. Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
MrCrackFix.com.au.
Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. And Eat Better Meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality, fresh cuts for your family. This is Big Bash Nation.
He'd just get hundreds for fun, and big hundreds, and at the moment he's getting those starts and getting out, so that's probably a negative for me.
They've gone all chips in on Green, and they obviously wanted to play because he does look good. When he bats, a lot of times he does look good, but you can't keep playing. I don't think it's fair on the players that are trying to get a game. Bo Webster's basically set out, like you said you did. He's played one BBL game in about 2 months, and he's come out and looked really good today, and when he has represented the Aussies, he's been fantastic.
That's also a scheduling problem, isn't it? With no Shield cricket going on over the Big Bash period, these players can't go back and get the volume in like you would like. So, but yeah, he just obviously prepares well enough to he doesn't bowl the volume of overs that bowlers do, like Potts. But batting, you still need a rhythm and still need to be hitting the ball well to get the performance.
Do you think the scoreline's reflective? 3-1, probably will be 4-1. I know Australia have done it without Hazelwood and basically Cummins apart from one test. Steve Smith also missed one. And England have lost a bowl every test match. Wood went down, Archer went down, Atkinson went down, and they're running on fumes at the moment. But I felt England had chances, and had they been a little bit tougher and used those chances, maybe it could have been 2-2, maybe.
It felt like a thumping in the first 3 matches, didn't it? But England weren't that far off. As you say, Australia lost their couple of main quicks in Cummins and Hazelwood and then Lyon. So it was probably level playing field. And I just think the Aussies just won those big moments more often than not, and England let them slip. And the Sydney Test match, we saw all the pink today. Gee, Glenn McGrath, I think what a great effort he's done. He lost his wife quite a few years ago now, Jane, and he's made this his workshop, hasn't he, for breast cancer, the nurses and all the people that do the good things. It's remarkable how the players have all bought into it. They're selling the virtual seats, if you like, and raising millions. Yeah, he's done a fantastic job, hasn't he? And as you say, the Sydney faithful get around it. They rock up every year for that day. So we're glad it didn't rain today. Usually rains in Sydney about day 3, doesn't it? So at least they got to see a decent game. At least it's gone to day 3. A decent day of cricket. It was Steve Smith and Travis had hundreds. But as you say, the players get around it as well, and they'll auction off all their shirts at the end of the game and make a killing for the breast cancer. That voice is Chad Sayers for Cinnapec, and I love the Richies too. There must be 300 or 400 Richies sitting in their Richie Bennos with their microphones. What they say, it started with 10 or something, now it's up to about 500. It's got to be. They got a whole section. Did I hear that this is going to be their last one though? Oh, is it? Retiring the Richies? Well, I can't imagine that because it looks so good. They do it so well. They come back as Tony Gregg or something like that? Well, I don't know how many Barmy Army had, but Richie Benno, he sort of lives long, but they do a fantastic job. But you're right about the pink test, and well done to Glenn McGrath. So you think Australia, just to wrap up the test side of things, it's going to be hard for them to lose from here. They may be 250 ahead. Yeah, I don't think they can lose this game. I think, as you say, they'll try and bat on as long as they can with Webster and Smith, Stark in next at number 10. It's a decent number 10 to have. So if they can get to 200, 250, then they can't lose the game. And I like the looks of Australia bowling England on late day 4 and into day 5 when they're trying to defend, because that's not how they play. Well, see, I watch Scotty bowl, and he doesn't give you anything. Bowling, and even Michael Nessa, they just bowl at the stumps or just out. A bit like you did, Chad. You only got to move the ball, a few centimetres, and you're only going to snick it, miss it, or get out LBW. But England can't bowl 2 or 3 balls in the same spot. Stokes has probably been the pick of them, but Carse has got a lot of wickets, sprays them. Potts hasn't played for a while. That to me is the difference. Scotty bowling just all the time at you. Yeah, that's the key. The inability not to be able to hit the stumps and make the batsman play that full defence more often than not, as it has hurt him. And you get a man like Travis Head in form and he just misses the stumps, or even on off stump he cuts him and generally finds a gap, he hits him that hard. So yeah, they've been off a little bit this game and most of the series. Yeah, if you just joined us, 7 for 518, I think it stumps. Steve Smith 129 not out. Travis Head 163. He got out to Bethel trying to sweep and just had this first bit of bad luck for Travis Head. It just would have flicked the stumps, umpire's call, but in absolute super form. Your man Trav. A couple of reviews probably that didn't need to be used today, wasn't there? And Usman Khawaja, but he probably earned the right in his last game to get that little bit of luck that hopefully was missing. But when you get hit in the front pad on the 4 in front of middle, it's generally out. Woods? Now, you were out. Talking about out, you weren't here on New Year's Eve. We saw the Brisbane Heat 5 for 21 on the Adelaide Oval. And you think, and all the people come on and have the fireworks going over. This game might go an hour. That's how bad it was, but 5 for 21. The wicket was they'd used, we thought, we always call it a belter, but it was the second time they used it after the first one we called, and it wasn't a great wicket. I think they need to serve up some decent wickets for BBL, because that's what the kids want to come and see. They want to see 4s and 6s, not 5 for 20. I can't see why they need to use the same wicket twice in a row, unless it's a game plan and you got a couple of spinners in. But as you say, it was just a little bit too pace. There's a bit of bad batting as well amongst that, but it's a vital win for the strikers, that one. And as we said before, unfortunately, they went across to Perth a couple of days later and put in a poor performance with the bat.
We'll take a break shortly, but I want to ask you on the other side, Chad, why is it that the Sixers and Scorchers have been so dominant? Out of the years, I think Scorchers have made 8 finals, winning 5. Sixers have won 3 and played in 4 losers. Adelaide have only made the one final in all these years. Sydney Thunder are 1-1. They've won 1, lost 1. Stars haven't won a final. Renegades, I think, are 1 win. But why do those franchises do it so well, the Sixers and the Scorchers?
I think they keep their list pretty similar throughout the years, and they keep a lot of local talent involved in their system. So they know their game plans. They know each other pretty well as a friendship and as a whole group. So I think that's a big thing. When you know each other's game plan, how they're going to bowl. Ashton Turner can rely on every one of his players, so can Moses Henriques to perform. And they pretty much, the Sixers, they probably haven't had their best year this year, but they're looking dangerous. And I think last night, Ben Dorshers was batting at 10 or 11 and Sean Abbott at 10. Oh, that's a pretty good lineup,
one of the best lineups you've ever seen. Hayden Kerr at 9.
And the Scorchers have just got that dynamic power throughout the middle. They've got, and up the top, they got Finn Allen, they got Mitch Marsh, Ashton Turner, Cooper Connolly. Oh, that's a winning team there.
But doesn't that come back to selection? I don't think Adelaide Strikers have got it right with the squads they've picked. It never looks overly strong. Rashid Khan's not. They always look strong when he's playing, but their batting looks very thin.
Yeah, our selection and our list management hasn't been great over the last couple of years. I think we've just gone to England mainly because Jason was coached in a couple of years and picked a few of his players that he thought was the key to success. And this year they've just gone all-out bowlers, where surely you need one of the premier batters, an international player in your top 5.
But I think BBL, for it to progress, need more than 2 teams. Basically, the Scorchers there every year. So do the Sixers. And, how the Stars haven't won a final is just incredible. They won their first 4 games. They've lost their last couple, but they could slip on a banana skin again.
They do get on a roll, either a winning roll or a losing roll. And generally they lose at the start of the season and then they start winning towards the back end. But this year they've done it around, so they need to turn that around quick, smart.
Well, stick around with us. We are 45 minutes away from the first ball bowled. Our pre-game show for Plant Mark, David Wildy and Chad Sayers. BBL for GWM Havel. Go with more and Goodwee Batteries by Solar Heart.
Unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality, fresh cuts for your family. This is Big Bash Nation.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martor provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt, or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space And backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Get offers that make you feel great on the inside and out. Only at Chemist Warehouse. Stop a pimple in its tracks with Thursday Plantation Patch Perfect Invisible Acne Control. 42 patches, just $6.99. Go dramatic with Maybelline Lash Sensational Sky High Mascara, just $13.99. Get firmer, smoother skin with Olay Regenerist Ultra Firming Serum, 30ml, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
They say when the goat follows his intuition, he likes where it takes him. And if you see him doing his laundry, it's going to be a beautiful day. But if you see him in the surf, grab your board because the swell is about to pick up. They also say the goat stays ahead of the game with better.
When the greats bet, they bet with better.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Whatever size crack, ooh, Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Got a crack that's large or small?
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Basement, slab, or in the wall?
Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
Mr. Crack Fix are Melbourne's experts in all methods of wall crack repair. Solutions for cracked walls, slabs, basements and balconies. Free inspection, all work guaranteed.
Whatever size crack, ooh, Mr. Crack Fix can fix that. Mr. Crack Fix can fix that.
MrCrackFix.com.au.
Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. And eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality, fresh cuts for your family. This is Big Bash Nation.
Every warm day here in Adelaide. David Wood and Chad Sayers for GWM Havel. Go with more on Goodway batteries by Solar. Now the bat flip has been run and won by the Thunder.
SEN Cricket.
For bat flip, Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. What's happened there, Chad? With the bat flip?
Well, it happens every game. I think it's happened every game of this BBL 15, Wilds, and every team that wins the toss bowls first, and they love batting under lights where the bit of dew, ball comes on the wicket, a bit better, easier to play some strokes, but I think we see the strikers, if they won the toss, they would have done the same thing.
Well, it's incredible. It used to be, ever since we were young boys, runs on the board are good runs. You got to chase them. Sometimes there's more pressure chasing, but obviously they like to know the total they are chasing.
Yeah, and sides feel like these days with the amount of strokes you play and the run rate that you can go at, that they feel like they can chase anything, especially under lights where the ball does travel a bit faster, a bit further. So they'll be happy with that, the Thunder, and they need a win.
So the Keno Go bat flip was won by the Sydney Thunder. There's a $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. We spoke about the dominance of the Scorchers and also the Sixers. I don't think it's good for the competition. We need someone or a couple other teams to come up, and we've had the odd team win. The Hurricanes have been pretty good in the last couple of years. Brisbane sort of come up and down again, but Sixers and Scorchers have been the constant.
Yeah, we need someone to knock them out of the top two, don't we? We see that, as you say, every year pretty much, and their lists just keep getting better and they stay together. People want to come back to their list, which means...
But isn't that getting selection right? I mean, I look at Adelaide's list, and I don't think it's anywhere near strong enough to take out a title.
No, I think, and we've been saying it for a couple of years, the list management for the Strikers has been poor. They've got some good international bowlers, don't get me wrong, and the bowling group's pretty good and it's pretty strong at the moment, but if I'm the coach, I'm looking for an international player to really make that batting line up around the young kids in Scott, in Jason Sanger and Mackenzie Harvey, and really have another avenue with Chris Lynn and Matt Short, because we see at the moment if Matt Short or Chris Lynn miss out, then the other one's really under pressure to do well.
Well, going through that, and if you grade it into A graders and B graders, Short and Lynn, Chris Lynn's been great for a long while, but he's at the back end of his career. Had a really nice innings on New Year's Eve, 78 not out, played really well there. Matt Short's in the top 30 run getters, but he's got the lowest strike rate out of the top 30, which is incredible. He's a really good cricketer. Then you go to Scott and Overton. We spoke with Jamie Overton. He's been a really good pickup. But he's more of a 7-8 coming in to finish off the innings, and Liam Scott's been okay. But look at the question marks here, Chad. Whateley, a young fella playing district cricket here in Adelaide. Mackenzie Harvey, Jason Sanger, Menenti, Nielsen. I mean, they don't jump off the page at you.
And I get that they're young players and they're going to take time to progress at the level. But Big Bash isn't about progressing and about getting the young kids through.
You need to perform now.
It's about winning. You want players coming in and performing straight away so your franchise wins. This year's just going to go down as a loss if they don't make the top 4, aren't they? So, and that comes down to list management.
But they picked up basic, like you say, all bowlers. Now, the bowling looks okay, and they've got a couple of good spinners too. Pity Shamsi can't play tonight. Played really nicely.
Well, that is an issue. Look, is that because Hassan Ali is missing out because he was injured last game, or was that a selection issue? Or can you have 4 internationals on the list at one time?
Maybe you can't. Maybe you
Something
can't.
Probably going to find out.
Yeah. So, and I think the strikers also losing Overton and Wood for the finals if they do make the finals. That's the other thing I think the BBL needs to tighten up is you got to if you're going to pay a lot of money for players and they get paid pretty well, so you got to be able to be eligible for finals.
Well, that's what the Perth Scorchers and Adam Voters have done really well in the past, haven't they? They've done their research.